Discovery, go at throttle up. What's up, y'all? No, sorry. Sorry, that's somebody else. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how are you? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, everybody? What's going on? All right, what do we got? Brings you back to DOS nostalgia. Yep. Sanjay, right on. Chief, what's going on? We had Gagan with a 65er in there. 65er.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Whitey. 48-month reset. Thank you. How you doing? I'm good. We'll let this tea-throwing Yankee into the stream. Hey, Bram, do you know how to swim? Because you're going into the harbor. Whammy. Static testing. Basically, test everything but launching. And then after Space News, we launch. Senshai, did you see those two absolute units from Sweden with the discus in the Olympics? Hey, very nice pictures, Phil. Oh, very nice. Dude, those guys, that guy was a freaking tank, dude. They're literally Viking. Dude, freaking Peterson, man. That guy looks like a freaking Roman statue. I'm just sitting there like, wow. Okay, you are absolute unit. This is the 150 kilogram. Yeah, I was like, yeah, there's a 300-pound dude right there. I'm like, dude, he chucked the discus 70 freaking, what was it, 78 meters? That's a long way. Do you think Elon wants to hold another Starship presentation with the stack shipped in the booster? Yeah, absolutely. He said he would, I'm pretty sure. Going into the harbor there, guy. Oh, man. What? Those, dude, I'm like, rarely in awe. I'm like, that guy's a freaking chunker. Holy crap. Unfortunately, those thick boy genes are not present. Yes, you do not have the Viking DNA. It's okay. It's okay. I never did discus in high school, Sanchai. I did shot put. Shot put, well, I was on JV shot put. I stopped doing it. I couldn't throw the shot put very far, but I can run. Yeah, Pauls, I'm with you on that one. Dude, I did 7 years of track and field. Yeah. I stopped playing football my freshman year in high school, and I had been doing track as an extra sport since 6th grade, man. 6th grade all the way to senior year. Yeah. High jump, long jump, 100 meter, 110 hurdles, 4x100. It's good stuff, man. I like the track and field sports. Those make me happy. I was in a band. Nice, I did long jump. Right on. Dude, I totally forget how far I could jump. I forget. What was your jump? 20 feet, I think. That sounds right. Did you break anyone's ankles? No. I could high jump 5'8". I think I could long jump like 20, 21 feet or something like that. I don't remember. And then I could, my senior year, I did 12.9 in the 100 meter. You was able to do 18? Well, 95. They made me do long jump because I'm tall. Because I can really get going, you know. You got to put your arms into it. You have to create angular momentum with your arms by basically using them like a gyroscope and getting yourself to go further. Yeah, Shatter, we I made fun of the band kids. And then I went and hung out with them because that's how I roll. They probably still didn't like me, but it's alright. There's nothing wrong with band. Band's cool. The launch table is being stacked. I played a lot of things at band camp. Oh, dude. Wow. Yo, look at this, man. Oh, you're one of those guys, yeah. The table doesn't look as big as I thought it would on the pad, but then you see those people standing there and you're like, okay. Oh, you're one of those guys. Bram, I got made fun of a lot in high school, so I made fun of everyone as the defense mechanism. Yeah. Kind of like what I do here on stream, but no, I don't do it. I don't do it because I'm scared anymore, you know? Really doing bad here. 112 Fahrenheit all week with high winds and uncontrollable fires. All of the outskirts playing the helicopters. Trying to put them under control. Several villages have already been evacuated. I'm sorry, man. I hated tracker. Coach thought it was funny to always put me against some bully that was twice my height and kicking the crap out of me. Four or five of his friends every day. He was trying to, caveman, he was trying to give you an opportunity to get even. They used to do that with me in football. In football, I wasn't always like big. I was lanky, so they would put me against people that were bigger than me on purpose, and they would put me against people like I didn't think it was right at the time. I'm like, man, I'm gonna get my butt kicked. This guy kicks my butt in school anyway. Like what? Come on. But no, that's giving me an opportunity to get even, to beat the crap out of your bullet. Like you could literally run and hit him as hard as you could. I should have taken advantage of that more. Damn. Just put my helmet right in his chin. That would have been awesome. Damn it. Anyway, Kerbal time. Concert, marching band, basketball band, all on saxophone. Sax is hard to play, Brem. Sax is really difficult to play. I tried playing one once, and I Billy Madison'd it, where it was like... It sounded like a dying giraffe. Who won the race last night? The Monza race? Ren did. Hey, Wave Thrash, what's going on? Have you added Kerbal insurance costs to your budget? No. Oboe's tougher, just saying. Yeah. I mean, all of the... what are they? The woodwinds? All of those instruments are difficult, from what I understand. I remember we had to take a music class like that in 7th grade, and we had to learn about all the different instruments and stuff. That was a long time ago, though, but... Just play the saxophone represent. Can you play the theme from Cowboy Bebop? AJ, you smell. You smell because you have a nose. Got him. I actually don't because I just took a shower. I don't smell. You probably smell. That's probably you. Drove past the Intrepid last night when visiting family in the city. Definitely craving another tour there. Yep. Alright. I do smell. Alright, we're gonna do a test launch tonight. That's the plan, man. I have to do some static testing here for early hours, so we have to get the pad out with the modifications that we made yesterday, and then we should be good. TJ, I think I'll have money to work on my car this year. Finally, there you go. Alright. so is it racing tonight or hunt the streamer? I don't know. I have no idea, Blue. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, man. I'm sorry, I know that doesn't help. EJ, have you played Simple Rockets too? What's your opinion on it? It's a cool game. Galactic. I like Kerbal though. But yeah, Simple Rockets is cool. Look at this pad! Alright, so I made some modifications to the holder here. I basically just lowered it, and yeah, we're pretty much set there. So you playing GTA on PC? Yeah. Alright, so save that. We didn't make really any modifications. So let's get to it. Okay, I still don't have a fueling umbilical on this thing, guys, but I can easily add one between the testing today. So let's put the pad out and let's get the prototype 4 out and go from there. Look at this pad. Every time I do it, it makes me mad. Could you add an alignment wing to the strong back? Yeah. All right. Jeez, human. Let me see you. That's hot. That's warm. Alright, let's go. Alright, so let's go down to the control panel here. First time since 1987 it could go up to 118F on Thursday. That's hot, man. So I gotta get this thing into the horizontal position, and then we gotta... I might need some kind of a liner. You're... Here, you might be right. I don't know. All right, Casper. Good afternoon. How are you doing? I'm doing all right, dude. Doing okay. How about you? Dude, look at that. There's no sag on those hinges. Nothing. They're completely coplanar. Look at that. That's really cool. Dude, this thing's built like a friggin' tank, dude. No sagging. Nothing. For now? Oh. Thanks, man. No, it might sag a little bit with the load. It sagged a little bit with the load simulator on it, but it wasn't as bad as you might think. Dude, like, I just triple strutted these dang things. I'm playing loops with the hierarchy here. So, like, yeah, there's just... I strutted everything to everything, man. Lock it out. Beast. Any news about Nauka? They opened the hatch and it's fully configured for flight, Tunets. Yeah, Dimitri posted some stuff this afternoon. He said that the hatch is ready to go. They opened up the hatch. They have the module configured for station operations. Yeah, everything should be good. All right. Shall we get the prototype out? And we got this hot off the press Nauka tweet. Do we have a picture from inside yet? Wow. Okay, we do have a picture from the inside. From the inside. What's up, Keith? How you doing, man? Okay, they're gonna open the hatch here. So that's Oleg Novitsky on the left and Peter Dubrov on the right. What's the scoop with the new module? The thrusters started firing, Keith, after it attached to the space station. Set the space station into a tumble. No joke, dude. They fixed it and everything's cool now, but... yeah. Hey, alright. There we go. Oh, it's packed full of stuff. So, the module is a hallway. It's a hallway, a straight hallway. It's a functional cargo block. So you got a straight hallway right here, and they have a bunch of stuff packed inside of it. These could be all experiments. This could be stuff that they have to configure and move somewhere else. That's the SSVP. The Soyuz docking system right there. Oh, wow. There's a lot of stuff in there. Whoa. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. You gotta clean up. The back of the module's way over there. They gotta configure all these scientific experiments and put them on the racks and stuff. That's cool, man. I wonder what these are. Yeah, the Nauka has a toilet on it, yep. Yeah, they gotta reconfigure this. Here, I'll show you what a... That's what it's supposed to look like. They gotta do a lot of configuration. They gotta move stuff around. This is a functional cargo block. That's Zarya. It's very similar to Nauka. It's the same thing. They gotta reconfigure it. Zarya is being used for storage and power. Nauka is a little different. Seems like a lot of work. Yeah. Not very many interior shots. There you go. Same space as on a submarine. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's this is a functional cargo block, and that's a TKS right there. Huh. That's what they're derived from. The crazy thing is that, you know, Zarya and Nauka came off the same production line, so to speak. They're sequenced. So Zarya was first, and then the next functional cargo block was Nauka. Took a second to launch it, but hey, whatever. Better late than never. Still use. Yep. Yeah, T-Man, you're guessing? I mean, yeah, no, that's what I just said. Yep. They gotta configure everything. It'll clean up in there. Alright, let's get our prototype out here. We're using the Pathfinder today. Even driving GTA in a game controller really makes a difference. Yeah, of course it does. Yeah. Alright. Got your NAS mug and some coffee ready for some pad testing. Okay. The tests here for early hours. Check the landing gear toughness. Okay. The tests for today are to make sure that we can take this thing and get it vertical on the pad. That's our testing. So let's get to it. Yeah. So you give Jet Truck more power. Yes, it's Jet Truck Prime, man. Are all the components inside from the 90s, or it's just the module itself? The design is from the 80s. Limprod. But it's new components. Once again, it's the reason why we don't just bring back the Saturn V. That's a lot harder than you think it is. Not you, but you know what I'm saying? Why is the side shell missing? I took all the expensive bits off of this one, and I'm using it for testing, Chief. Because if I wouldn't want the real prototype out here, because if the real prototype comes out here, and which costs 500 grand, and we crack and strike, I only lose 100 grand, and not a 500 grand prototype. Yeah, so it's just a dud. It's the shell. It's still the shell of the prototype. This is still the shell, but what I did was I put mass simulators in here, and these mass simulators are configured for the exact mass of the craft, with 36 tons of payload in it and all the fuel tanks empty. And then I put spacing guides back here for where the shuttle motors are. Basically, we can't touch any of the cubic octags. You touch the cubic octags, it break. Is break. Would it be easier to bring back the Saturn V or build SLS? Well, we built SLS and we didn't bring back the Saturn V, Ryan, so that should answer that question. Hey, Ishiku, what's up, dude? I have a weird question, I never gave it a thought. Are people more prone to choke on food in space? Nah. As far as we know, and once again, I'm not too privy to the medical side of things, I guess. I'm pretty sure your digestive system works more or less exactly the same in microgravity. Are you putting this on the launch pad that you made? Yeah, man. Let's get done with a very hot round of golf. What'd you shoot? Yeah, Rick, my rules, dude. I'm not sure if you've watched the stream before, dude. Refresh my memory if I'm wrong. I build launch pads for everything, dude. This entire save, I've never put something on that pad with launch clamps and hit the space bar. Never done it. I've built space stations in this game, in this save. We landed on the moon a couple of times. We killed a couple of Kerbals. Never, ever, ever have launched anything off of that pad. That pad is just a spawn point for me. I make my own architecture. Yeah, that's part of my mission mode rules, man. Privet, Kim. Как дела? Dude, did you see the Nauka footage? Shot in 89. Played from the tips for the first times. Ah, you're making me want to play golf, Ishiku. Shot in 89 on 18, dude? That's not bad. That ain't bad, man. Hell yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, you can eat in microgravity. But see, like, dude, they were scared, man. They were scared, like, the Soviets and the Americans back in the day, like in the 60s, late 50s, early 60s, they were scared. They thought you'd launch into microgravity and your eyes would fall out. Like, how do you know? How do you know for sure? Turns out that humans are much more resilient in space than we originally thought, which is good. But, yeah. I didn't see Nauka, but they made a decision on the new station. Oh, please tell me we got that energy module to the ISS. I'm guessing probably not. Check this out, dude. Look at Oleg and Peter. Good stuff, man. This is good stuff. Here, we'll get to them opening up the hatch. What was the decision, Kem? Yeah, there they are opening up the SSVP. Dude, that thing is one. That thing's is that thing billet? I've never actually bothered to check. The SSVP docking port, is it billet? That looks like one-piece billet aluminum. Oh, this is freaking sweet. Yeah, it looks like it's machined. Let me see, any welds on it or anything? Yeah, I don't know. No, that's definitely screwed in, the bumper plates. Is Russia making a new station? We're not sure. Let's hope the devs will give a possibility to create their own launch pads. Well, Galactic, I've talked to Nate Simpson, the creative director for KSP2, about this. Whether he was receptive to it or not, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. 2028 is likely the year when they leave the ISS. Nah, that sucks, man. Hey, but wish you guys all the best, dude. Was the shuttle docking system made out of billet? Billet is not a material, T-Man. billet is a machining process. So picture a sculptor making a statue out of stone. Billet is the metal equivalent of that. When you need something to be very, very, very strong, you make it out of billet. Billet aluminum, you could make it billet steel. Basically, because you're machining away, you're using subtractive manufacturing, and you're machining away until you get the piece that you want. The molecular structure of the metal is completely uniform from the entire piece. It's very strong. The only thing I think stronger than billet is casting things. Casting makes stuff really strong because you have a uniform molecular structure in the metal, but all the molecules are really, really close to each other. So casting stuff makes it really, really dense. It's really strong stuff. Yeah, you can forge, you can cast things, or you can use billet. Billet is a machining process. When we were looking at Super Heavy's thrust plate the other day, that big disc, that's billet. So they started with a big block of aluminum, and they started just drilling away pieces of it. It's one piece, because it needs to be strong, because it's holding 9 Raptors. Yeah, machining is cool, dude. Yeah, 3D printing is additive manufacturing, that's right. Went out in the SS, and man, it was nice to open that thing up so fast. I like dude, that's such a cool car, Hellfish. Now, there's not many Chevys I'd drive that isn't a Corvette or a Camaro. That's absolutely one of them. Dude, Hellfish, I know for a fact that you think this, so I'm just gonna say it, and you just nod your head if I'm on the right subject here. Chevy should just make that. Just make more of that. Just make more of that. Just make a 4-door sedan with an LS engine in it and front engine rear wheel drive. Just make more of that. I think it's missing something. That's on purpose, Euchreman. I took the expensive bits off for testing. But this thing weighs the same. It's weighed down with fuel tanks. It's just a test article, man. Yeah, this one ain't gonna go very far. They did, and nobody bought it. Yeah, well, it helps if you do this thing called advertising. That's exactly what we're talking about, Tiny Tank. Yep. When do you think they'll launch an orbital starship? Give it about a month. DNA, about a month. SpaceX is going the fastest I've ever seen anyone go in a space program ever. And I've been studying this for a long time. I've read about what they did during the Apollo program to try and get stuff to go faster. They are going faster than Apollo right now. Faster. They need to make it all-wheel drive, then people will buy it. Yeah. I've never seen any spaceflight project, and I've read about tons of them. I've read about Venture Star, I read about development of the Space Shuttle, development of the Saturn V, development of Titan, development of Atlas. I've never seen anyone go this fast. Ever. Ever. Alright, we gotta... Do you know much about ILC Dover? What ILC Dover are making for the ISS? Spacesuits. Spacesuits and a bunch of other small things, Simula. Yeah. ILC Dover and David Clark in Worcester. So ILC Dover is in Delaware, if I'm remembering right. David Clark are the main contractors for making spacesuits for NASA. Apparently inflatable living space is also for the ISS. Cool. The counter vehicle is the Charger. Yeah, the Charger does come with all-wheel drive, but only the V6. They don't have a V8 that's all-wheel drive. Although, I will say this. I'm not too big of a fan of new cars, but guys, I talked about this the other day real quick. But my dad just bought a new pickup. It's the first pickup he's owned since 1979. But my dad bought an F-150 Power Boost. So, Power Boost, Menergy. So the Power Boost is it's a hybrid, but it's turbo hybrid. But it's not turbo hybrid like EcoBoost. Yeah, that's different. Power Boost is turbo hybrid like an F1 car. That thing has a hybrid electric drivetrain with a direct injected twin turbo 3.5. Uh-oh. Well, that's something you don't see every day. It just pooped it out. Should I be upset? Alright. It just pooped out a tank there. Alright, well. Do you know my... Okay, alright, what else? You think you're gonna fly out to see the launch? Not sure. Huh. It's got a twin-turbo 3.5, and they have a V6 combined with an electric motor that makes 400 horse and 600 foot-pounds of torque, which is very, very cool, but also notoriously complicated. That's in regular gravity, yep. The SS is a 2001 Camaro, though. Oh. No one Camaro. See, you're a man of taste. What will NASA do when the ISS is retired? Ryan, NASA wants to commercialize low Earth orbit while they go to the moon. They want to move low Earth orbit to commercial. That's why they have SpaceX and Boeing doing what they're doing right now. Jet truck gets up and goes pretty well. Hellfish, I was looking at that suspension. How sick would it be to have the Coronet have that, dude? You'd confuse so many freaking people. That was a triangulated 4-link independent rear, right? Well, it wouldn't be a 4-link. It was triangulated independent rear. More power! Initiate retrieval section number 1. Is the integration tower at Starbase done? I think it, structurally, yes, but it's not finished. Like, it doesn't have all the pieces on it needed for it to work. Look, I know that jet truck is weird, but if anybody has a better solution, just let me know. Alright, let's see if we get stuck on that thing this time. Okay, too fast. Alright, moment of truth here. So I'm gonna need to put down we gotta put down this gear. Don't strike. Rocket truck? Yeah. Okay. We're getting hung up. We're misaligned. All right. So she's too low. We're gonna need some kind of nice. We're gonna need some kind of riser here to push this thing up into place, like the air brakes on the other pad. Yeah, Luke. She's a beast. Yeah. Okay. We need an aligner. I had a sneaking feeling that we may have needed one, but also at the same time, I thought it would be better to try it without it first, just to see if we could save some time. But yeah, we need to go up. So let's just take a look. I'm gonna take a screenshot here. Let me set that as target so we get a nice semi-isometric view, I guess. Take a picture, get that to align. Alright. Okay. I have to recover this. We have to recover all of it. So alignment is a really crucial point here. The reason is because of a rule called vessel docking hierarchy, or docking vessel rules. Long story short, the docking vessel rules need to be, there are certain types of vessels that have, that are better than other, well, not better, they overrule other types of vessels. So, long story short, when we go to launch the SSTO, I need to be controlling the SSTO. So, it needs to, out of all the different types of vehicles in Kerbal, it needs to override the pad. Understand? So that's why I have the pad set as a lander. Pads are set as landers. The ship that docks to them is set as a ship. Ship overrides lander. Okay? Ship overrides lander. The hierarchy is actually pretty much right there. It's debris, probe, rover, lander, ship, station, base. Base overrides everything. Station overrides everything but base. Ship overrides everything but station and base. Lander overrides rover, probe, and debris. Rover overrides probe and debris, and probe overrides debris. That's the hierarchy right there. You can actually see it. I never noticed that you could just see it right there. So, I need the SSTO set as a ship. And when I separate the SSTO from the pad, I need to be controlling it. So it needs to override ship. It needs to override the pad. Now, the reason why that's a big thing is because if the SSTO is bunkered down like this, if it's tilted, right, and we go to dock, it'll snap dock the pad to the SSTO, and the ground is right here. It'll snap dock the pad, and the front of the pad will tip into the ground. We cannot have that. That is a very, very bad idea. How's it going so far? It turns out that I need an alignment mechanism, lulz. Yeah, Ghost One, there you go. The springs are at maximum, T-man. It's going good, lulz. But anyway, I noticed something new in the VAB control device. Something about priority. Yeah. Configure vessel naming, Eukerman. You can set priority. So if you have a base docking to a base, if this has base priority 11 and this has base priority 10, this base overrides that base. Yeah, the developers knew about this, and they have ways to control it. Do you guys remember once upon a time when Project Mint Chip on Minmus, the Grissom was slightly misaligned, so I would rock it back and forth on its landing gear to get it to align to the base. Grissoms were set as base, and the base on Minmus was set as station. It overrode it, and if I snap docked it to the Grissom when it was rocking back and forth, the base clips into the ground, and then it Kraken strikes it and shoots it up in the air. Exact same thing. Hell Hydra, all I would need to do, all I would have needed to have done to get Minship to work is literally set Grissom to a ship. If the Grissoms were set as ships and not bases, the project would have worked fine. Which is really freaking annoying, but I didn't figure this out until later. When we go back and we name it Double Mint, sure. I mean, this SSTO could pretty much make it. It could. Big Chungus could make. It could make Minship happen. That shouldn't be an issue. I mean, the only problem is getting Mark III stuff up in the air. Because it was made out of Mark III fuselages. We could make a smaller version of it. Do you have docking priority written down somewhere? I don't have it written down. I have it memorized. Debris is the lowest. It's debris, probe, rover, lander, ship, station, base. 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 Base knowledge. Sorry. Now that's going to get stuck in people's heads. I apologize. I don't. You were at IKEA today, thought about Marcus' recommendation. Really worth it, though? Senchai, it's a very inexpensive chair. MG, here, it's written down. Here, hold on. Right there. Claw, who is a former dev for KSP, wrote a whole diatribe about it. And once I found this, yeah, that's when my launch pads really started to work. See, we got a problem, though. We got a problem, though, because I need the SSTO. I need to be controlling the SSTO when it leaves the pad. I can't have it undock from the pad and then control the pad and have the SSTO fly out of control. That's no good. That won't work. 13 tons flying out of control, or not 13, 1,300 tons flying out of control is not a good idea. So I need, but simultaneously, when we go to dock the ship to the pad, it would be ideal if I could dock the SSTO to the pad, and then when we undock the SSTO from the pad. Understand? So there might be a way to get around it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if switching it around mid-flight will do it. But Yvette might be. Tim, I just realized that you were the first streamer whose English I fully understand, given that I was Russian. It was difficult. Galactic, I try to speak very clearly and very concisely. I do that on purpose for people that English is their second language. I never try to mumble like this and everything. No, I purposely speak very... dude, regular Americans don't really talk like this. Like, it's a broadcasting voice, so to speak. Hi, Pick. Hi, Panta. I do that on purpose. Because I know that there's folks out there, like what you just said. There's people that have said, hey, you know, I'm using you to learn English. And I'm like, all right, sure, no problem. Figure I'd do you a solid. It's a good language to know. A lot of people speak it. Maybe two ships docking to each other with higher priority. Yeah, but how would we handle priority? Привет, Vasya. Как дела? Your broadcast voice is great. Interesting how the broadcast voice has changed since the 40s. I can do a 40s broadcasting voice if you want. Give me a second. Okay, folks, gather round. What we're going to do here today is work on an alignment mechanism to make sure that our very large space plane docks to this pad correctly. When they join together, we're going to need to make sure that everything is perfectly aligned. Fast Times, High Trousers, 1947. We need more grain effect. And then there's the 60s broadcaster voice, which is slightly different, but almost the same. The 60s voice is more conservative, I guess, if I have to say it some way. It's like, it's hard to, it's like, it's weird. It's different, but it's not. So a 60s voice is saying that same thing would be when we go to dock the space plane to the pad. No, that's not right. That's not right. Well, it's kind of the same kind of upward inflection, but it's much more. The word that comes to mind is anti-communist. So the 40s voice is very like, hey, I'm your friend, ha 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 ha. The 60s one is like, we're making this plane to protect you against the Red Menace. Stuff like that. It's like look at what we're capable of doing with American power. With American power and ingenuity, we'll go back to the moon. It's that. Yeah. It's true. Like the missile knows where it is. Yeah. 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 Here. I got something. I can show you real quick before we got to work on an alignment. There's a Jay Leno segment on his YouTube channel about the turbine car, which is my favorite. But here.
Cars. Now you're going to see Mr. Townsend get into a finished turbine car. Yeah, this is really great. Again, I thank Mark Olson. This is a Chrysler promotional.
I feel like we'll be in the 60s by the time I see this actually happen. Are you talking about the space plane that I'm flying?
As man moves forward.
Over a decade of research and testing had evolved the most advanced, most practical gas turbine engine ever specifically designed for automobiles. But now that this engineering achievement is here, perhaps it would be well to consider just what is a turbine. What is a turbine? Actually, a turbine is a highly advanced use of one of man's oldest means for creating power to do work, the windmill.
It's turbo encabulator voice. That's what it is. The city of tomorrow. We can do anything if we put our mind to it. Man will win in his conquest against the elements. And communism. Like, it's that. That's the voice. Yeah. Yeah, nice. What's a turban? I'm pretty sure a turban is the thing that people wear on their heads. A turbine is the thing that spins when you...
Okay, move out.
Yeah, here it is. The 1960s announcer voice. Much more calm and collected. Not all up in the air and scatterbrained like that punk 1940s announcer. He's probably in a gang that is up to no good. What no good is he up to? Well, I think he might be picking through other people's garbage. He's a hoodlum, a loser, possibly even a communist. Like that's that voice. He's looking through other people's garbage. What a vandal. A glue sniffer. He's a hoodlum. Can you believe that? He uses the payphone. He's a hooligan. Yeah. Cam, you should have seen it, man. Dude, they laid it on. They laid it on thick, dude. I've watched a lot of the 1950s stuff, and dude, like the duck and cover videos. I'm sure that the Soviets had something very similar to that. I've watched the duck and cover videos, and they're like, they go into like saying that you should cut your front lawn because if you don't cut your front lawn, nuclear fire it'll make tinder. It'll make it easier for your house to go up in flames in a nuclear firestorm. I'm like, that does not matter at all. Yeah, no, I specifically remember that. They're like, make sure you cut your grass, take out the trash. You don't want tinder for the nuclear fire that's inevitably going to come. And I'm like, what? That's not gonna... You just want people to mow the lawn. Nah, Chief, we gotta get back to work. No one talked about nuclear fire. Dude, yeah, no, it's some... They laid it on pretty thick, dude. I came in at the wrong time. My dad had a shooting range at his school, and field stripping AKs was a class they took. That's awesome. That's awesome? Hey, learning to work with your hands is a good skill, alright? Doesn't matter if it's field stripping a K, even though field stripping a K is easy. Machinery cover off. Rear trunnion detach. Bolt out. Bolt out, and then that's it. That's it. It's that simple. Doesn't get any simpler than that. I mean, Kalashnikov designed it that way on purpose. He didn't design it to be fancy. He designed it to work. All right, let's get going. So we need an aligner mechanism in here. If you see lava, remember, duck and cover. Alright. So, the suspension is fully decompressed here. Yeah, see that? The suspension is fully decompressed. What's going on here is that the suspension is under the force of this thing called gravity. So in reality, it's more right here. Like that, actually, is probably where we were kind of getting to. Actually, that's a little too much. Let me load up the screenshot that we took from testing. Okay, so the top of the cubic octag is aligned with the top of that white line right there. So we're actually more right there than anything. So how much do we need to move this thing up by? Yeah, that's a good amount. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to take I-beam, right? And we're gonna do some I-beam measuring and figure out the exact distance. Right, so that one right there is perfectly aligned to the docking port's center axis from the side. And then this one is perfectly aligned to the docking port's center axis. Now I'm gonna take another beam, right? And I attach this to the lower docking port. And now I'm going to take that and move it out of the way. And now we get rid of that. And now I take this. And we move it into position. And then I pull that I-beam off. And we reroute to the other beam. And that should give us pretty much the exact position. If I rerouted it to the other beam and we rotated it into position, this should line up exactly with that beam's center line, and it does. Okay, cool. So that's a good measurement. That's a good measurement. Yeah, Rares, I mean, times change, bro, but yeah, I got you. Yeah. Right? I wish they didn't. It'd be way easier, but it's all good, man. Gravity, it'll never catch on. It's just a fad. Probably communist misinformation. I mean, Rarest, yeah. Yeah, some, like, if you're out in the rural areas, yeah, sure. There's still, you guys still got that kind of stuff out here. We don't have that stuff here. Heck, dude, when my high school, when I was graduating back in 06, they wanted to get rid of all vocational stuff. But they wanted to keep the wood shop. And the reason why they wanted to keep the wood shop, they said, like, oh yeah, we believe in vocational activities. Yeah, we want the wood shop, right? We want that. But they only wanted to keep the wood shop to make set pieces for the school's theater. And that's all the wood shop does at my old high school now. Yeah, they just make set pieces. When I was there, I learned framing carpentry in wood shop. That's what they taught. They taught us how to do framing carpentry. So like building a house, yeah, I can take 2x4s and frame studs. That's no problem. And then they redid the school a number of years back, and the new school had no auto shop. You know, without the auto shop, I would not have passed high school. I would not have passed. I would have dropped out. Yeah. Then my parents would have killed me. Yeah. Yeah. I tried to make a big deal out of it when I was in high school. I was like, yo, you need vocational activities. I wouldn't have gone through school without this, and I know I'm not the only one. And they said, yeah, we'll consider it, and then promptly after I left, they were like, yeah, no. And I tried to go to my classmates at the time. This is like back in 05, 06. I tried to go to my classmates at the time and tell them, you know, go to the principal, go to the student council and say that you need this. And they're like, I don't care, I'm graduating. I'm like, oh, great. That's good. Sure. Sure. Lovely. Yeah, so, you know, who needs to know how to build things? Whatever. It's not like you can make money working with your hands or anything. No one in that area will know how to work on a car. None of my friends from high school, except the ones that took auto shop with me, know how to do anything with a car. They get in and they step on the gas pedal and they step on the brake pedal, and that's it. Me, I build cars. Yeah, I build cars. I enjoy it. It's fun. Yeah, it's all right. I tried to tell people about it as a kid in the 2000s, hellfish, 15 years ago. Yeah, nobody listened to me. But then again, you see what state I'm in, so why would they? High school specializes in vocational programs in agriculture. They integrated STEM into the AG program after I graduated, and you can now graduate high school with a vocational degree or an associate's. That's cool, Barefoot. I wish I had something like that, dude. Like, yeah, I wish. You know what I wish the most? I wish that someone had sat me down, slapped me across the face, literally, like, whoosh. Like, dude, don't you realize that these math courses that you're failing are the courses that you need to take to do this in real life and not in a video game? Like, you understand this, right? That probably, like, I'm serious, like, I needed a good slap across the face when I was 18. I was a little piece of crap. You know? I really wish someone had told me that. And that's part of the reason why I do what I do here. Because I'm trying to, for the younger crowd, dude, trust me. Like, not everybody can sit here and make a career around building fake spacecraft in a video game, all right? Like, Like, that's not afforded to everybody. You can't make money building spaceships in Kerbal, right? It's a very rare occurrence, all right? A couple of us do it, but not, like, even people that have done it have stopped doing it because there's, you know, not much money in it, you know. Like, you should go to school and you should learn this stuff. And what I try to do is every time we watch a rocket launch or every time we work on something here, I try to show people the end goal. Because I try to do what was not afforded to me when I was a kid to kids nowadays. That's super, super important to me and something I'm super passionate about. No, it ain't just to stay in school. You want to do this. You want to do this fun stuff. You're going to need to do it. You're going to need to learn this. You're going to need to freaking do it. You gotta participate in school if you want to do this stuff. This stuff's awesome. It's so freaking fun. Hold on. Oh, I see what's going on here. Oh, I see what's going on in here. Alright, so that's that's our misalignment amount. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to copy it. Oh boy. It did the thing again, chat. You know the thing. It did the thing again. I don't know where the root part is. There it is. I see you. There you are. And I'm going to leave my spacer just over here, just in case I need to use that again. Alright, so this is the amount of offset that we have, which pretty much is in line with the compressed springs here. We need to figure out a way to get it to basically rise up. Rise up! Rise above it!
Discovery, go at throttle.
I know, Doom. Yeah, Lockdowns. The new Grand Tour came out. I'm waiting to watch it with Bremo. We're going to watch it this weekend. Hey, Anth. Good morning. Yes, the thing with the stuff near the place. But yeah, Jordis, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Galactic, yeah. See, that's a 5-head move. I had all the grades, but I had all the grades I needed, but let my parents talk me out of aerospace engineering. How dare I have ambitions? Nice. Well, not nice, but okay. So how should we raise this up? How should we do that? I'm trying to think what would be a good way. There's really nothing. See, when you're moving something this heavy around, and you're moving something with this amount of mass in Kerbal, structural engineering starts to really freaking matter. It really matters where you pull this thing from or where you try to push it from, and we started to see that very much with this tank basically ejecting itself out of the vehicle a second ago. Structural engineering with Kerbal, when you start building bigger things, really matters. So yeah, I'm not 100% on how we're gonna do this. How are we gonna lift this thing up? I mean, I was using air brakes before to align and lift this thing, but I think we might have an issue.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Mutan. Yeah. Okay. And even if I could we could shim the air brakes, right? And I could use the air brakes to align it and lift it up. But even if we do that, I could like put them on risers in certain spots where we wouldn't have to worry about it getting hit, right? But even if we do that, on the small SSTO, this, like pushing on this piece right here, one of my air brakes pushed on these outer wings right here. On the small SSTO, this wing is strutted to the fuel tank and it's not carrying much mass, and it's like one or 2 degrees away from the center line of the vehicle. This is like 4 or 5. So basically pushing on it from the outside like this is just going to bend it. It's just going to bend. It's not going to lift the whole thing. So we're going to need to have risers all over the place here to lift 270 tons of SSTO. And if we're carrying a 36-ton payload, it's 300 tons of SSTO, and that's with no fuel in it. So, oh dear. Can you crack and hack the lifter? An SPMT? Well, SPMTs could work, Speedy, but how are we going to get an SPMT up the ramp? If the SPMT is designed to stay rigid and we go up the ramp, we're going to go up the ramp and we're going to rock. And then one wheel, whatever wheel is at the kind of apex of the ramp right here, is going to have literally like 300 tons of load on 2 wheels. My SPMT literally has to be able to articulate on this axis. So like if the wheels are down here, it needs to be able to do that. How are we going to make it articulate and simultaneously hold the vehicle up? That's an engineering challenge in its own. I don't think I've ever tried doing something like that. Grip pads? Red, could we lift a section underneath the rear wheels? I find that trying to use suspension like that causes crack and strikes. The landing gear do not like being moved. And from the feedback that viewers are giving me, from testing Prototype 6, it sounds like we don't have enough gear out back. I'm going to need to double up the outer gears here because I think 4 of these is not enough. Because people are going to land this thing after it comes back from space and crashing it when they're slamming it into the runway because it's 270 tons of SSTO that's gliding, and we fully compress all the suspension, we bottom it out, and the whole thing explodes. Make the base plate longer. The base plate. What do you mean? This is the launch box over here. Or just launch table. You can call it either one. I like calling it the launch box because it sounds like lunchbox. I had no problem landing the SSTO with 4 wheels in the back. Maybe they just landed with a lot of vertical speed. Yeah. Either way, 95, I don't want to push on the landing gear. I don't like pushing on landing gear. That's not a good idea. You're begging for a crack and strike when you do that. I mean, 95, like I said, the thing is not... You have to get the flare correct. Like, once again, flying like the real thing versus flying good in Kerbal. Once again, on purpose, if you don't flare correctly, you're going to slam the gear into the ground. The same thing happens with the space shuttle if you don't land it correctly. In fact, they tested this. The space shuttle was extremely susceptible to... The shuttle is extremely susceptible to pitch moment during landing, and they tested it with a ALT. Hang on. I don't know if it was ALT5. Yeah, see, look at all the corrections the dude's making. Fred Hayes is flying that thing. See, look. They did this on purpose. See that? Did you see what he did with the roly-poly? That was induced. That was induced from the test pilot. I don't know if it was pilot-induced operation, but... Yeah, watch Enterprise. Look at... Right here. See that? See, he tested slamming the gear into the ground. This was the last test for Enterprise. This was the last one, so they tried slamming the gear into the ground. I mean, watch. It doesn't look that rough, right? But here, check it out in slow-mo. So, the gear touch. He touched the gear. And then he flared the thing back up. It left the ground again, and watch, now he slams the... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's... It's a little bit dangerous there. It is PIO. That was a PIO. I don't know if that's what NASA called it, but if it was a regular plane, this would be pilot-induced. Yeah, exactly. It would be PIO. It would be pilot-induced oscillation. Watch the gear over here. Ready? Oh, they took away the camera. Damn. Oh, that's cringe, dude. But then again, they did it on purpose. It's not space related, but I think you would appreciate the engineering involved. You may have already seen this. Bristol Hercules sleeve radial animation. Wow. Now, I'm not gonna say that I hate that. But yeah, we probably should do that at some point. I haven't played Starbase Wheat. I'm trying to finish this SSTO, man. I have a deadline by tonight, so we should really stop screwing around. But this is really cool. The sleeves... Why do the sleeves oscillate like that? Oh. What the frick? Though that's the valve train. Okay. A rotating cylinder sleeve for valve actuation. Oh my goodness. That's airline mechanics. There any A&Ps around? God, no. Just God, no. No. Anyway, Weed, how you doing, man? 74-month resub shuttle hype. What's up, man? Wait, check this out. I don't know if you've been around lately, dude, but I brought Super Collins back. Only we're calling it Jebstar this time around. Look at this thing. That's just a mock-up. I brought Super Collins back. Only this time I know a lot more. I know a lot more about aerodynamics, and I know a lot more about translating aerodynamics into KSP. Even with its panel shell. That's there on purpose. Yeah, it has the same panel shells before, only triangles this time, man. Triangles! What do they mean? This basically will have the capability that Collins will, and it's 100% reusable. I'm working on finishing the pad for it right now. Yeah, 500K. And this thing, that's 500K with no fuel. It's 600K to launch the thing, if it's brand new. See last about angling jet tug thrust up to connection point with SSTO to reduce front gear load. Well, Doom, we have to make sure that the thing is perfectly straight, because remember, ship to pad, ship docking to pad. Because we need to... Yeah, well, you know what? I think for the first tests, we'll have ship docking to pad and not pad docking to ship. Risky using the name Pathfinder. I had a small shuttle, Wheat, named Pathfinder. Just on a side note. We used one of the mini shuttles. I had like a mini version of Collins called Dart. And I had one named Pathfinder, and it crashed into the ocean, now that I'm thinking about it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, just keeping the tradition. Hopefully this one doesn't find any water. I ended up landing the thing in the grass adjacent to the runway. The thing side-slipped a lot and pushed me to the left of KSC. Never forget the path. Creeper, tier 2, 26-month resub. More like Rud Finder. I mean, I just put that name on there because I thought it looked neat, but I still have Voyager, Explorer, Tranquility. We could call it Endurance. Call the thing Endurance. I took the shuttle's naming naming and flag placement and just, yeah. I mean, did you make these flags for me back in the day? I think that was you. I don't know, it may have been somebody else. I forget, dude. No, it was what's-his-face. Who? I forget who made my original flags for me, for the Collins shuttles. Those are the original flags. That's not the Helvetica text things that Predominant made. Yeah, maybe it was Jason. Yeah, that sounds right. Jason's still around, dude. I think he's over hanging out with Matt right now. Yeah, he's over there. Matt's playing some KSP today too, dude. Old school. We got the old school lineup in the KSP category today. I dig it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Would it be easier to try and tweak the launch box position rather than lift the SSTO? Well, Gold, the thing about, I mean, yes and no. If we go and tweak that, right? Please hold. Hey, Owen's 35-month resub. If we go and tweak the launch box position, that means basically rewiring this. Moving this whole thing down. Yeah. I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, you, Matt, and Shimmy, all is right in the world. That's a shame, Wheat. I miss hanging with him, dude. Welcome to the taco truck. Jason is 95. Jason's been with me in the Kerbal community basically since, like on Twitch, streaming on Twitch, basically since like 2013. He is as old school as they come for Kerbal OGs. Shimmy's alright, Coltec. He's fine. He just he got another job, dude. He just didn't want to do streaming anymore. That's totally cool. Some people, dude, some people grow out of it, or some people are a lifer and have no life, and like me. Yeah, Shimmy's a software guy now. Yeah, he went and joined the real world. He's not a normie by any means. He's deep cover. He's a normie at face value, but nah. He's deep cover. Basically what I do every time I go out in public. I don't talk about space. I don't talk about mechanics. I don't talk about cars. I don't do any of that. I'm deep cover normie when I go outside. I hide my power level. So stupid. Where's Plaid? Is he okay? Is he hurt? Alright. I don't know. Should we try for the air brake risers, dudes? Air brake risers worked for the other one, but we really need to make sure that this thing is aligned correctly, or else we're going to crack and strike that pad. Human, my rule of thumb when I'm out in public with normies is to not talk about space unless someone asks. And even then, I give them like a disclaimer. I'm like, yeah, you sure you want to do that? Alright, I'm just going to put risers here, and I'll put air brakes on risers, and maybe the air brakes will be enough to lift the thing, hopefully. What if you were at a party and someone would claim something that is totally wrong about the shuttle? Let them talk. Let them talk, unless it gets out of hand. But I'll be honest with you, not many parties... There's not many parties that I would attend with normies where people would talk about stuff like that. I'll be honest with you. I mean, that'd be sweet. All right. All right, so that's an alignment riser right there. You can talk all day if you see a viewer in real life. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if it's... Dude, the party... The exception would be, like, parties at TwitchCon. The last TwitchCon party I had at a... like, it was a meetup, right? And, oh, yeah. No, yeah. That was, like... It was, like, me, GrabShark, Keith was there. I ran into Keith SD. There was a bunch of people there, dude. Like, so many people that I don't... because it was like pre-pandemic. It seems like it was a long time ago, so I don't really remember. But there was tons of people there. It was an awesome, awesome thing, man. And yeah, we just sat there and talked about space at the bar all day. It was excellent. Fun times. That's pushing up on a seam right there. Ernock was there. Likes, you were there. That was a good time. Brimo posted pictures from that party the other day on Twitter, actually. I'm going to leave that up because that's space news. Likes. Oh yeah, also non-folding grid fins were confirmed by the meme lord this morning. I like the comment about Scott talking about how the cereal has so much sugar in it you could make rocket fuel. Yeah, see? Yeah. And then where's those pictures from the Breminator? There they are. Bingo. That was actually at PAX. This was PAX East, so that's Matt, Schmoogly, Jamorian, Boring, Freight Doggo, Remo. That's Tan and his wife. I don't know who that is. That's Yensid, Plus, and Donnie right there. Yeah, this conversation was all about space. Oh, yeah. It was all about space. Oh, yeah, it was all space. And then... Who's that handsome Chad over there? I don't know who that is. Yeah, this is all space. There's Cirrus over there. I can't see exactly who that is. I need to pun you in real life. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Who's that handsome Chad? What do you mean I don't recognize you? Of course I freaking recognize you. Shut up. What about this one? There's Matt.
Discovery, go at top.
Matt's right there. That's, I don't know who that is. It's Das, it's Vremo, Rocket Sage, Scott. IRI is there. That was a good time, dude. That was when we hosted the NASA panel with the people that worked at NASA. Yeah, meetups, good times. And now I crave social interaction. Ew. Yeah, see, deep cover normie, man. Nerds. Who's the guy on the right that's so full of life? Like I said, deep cover normie, man. Ew. Ew, people. Gross. Nausea. Nerds. Alright. We should be able to push right there for alignment on the panel, because that panel line will most likely be strutted. I'd have to go back and look at the actual prototype, but... So, these are the alignment pieces here. Actually, maybe we should... Come out to California. We got rust-free cars. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop it. Hadn't showered in several days. We were going hardcore with the Starbase surge. So did Tim just invite Elon Musk, or Elon Musk just invite Tim, Lunprod? It's crazy. That's cool, man. He's freaking living the dream, dude. I'm so freaking happy for him. Like, seriously. I remember meeting him in, I think I met Tim in like 2016 at a press rollout for Atlas OA5. Me and Das talked to Timmy. You could tell he was gonna go far even back then. New tweet. How's the SSDO development coming along? Good, Bith, but I have some alignment problems. I went to try and put it on there, and I have to work on aligners just like I did with the small one. So I'm going to try the air brake solution and see if that works. These air brakes are basically going to deploy, and they're going to straighten it and get it aligned, and then I'm going to have a second set of air brakes that deploys after that, that lifts it into position. What's that new Elon tweet? Orbital launch tower lift is underway. Stage 0, which is everything needed to launch and catch the rocket, is at least as hard as the booster or ship. Stage 0, which is everything needed to launch and catch the rocket. So GSE is at least as hard as the booster or ship. Yeah, he's right, Phil. Take it from somebody that went down the GSE rabbit hole. Launch pads are very difficult to engineer. They are more difficult than you think. Sometimes as complicated as the vehicle that they launch, if not more. Yeah, they're making the catching system, Phil. They are working on it. Yeah. And it looks like they're going to catch the grid fins. The grid fins, they're going to catch them. It's not a bad idea. The grid fins need to be able to withstand tremendous aerodynamic load at hypersonic speeds. Because Falcon 9, when it comes in with its grid fins, is go... Whoa, Coltec, hey, thanks, man. Falcon 9, when it's coming in, and this is something we actually figured out in KSP. Once upon a time, I made grid fins out of Kraken tech. And the problem that I had is I couldn't make a joint strong enough to keep them in place. The aerodynamic load that was put on those things ripped them right off. Excuse me, one block by. Oh. So, grid fins are actually a lot more structurally sound than you might think. What does this say? Happy Jack's Pancake House. Rainbows don't weigh much. They're actually pretty light. Okay. Wish you could do more? Don't worry about it, Coltec. It's all good, man. Do you think the game physics will allow you to replicate catching method in KSP? Hard to say. If you guys had chosen the non-SSTO option, I would have tried to make what SpaceX is making. Yeah, I would have tried to catch a booster off of a launch pad. Yeah, I would have tried it. It would have been insanely difficult to do. Probably more difficult than this. Yeah. What was the talk about the flag shuttle names? No, Jason, I was trying to remember who made my original shuttle flag names. You did. That's all. And then we talked about how long you've been playing KSP with me. And how long you've been a part of this community. And it's almost, Jason, I've almost known you a decade. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I mean, I like, you know, we're friends, but I'd only attempt it with KOS. Yeah. Big beat. I want to tell you about Texas radio and the real big beat. But down it. Keep up the good streams. Thanks, man. What, Pone Sister? Okay. It's the decade part. Red Munchkin, I hate it. Yeah, but Anth, I got way better at it, and I could honestly make something that can land more accurately nowadays. I'm pretty dang sure about it. Yeah, I know, Zonic, I know. It says Vulcan. Oh, neat. Yeah, it's been some time. I mean, I like that we've known each other that long. It's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. Jason, next time I'm down in Texas, we're getting the GS running. We're getting it running. We're getting it running, dude. It's not negotiable. I don't see the thing about the thing about catching the booster, and I'm gonna talk and work, guys, because we gotta get going. The thing about catching what was I saying? The thing about catching a booster in KSP is the fact that you have to so you got to put the booster hovering over the launch pad, and then you got to close the arms to catch it. So I need to simultaneously control the pad and the landing booster. Or the other option is to build a gigantic funnel of some type and have some kind of funneling mechanism so I could just kind of land the booster and target an area, land the booster, and then the booster will fall into the funnel and slip into place. With no pad requirements at all. But even then, after launch, I'd have to make an action group or something, because we're not going to launch with the catching arms. We're not going to launch with the catching arms in position. They're going to have to be backed out. So what you'd have to do is, after we launch our catchable rocket, right, we'd go to shoot the thing off, right? And when it clears the tower, I'd have to have some type of timing controller on the pad that I hit right before we take off, and the Cal controller will play, and as the rocket leaves the pad, it closes the arms into place. So when the booster comes back down, the pad is configured for landing. It's doable, guys. I've thought about this. It is doable. You could do it. It would be difficult, but doable. The hard part there is getting the accuracy. But it's, like I said, I could figure it out over time. Over time we could get that right. It would take a lot of crash boosters. A lot of crashed boosters, though. Yeah. A lot of crash boosters. Do it? Well, no. We chose to do the SSDO instead. I want the center point of that, Jimmy. Nah, it's good. What's that dot on your face? This right here, Jojo, I have a birthmark right there, and the reason why it's super dark today is in my sleep, dude, I scratched my face and my fingernail caught it and, yeah, cut it wide open in my sleep. Yeah, I woke up the other day with blood on my face. I'm like, that's good. Good, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I got a nice birthmark there, and it's scabbed over, so now it's very pronounced so people can see it. It's great. Lovely, because that's not distracting at all, right? You think the air brakes will be enough for alignment? They were for the small one. I'm not sure for the big one, but we don't really have time, so we're going to have to figure it out. Primo's glad all the ladies think you're married. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know, dude. Don't get me wrong. I know it's distracting as all hell. But, yeah, it's not really much I can do about that right now. And I know people are going to be like, oh, just do surgery. I'm like, yeah, just get surgery. Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll do something about it one of these days. I don't know. It's not really on my list of priorities, to be honest with you. Or you could convert to Hindu. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that either. I'm not sure if 4 of these air brakes is going to be enough to lift this thing. I honestly didn't notice until you said something. Dude, you know freaking how annoying it is having that, like, right there? Like, it's really freaking annoying. But, hey, it is what it is, man. Like, alright. How much torque does the air brake produce? Air brakes don't have suspension, Senshai. They can push stuff. In fact, I've made hydraulic pistons out of air brakes before. Now, Senshai, you're a newer viewer. Back in the day, before we had hydraulics, we made hydraulic cylinders. I've done it. I made hydraulic cylinders, and they were enough to lift up my space shuttle. Right there. Stop pointing out EJ's insecurities. I'm not insecure about it. If I was insecure about it, I wouldn't tell you about it. I'd be like, oh yeah, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. I don't care. Yeah, no, it's dude, it's like right in the middle of my eye. Like, I know, it's annoying as hell. Like, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. So check this out. I used air brakes to push a Stay-Putnik up and down a tube. Air brakes can lift stuff. They can lift a lot. Yeah, see? Check this out. No robotics involved here. I made a mate-demate device for the shuttle. This was back when I was doing shuttle testing. Yeah, we made an MDD, and you deployed the air brakes, and they pushed the Stay-Putnik up the tube, and then I had the Stay-Putnik strutted to this bracket hanger that could pick the shuttle up. Yeah, and I lifted the shuttle. And dropped it onto the 747. That's a cargo airplane that can fold its back up, if anybody's wondering. And then we did approach and landing tests with my shuttle. This is how we worked with the shuttle to test fly it before I launched it. And then robotics came out and docking port hierarchy changed and it ruined the entire project. Yeah. Not docking port hierarchy, multi-docking port attachment. They changed the code for it when the robotics came out, and it basically broke all of it. So I stopped working on the shuttle and the Condor pad. But see, the cool part about this is that I never recovered the 747 or the shuttle. I had all the vehicles in place to tow the shuttle back to the MDD, lift it up, put another crew on, and, you know, we had a crew come in and out of the 7-4 as well. Pick the shuttle up again, put it back on the 747, have another crew get into the shuttle on the MDD, drop the shuttle onto the MDD, or drop the shuttle off the MDD back onto the 747, take off again, and then we did another approach and landing test. Yeah, and then we sent it back down. And then I landed the 747 and the shuttle again. And then I lifted the shuttle up again without recovering it and put it onto its transporter. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know how to fix the bug where ships roll for no reason while on orbit? Roll for no reason while on orbit. Is your SAS enabled, Lunprod? If something is doing this, that means you have too much torque. The SAS is trying to compensate, but it's correcting with too much torque. And it'll overcorrect and you'll screw up the SAS PID controller. Yeah, dude. And then I made a Falcon 9 style launch pad. I had a Falcon 9 style rocket called Condor. And Condor had fully reusable first stages. Don't worry about that. That was me doing vector testing. And then there's me designing the ET for the shuttle. Condor had a first stage made out of Kraken tech where the legs you could land it. Well, that's also me figuring out how vessel hierarchy works. And you could reuse the first stages. I had recovery vehicles and everything. That's Enterprise. Enterprise is cheating. It's not cheating. It's using clustered rapiers. Yeah. And yeah, that basically takes off like an airplane, flies up into space, can deploy payloads, and then it comes right back down. Enterprise was, I mean, it could put 18 tons into space. It could do exactly what this SSTO can do. But yeah, it's modeled after Skylon. Yep. And that was when I did an asteroid redirect with it. That's a redirect module. And then there's the shuttle stack. That was the first time I put the shuttle stack out. Do you know why they removed the SAS force indicator? I was watching old Scott Manley videos from a couple days ago and noticed that it used to show how much force it was applying. They may have changed the way that it applies torque, Woodbite. The SSTO you're making right now looks so much better though. That SSTO works better than your current one. Yeah, see guys, this is the reason why I didn't want to make an SSTO like this. Could we have sat there, grinded out science, unlocked this, and then just could have just taken Enterprise right into this save and just started yeeting payloads right up into space, no problem. The reason why I didn't do it is because it's honestly, it's too easy. It's too easy. Way too freaking easy. Hey, Oates, what's going on, man? It's just too easy. Like, I wanted to do something different. Yeah, Dubert, everybody does SSDOs that you could take off from the runway. I didn't want to do that. I really didn't. Even though it would have been probably more cost effective and we'd probably be flying more missions right now. I liked the challenge. I like the challenge of doing this. This is more fun for me. And, you know, I've done that before. I've done horizontal takeoff and landing. Guys, honestly, I built Enterprise in one stream. I built it in one stream. It literally worked on the first try. We tweaked its ascent profile and made it able to carry 18 tons into space. This is pre-robotics. I built a configurable, interchangeable payload bay where you could swap out different payloads. This payload right there, the asteroid redirect module, that payload was manually loaded into Enterprise. Manually. I had service vehicles for it. I had its own hangar. There's a reused stage back there. I had all the tow vehicles made. This is without any robotics. It's too easy, man. It's too simple. I fixed it, lowered all the wheel authorities. There you go. Hey, Hal, what's going on? Yeah, I did. It's too easy, Wheat. That's why I didn't do it. You've done some cool stuff in KSP. Thanks, man. I knew that if I brought Enterprise out, people would be enamored with it for about 5 minutes, and then they would get bored of it. And now, don't get me wrong. That might happen with the SSTO. The SSTO might make it, if we get this thing figured out, that might make it too easy as well. But at least you guys saw the process and you saw something new get made here. This is by far and away the biggest thing that I'm going to, like, in any time, even in my old mission mode save where we built crazy stuff. This thing is still going to be the single biggest thing that I've ever tried to bring back from space. Guys, this thing weighs as much as a Grissom. It's like for the older viewers, it would be like a Grissom that's able to come back down and land on a runway. That's what this is. The thing is 300 tons. That's heavy. That's heavier than a Grissom now that I'm thinking about it. Something like DCX would be pretty cool. Not sure about the application though. DCX could work. If we're going to do something like DCX, Pigzig, I'd prefer to do SERV. SERV is totally doable. You can make this in KSP, especially with hollow fairings. SERV is was a Chrysler. Yes, that Chrysler, like the car company. It was an SSTO, a single stage to orbit, that had a payload adapter on the front, so you could put a fairing on the top. But the entire center of it is a payload bay, and it's a stage. It's a first stage, but it's shaped like a capsule. SERV it's a first stage that would have been shaped like a capsule. So when it comes back down from orbit, it works like a capsule. Now, don't get me wrong, you wouldn't have been able to use parachutes with this thing. No way. So what Chrysler did was they came up with a deployable heat shield design. Basically, think the landing gear doors from the space shuttle. Similar to that, because it would have used some type of tile or some type of crazy thermal protection system down the bottom. And then the outer flaps of the heat shield actually open up like landing gear doors. They deploy the landing gear, and then there's a bunch of jet engines in there. There's a bunch of jet engines, and it VTOLs back down, like kind of like a Harrier almost. We could make that. I could make that in KSP. That's no problem. Even with the payload bay and the removable payload attachment fitting, yeah, we could make this. Easy. Yeah, that wouldn't have been bad at all. I was thinking about it. I was seriously contemplating building this. But I opted for the Venture Star instead because I missed my space shuttle. Whoa. Wow. That would have been cool. Yeah. And the cool... Yeah, okay, so I don't know what that drawing was of right there, but it looks like there may have been a concept to be able to put like upper stages on top of SERV and then use it as a first stage, which would be... That's actually a really good idea as well. Yeah. What about a cross between SERV and Falcon, where the jets are on the bottom of a stack? Why did you use liquid fuel engines for your space shuttle boosters instead of SRBs? There's no SRB big enough in the game, Ryan. There's no SRB big enough in the game to be able to move an orbiter and an external tank of this type. So I fooled Kerbal into it. I fooled Kerbal a little bit. If you notice, the external tank is made out of 4 2.5 meter tanks in 4 times symmetry, except they're not in 4 times symmetry. That tank is more complicated than you think because we don't have hydrogen and we don't have SRBs. So building an actual analog shuttle stack in KSP is a little bit more difficult than you might think. Look at the service structure. Service structure's wobbling back and forth. It's a little more difficult than you might think. There's an SLS. That's an SLS Block 1B. Yeah. I made it, and it works. It doesn't work anymore, though. The docking port system kind of screwed with it. So the tank on this, right? The top line here and the bottom line there of tanks feed the shuttle engines. And then these tanks are built in a way that they can't cross-feed to those tanks. So the left side tank feeds the booster, and the right side tank feeds the booster, and then there's liquid fuel tanks inside of the booster as well. To make liquid fuel boosters tail off like to make the liquid fuel boosters tail off like the SRBs actually do. The SRBs actually regress in thrust over time. They have what's called a regressive thrust curve. In reality, they've literally, in reality, how you get an SRB to throttle over time, they pack the grain physically different in each segment of the SRB, so it burns in a slightly different way to throttle the SRB down. It's all about combustion chamber surface area, which is variable with an SRB because the grain is forming the combustion chamber and you burn it off over time. Couldn't do that in KSP. We don't have an SRB that's big enough. Even the Clydesdale is not big enough. It's not a big enough booster to move this thing. Down here, I have 4 Mammoth engines, 4 Saturn V engines in each booster, one of these things. And they're all clipped into each other. And how I have this set up is that the boosters have a bunch of fuel tanks inside of them. The fuel tanks are not actually connected in series, one after the other. 2 of the fuel tanks in the booster are connected to one of the Mammoths. One of the fuel tanks in the booster is connected to another Mammoth. And then 2 more fuel tanks are connected to another Mammoth. And then I have 1 Mammoth that feeds from the external tank. That's the one that burns the longest. So as you're going up, each Mammoth runs out of fuel over time because it's only designed to pull fuel from certain tanks. And that gets the Mammoths to shut off over time, allowing me to basically independently throttle my shuttle motors independent of these. These throttle by themselves because they run out of fuel. So the shuttle motors, I can throttle back, right, and go through max Q, and the SRB, my SRBs tail off and thrust because right when we should have throttled back for maximum dynamic pressure, one of the boosters shut off. So you see a loss of thrust here, and these things throttle back to go through max Q, just like the real shuttle. I'm telling you, this thing is an analog, just like X-33. This is an analog for Venture Star. That's an analog for the shuttle. This is about as shuttle-y as you can get. The one difference that I did between this and the real one is this flies better than the actual shuttle. I made it so it flies, so you could basically get it back to the runway no matter what you did. I basically made it generate way more lift than what the shuttle should have generated, so the lift to drag is really good. It glides really, really well. It doesn't fly bad. It doesn't fly badly when you get down into the lower atmosphere. It flies okay. Isn't the mastodon, not mammoth, excuse me. I said mammoths. They're not mammoths. They're mastodons. They're these things right there. What the hell? Wait, what's the mammoth engine? Yeah, that. They're not that. I had 4 of those. Yeah, mammoth is the 4x4. They did that for the SLS pack that they released. It's a cool motor. I've never used it for anything though. I don't like it. I don't like that you can't like independently throttle engines and stuff. Yeah, it's too coarse of an implementation for me. Too coarse for me. But yeah, that's how this works. The shuttle, dude, I even mimicked fuel densities with the external tanks. So the external tank on my shuttles actually drain up. They don't drain down, they drain up. The reason is because the shuttle engines, the center of mass on the tank, no matter what fuel load it has, needs to be right where the shuttle engines are lined up. It needs to have what's called a linear center of mass. A linear center of mass shift between wet and dry mass. So the tank basically needs to have the center of mass in the same spot. And over time, depending on what payload is inside of the shuttle, the center of mass will move a certain distance, and it moves on a straight line, right? But if you have more payload in the shuttle's payload bay, that line that the center of mass will move actually shifts up because there's more payload in the shuttle's bay, so that line could shift a little bit high or shift a little bit low depending on what payload you're carrying. And that's the reason why the shuttle engines needed to be able to gimbal, to compensate for differential payload mass inside of the payload bay. You can load a school bus into the space shuttle's payload bay. You could load 25 tons of lead. You could load 25 tons of water, or what is that, 25,000 liters of water? You could load whatever inside of the shuttle in real life, and it would be able to take it into space because of how the center of mass, how the fuel drains inside of the external tank. Now, in real life, the external tank is just 2 fuel tanks. It's an oxidizer tank and a liquid fuel tank. Now, the shuttle engineers came up with the idea of putting the hydrogen tank out back and the LOX tank up in the front. The reason is because liquid oxygen can be stored at a much higher density than liquid hydrogen. If you tried to densify liquid hydrogen and put it in a fuel tank, you'd run into some pretty bad problems. The hydrogen will just leak out because it boils, and when liquid hydrogen boils and it becomes a gas, those gas molecules will literally go through aluminum. The aluminum is just a screen for it because hydrogen atoms are really, really tiny. They go right through it like a sieve. So the shuttle engineers came up with the idea of having the liquid oxygen tank up at the front because you could store LOX at a much higher density. So if the external tank is fully fueled and it was just fully fueled by itself, its center of mass would be right there. It's it's got a very forward center of mass bias. Very forward. That's why with my external tank, I made the fuel tanks drain upwards. So by the time my boosters separate, because these tanks are empty and these tanks are still full, my center of mass was right on that crossbar. That's the simplicity of the shuttle. It's just a rocket that's kind of tilted sideways a little bit. So when the shuttle separates its boosters, the center of mass of the tank finds right there, right? It ends up being right there, and look, the shuttle engines point right through it. It's not an accident. Grid fins might go away according to the meme lord. Indeed, grid fin designs clearly work, but do they maximize payload capacity? Good chance that they do not. Something with much more drag to reduce thermal velocity and SO reduce landing propellant might have better performance. Not sure. Potential future optimization. Basically make the booster fat. How did you make those boosters look like SRBs? Ryan, those are fairings? Fairings. Yep. The boosters are fairings. Even the nozzle on the SRBs. I made the nozzles look like the SRB nozzles. And it's one of the dark fairings with an open end. And then this is actually two fairings. So the base plate of the main SRB body fairing is down here. It's actually, you can actually see it. It's right there. See that? That's the fairing. And then I made it go out, and then I made it look like the SRB aft skirt, which houses the SRB's thrust vector control mechanism and power units and auxiliary power units. There's an APU built into the bottom of the SRB skirt in real life. And then the segments are just a fairing that goes up, and then I use the black and white fairing design to make it look like the real SRBs. And then up here, there's a nose cone fairing. I have another fairing up here, and then this fairing is closed on that fairing for the nose cone. The nose cone is removable. You can replace the separator. Or no, we didn't go with the removable separator motors. There's a liquid fuel motor up there that's used kind of as a separator device to get the boosters to pop off. And then my boosters use a Kraken Tech version of the actual shuttle separation mechanism. The shuttle separation mechanism in real life is, well, there's a bracket here, and the bracket has a hole in it, and the SRB has a pin. And the pin has a nut on the top, and then when the SRBs separate, the frangible nut just pops. And then the SRB just slips out of the pin. It slips out and backwards. So it slips backwards first, and then the separator motors fire, and then makes them go like this. It gets them out and away from the shuttle. You didn't want the SRBs getting near the wings, so they fall backwards first and then kind of out. Yeah, that shuttle stack's about as realistic as I could get a shuttle to be without mods. And once again, I made the shuttle fly okay. It doesn't fly as bad as the real shuttle. It's better, but it handles like the real shuttle in hypersonic. It handles exactly like the real one. It's just I made more of the wings out of wing parts, and they should be made out of panels. The entire bottom of the shuttle should be made out of panels, like Venture Star, like this thing. I should have done more of this with the shuttle. More lines of panels and more panels on the sides and panels on the top of the wings to get it to fly more like the real one. But I made this shuttle out of wings to compensate, to give it better cross-range capability because Kerbal is smaller than Earth. So if I made it out of panels and made it fly like the real one, it wouldn't have good cross-range capability. I tried to find a little bit more of a medium with this. Cross-range capability is basically the ability to steer in, to basically fly during re-entry and turn during re-entry to be able to find the runway. The shuttle is one of my greatest things. That's one of the greatest things we've ever made. And then because I made the shuttle, I used that exact same technology to make bigger boosters and an extended core stage, and we made SLS, right? I had SLS engineers help me with the design for the engine section to make it look like the real engine section. And I made this a couple of years ago, before we even saw SLS flight hardware. Those guys still watch the stream. Hi guys, thank you for your help. And this is me launching an SLS with a Saturn V second and third stage on top of it. Yeah, that's not an S4B. That's an S2, an S4, a lander, and a capsule. Because, yeah, overkill. Launch table is flying. I can't believe they put the table on there. There's our Antares prototype. And then... Oh boy, who knows what this is? Why is the ET like that? To store more fuel? What do you mean, ET like what? Which, are you talking about mine or NASA's? Speaking of cross range, will we get to see polar once around missions with Jebstar? Jebstar might have enough to do it, Phil. It might have enough Delta V to do a once around, yeah. It's possible. It has the Delta V to go polar. I know that. For your shuttle. It's distributing the fuel in a way to make up for the fact that I can't mimic fuel density, Funky Flex, in KSP. In reality, liquid fuel and oxidizer are stored at different densities. Liquid hydrogen, you have to store at a low density, low pressure. Liquid oxygen, you can store it at a much higher pressure and densify the thing. Like what SpaceX did with liquid oxygen. Is that a Supra? This is the shuttle pad. I started working on the shuttle's pad. And then I redid Condor's gantry crane. Target, maximum firepower. How long did it take me to make that shuttle? Six months to do all the testing, and then they changed around how stuff docks together and broke the entire project, and I was like, I would have had to have changed too much stuff to be able to fix it. So I just said, screw it. There's Condor 9, and there's its landing legs. Space News? Oh, yeah. Falling behind again, man. Give me a second. Let me work on the rest of the aligners here. Dude, yeah, I did work. I did work on that. Dude, the thing is that taught me so much. It taught me so much about how pads work and how GSE comes together, like ground service equipment, how they actually go about making it, why they need to make it the way that they do. And that's part of the reason why I give such good analysis on Starship and how its pad works. Because now, I don't have first-hand experience, and I'm not saying that Kerbal is an analog for like real-life industry experience. However, this does give you a good idea about the mentality that you get into when you're building launch pads, and it's a tough game to play. It is. Would you ever make another shuttle? You're looking at one. Have you been to the San Diego Air and Space Museum? No. I've been to the Midway multiple times. I don't know how well we're going to get away with pushing on the thermal protection system like this. There's really no place to push up on this thing except for that right there, which is designed to do that. See how that panel is all strutted into place? They have an RL-10 on display. Cool. That's cool, man. This might work. Ever been to a Turkish prison, public? Alright, so let me put this on a CAL controller just like I did with the other one. We need a new CAL controller, and then I need alignment. Yeah, okay, I did spell that right. Alignment risers. Sure, we'll call it that. That's fine. Have you? No. Okay, so I need to add We need to go into here. Get rid of the air brakes from the braking tab. We don't need that. Okay, so go down to alignment risers. Take this, and what are we setting? The authority limiter. So we need to raise the... We need to raise these first. We'll have this set to about 30 seconds. And then... let me go halfway through here. Go to 15 seconds. Not 150. 15. And then these need to be set to basically full deploy. Maybe not full deploy. No, we're not done. This is number 50, and then that needs to be set to 50. Copy, paste that up there. So these air brakes in the first part here should deploy for alignment. These ones need to move just a little bit. We don't want them pushing that much. Yeah, they got to move out just a teeny bit. Just enough to get the thing aligned. There we go. And then after that, we got to go back over here, and then I got to go to my riser gear. I tried to put all the air brakes more or less equidistant from the center of mass of the vehicle. The center of mass of the vehicle is right here, so the air brakes should push up. So now it will be aligned, but will still be low. So we got to push it up to be able to dock the thing. So these brakes basically we need to plot in a point at 15. Right? And then we need to basically go up here, and we need to set those to 50, like this. And then we need to set these to the deployed position. Disable yaw. We don't need yaw control there. Did you end up adding extra gear? I haven't added extra gear thus far, Lewis. I have a leveling gear up at the front. And then Jet Truck has another jet engine on it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this up here to more or less the position that it's going to be when it's level, and we have to compensate for some sag. There's going to be a little bit of sag here, so just a little bit, because parts will bend and flex. So I just want that to go slightly in. So that curve for that brake should be fine. And then let's just go back and we'll play the controller here. So the first thing that's going to happen is these things will raise to align the thing. I mean, this is basically a copy of what I did with the smaller SSTO. I don't know if it's going to work because these brakes I mean, they're strong, but I don't know if they're strong enough to move this around. I might need to put some kind of bumper in here for these things to touch up against. And that should get us aligned. Okay, save it. Let's get rid of the prototype. And there is the alignment mechanism. So many typical Florida moments in these two photos. See the tree that's getting struck by lightning. Oh, huh. Yeah. Great pictures of Starliner, though. Alright. So, do you guys want to do the alignment test now, or do you want to do it on the other side of Space News? You tell me. We really should probably do it now. Yeah, I think we should do this now, and we're gonna do a small Space News. Now, please, got it? Yeah, I think that's the right move. We are in concurrence. OFT2 is Tuesday, the 3rd, Illness. I think that's the 3rd. Yes, it is the 3rd. There's not really much Space News, to be honest with you. There isn't much. I might just power through. It's really up to you guys. Especially because it's a deadline day. But yeah, this is 7:31. Like, is there anything big? Anyone? If there's nothing big, I might just keep going. Yeah, there's a lot of Elon tweets about Starship. That's right. That is something I guess we should cover. And I haven't done any kind of deep dives into Starship anytime this week, so we're gonna do the tests, and then maybe we'll take like an hour or something to talk about Starship. But honestly, and no, I'm not just saying this like, oh, you always say that. Honestly, it would only be for an hour, guys. I really, really want to hit this deadline. The reason why I want to hit this deadline, the reason why I'm so, like, adamant about it, is because I said, you guys extended me for an extra week. And I said that if I had that week, the reason why I was extended an extra week on this deadline is because the new version of Kerbal came out, and it broke the way I build the things in mission mode. And I said that if I had another week, I would get this flying. So, I want it to fly. You just have 2 Space Newses today. Okay. Yeah, the launch table was lifted. Yeah, if you guys just want to talk about it while we're building, that's fine. SpaceX is going at, well, in Elon's words, they're going at warp 9. I've never seen a pad come together that quickly. They are really, really doing work on that launch table. Huh. Maybe... Yeah, I thought authority limiter was... Well, no, it's got to be deploy angle. I set it to the wrong thing. Okay. So let's go in here and set deploy angle. Actually, hold on, I screwed it up. We got to remove all these. I got to make sure that I set the right ones first. So deploy angle, and they're in symmetry, so we only need to do that like that. Deploy angle, go here, plus in a point, set it to 15, and then set the value to 40. Or no, it was 50. It was 50. We're not done. This is number 50. And then set that to 0. That's strange. Ramp because it was easier to make for now, Panja. If there's a better solution, we'll figure it out during integration. Yeah, I guess you can do that. I guess it has a min value of minus 100. That's good. Okay, let's just do that, and then we'll go 50 like that, and then we'll set that one to 50, and yeah. It's good. We can get air brakes to move like 180 degrees. Something's jiggling around on the pad, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, I gotta fix that alignment problem. Copy that curve, paste that curve. You know what? I noticed that the pad is jiggling around a little bit. You see the camera? I know why, and I'm gonna fix it right now. So let's just take the pad back. I know that SRB exhaust is toxic for humans to breathe, but it is considered a greenhouse gas. I don't know if it's a greenhouse gas for sure, but I can tell you, yeah, it's probably not doing the atmosphere any favors. I've never seen those do that before. Yeah, me neither. Are you live on Tuesday? Kyron, I switched my schedule. I take Mondays off now because everyone kept scheduling rocket launches on Tuesdays. And literally within the second week of me, within the freaking second week of me adapting my new schedule, a launch got pushed to a Tuesday. Yeah, if anything, I'm going to either take Mondays off or truck stream on Mondays now. It's going to be either one. Now I gotta go in here, deploy, deploy. Plus in a point at 15. and then set the second point to 50. And then we can copy that curve and paste it, and paste it. All right, cool. The next thing that I need to do, there's a slight alignment problem between some of these pieces. So take a look. I'll show you. The monopropellant tanks, when they're absolute snapped, the bottom of this doesn't line up with these when they're absolute snapped. So I'll show you. I figured this out last night, but I didn't fix it because I was like, I'm too tired and I'll probably make a mistake. So watch. If I absolute snap this thing, or if we just snap that I-beam, right, and we line up the bottom of the I-beam with the bottom of the tank right there, more or less, it's close. We can get it. We can dial it in more if we want. There. See that? We're parallel. Now take another I-beam, right, and do the same thing with this right here. And then take an I-beam and turn it like this. Look. See that right there? That difference? That's why the pad hops. That's the reason. How long until space news? I don't know. Alleviate, I want to do this. I said I would do these fit checks before space news, so it's on the other. We're going to do one more test here to make sure I can dock the SSTO to the pad correctly. And then we'll try to turn it vertical, and then we'll do space news after that if we're going to. I might power through today, dude. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so how we fix that problem is this. See, now those are aligned correctly. And, yeah. And now, see, we have to do the same thing. And doing the same thing means taking this and just... Why is it going to take almost 2 years between Artemis 1 and 2, but only 1 year between Artemis 2 and 3? Because the way NASA likes to engineer it is slow and steady. Basically, Ryan. That's the way they have their engineering program set up, is slow and steady. Remember, it's not just one end-all, be-all way to test everything. You know? Like, NASA tests differently than SpaceX. Hey, Tyler, thanks for the host, man. You guys know my buddy Tyler Raz? Another old school Kerbal streamer. Tyler, what were you up to, buddy? Yeah, Dish. Yeah, NASA, the way NASA does things is different than SpaceX, dude. They take their time. So an SLS launch more often as we get further into the program, Ryan, SLS flights should happen more frequently, yes. NASA likes to slowly ramp up. As Dish said, after that first flight, dude, they're gonna basically... It'll take a long time. They're going to review all the data from every single sensor that they have on that thing, and it has thousands of sensors on it. They're gonna review everything. So they have an idea. So Ryan, basically, this is how NASA's doing their testing. They do all the math out first. Everything is done out first. Everything. No mental stone unturned. Every single facet of the rocket, that they think they need to test and they think they need to quantify is quantified with math. So they use math to figure out how the rocket's going to fly. And then they test that math against the guidance computers and stuff, and they do testing of crumpling stages and everything and make sure that their ground testing matches up with their original math. And then, after that, they'll launch the thing. And then they'll launch the thing and they'll get the telemetry from that, the data from the launch, what the vehicle did during flight, and they'll match that against their original data, the original math. They'll match what happened with the vehicle to what they thought was going to happen in the vehicle. If you did all your testing correctly, there should be no surprises during testing. It's like, how I like to describe it is that NASA basically does all their homework on a Friday night. They do all their homework on a Friday night. They get it out of the way. They're nerds because they're NASA. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's not nerds. It's not like no nerds work at SpaceX or anything, right? But a better analogy would be saying that a better analogy, I guess, could be how would we say it? A better analogy would be like when you take a final test at school. You shouldn't learn anything during a final test. If you're learning new things while you're taking a final for a class, you did something wrong. That's how NASA tests things. So it's going to take them it's going to take them a little while to go over all the data from Artemis 1 because there's going to be a lot. SpaceX, on the other hand, is frick around and find out. They launch something and they observe the result. It's much more iterative testing, and that allows them to go faster. But that kind of testing is expensive. But SpaceX can afford it. I mean, technically, so could NASA. NASA could do that. They could test like that. They tested like that in the 60s with the Saturn V. They didn't fly a Saturn V first, or a second stage, or a third stage. When the Saturn V was ready to go, they put a Saturn V on the launch pad and hit the go button. And it made it into space, which is just insane. That is an insane way to do things. But NASA can go fast. It's not politically beneficial to really do that way. Seriously, if an SLS blows up, or God forbid Artemis 1 fails, it would suck. That would be terrible. But if it did, how many people would be like, oh, we should cancel the program because it didn't work, not fully understanding how rocket science is very difficult, right? So NASA really can't afford a failure. They really can't. I mean, look at how quickly yesterday they were to say after the space station started doing literal flips. Oh, the astronauts weren't in danger. Everything's fine. They can't be seen failing, even though failing is a part of the scientific process. But we're so failure adverse nowadays. We're so afraid of failure that it's become part of a social kind of thing that humans have, that we don't like failure. We're afraid of failure. We're afraid to try stuff. And, social behavior is more of a political thing. That's why politics doesn't make any sense, because it's sociology. It's not supposed to make sense because humans are weird, right? So you can't be seen failing, even though that's part of the process. That's why NASA goes slow. So think about that next time you see somebody say, oh, SLS, they go so slow, NASA sucks, they don't know what they're doing. Yeah, okay. Ryan, I guarantee you, guaranteed, when Artemis 1 goes off later this year, because it will. When Artemis 1 goes off later this year, all these naysayers, all these doubters are going to be like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Oh my goodness, I love SLS. I never doubted it for a second. And you know what? Ryan, when that happens, I'm going to laugh hysterically. It's going to be really funny, because I'll show you what people said previously and what they're saying now. And it's literally 180. It's going to be funny. I can see it coming from a mile away. So, yeah. SpaceX just goes faster, dude. They like to go faster. That's how they test things. They put it on the pad, see if it works. If it doesn't work, all right, figure out why it doesn't work, and then build another one that does work. It's called iterative testing. It's very, very fly by the seat of your pants, but that's not a bad way to do things either. Iterative testing like that, rapid implementation, comes from software engineering. Yeah, NASA is using more of an old school aerospace engineering kind of mentality, where you figure out everything that you can about that rocket, and then when you go to launch it, you know, make sure that the rocket is doing exactly what you thought it would. What's that dish? SpaceX does essentially what's destructive testing. They have the luxury of doing it because it's privately funded. NASA does as much non-destructive testing as they can because they need to be a little bit more frugal with public funds. Yeah. Yeah. I always thought going back to the moon was cool. Your dad got to see the last time they went, and he will get to see it again. We shouldn't have stopped going in the first place, Ryan. That was really stupid. That was a really bad idea. I mean, I have the benefit of hindsight, so... But even then, like Von Braun, for instance, when they talked about canceling Apollo, he thought it was... that he's like, wait, we just spent billions of dollars getting this thing working. Surely it's not going to cost billions of dollars to keep this program going. I would know. I invented the damn thing. It's not going to cost billions of dollars to keep this thing going, to keep the Apollo program going, because operating a rocket is much easier than developing one. Building one is the hard part. Flying one, not so much. There's operations costs and stuff, but operations are 30-40%. We figured that out from the Europa Clipper SLS fiasco that happened the other day. They could have halved NASA's budget. Heck, honestly, if they just didn't develop the space shuttle and use that money to keep Apollo going and fly Saturn V like maybe twice a year, and then fly Saturn 1Bs 5 to 6 times a year, yeah, we could have done that for the same amount of money. Oh yeah, no problem. I'm serious. The money that we used to develop the space shuttle, we should have just used to keep Apollo going, and we would have a base on Mars by now, easily. How goes testing? It's good, Hellfish. I ran into some alignment problems, but I put an aligning mechanism with brakes on the top of the pad, just like the small one, and I also noticed that some of these they're not all, like, some of the pillars were lower than others. So I'm just making sure that everything is aligned correctly. And now I have to do it with the launch plate. See how we're selecting part of the I-beam, but we're not, it's not highlighting? Where it highlights is where the collider starts. So this needs to just go up just a smidge. Just a skosh. Okay, that is aligned with the collider. And is that aligned with the... Oh, boy. Misalignment. Damn it. Yeah. If NASA just kept going with iterative upgrades over time with the Saturn V. Dude, they were already doing that, man. The Saturn V went through 2 huge iterative upgrades throughout the Apollo program. Look at what Apollo 17 carried to the moon versus Apollo 11. Apollo 17 carried an extended duration Block 2 lander that had a moon rover attached to the side, man. It had the lunar reconnaissance vehicle attached to it. Apollo 11 just barely had enough to get Neil and Buzz and the lander there and enough life support for them to be on the surface for maybe 20 hours at best. Gene Cernan and Jack Schmitt spent 3 days on the moon. 3 days. They did tons of EVAs out on the moon. They drove the rover like 3 or 4 miles away from the landing site and back. That was just in the lifetime that the Saturn V flew. Saturn V first flew in what, 1968? And it stopped flying in 1973? And that was just from those tests, man. The Saturn V, if we were still flying it today, oh my goodness, it would be insane. It would be crazier than SLS, easily. Who stopped the Apollo program and started the space shuttle program? Nixon. Richard Nixon. The president from 1968 to 1973. But there were other reasons. A space program never just goes out and gets canceled. Okay? That nobody ever just gets into office and says, I hate the space program, I'm going to get rid of it. Well, maybe Nixon did. Maybe some others did too, but never mind. The U.S. was not doing very well in the early 70s. The oil crisis was killing us. It killed us. We had our whole infrastructure set up for oil, and then OPEC said no. Middle Eastern oil producing companies said no, and they hamstringed us on oil because I guess we were jerks to them about whatever. I forget the reason. And then we were spending billions of dollars on Vietnam, and yeah, that ended well. So yeah, that they cited fiscal responsibility as the reason why they got rid of it, which is hilarious because anybody that tries to convince me that canceling a space program, especially after the vehicle is operational and flying, canceling a space program under the guise of being fiscally conservative is an idiot. That's the opposite of being fiscally conservative. That's like buying a Ferrari, paying exorbitant amounts of money to buy a Ferrari, and then putting it in your garage and saying, I don't want to use this anymore because it gets bad gas mileage, and they're just leaving it there. Who really wasted money? Who's being fiscally responsible? That's not fiscal responsibility at all. You bought the damn Ferrari. Drive it. Driving it is much cheaper than buying the damn thing. You might as well. It's a Ferrari. At least enjoy it. I mean, it'll probably catch on fire, but then again, rockets catch on fire too, so it's okay. Who's being responsible? The guy next door with the Subaru. Soyuz. Yeah, funny how that works, huh? See last, please. I would almost bet money the Saturn V would have turned into a 2-stage vehicle. It was a 2-stage vehicle. The third stage, the lander and the CSM, were just payload. It is a 2-stage vehicle. Anything above the S2 on the Saturn V gets into orbit. But anyway. Hokey, you didn't do that right. But yeah, I mean, we shouldn't have canceled Apollo. The amount of money it took to develop the shuttle, badly, because it was underfunded. We could have just kept flying Apollo on like a scaled back program. That would have been a much better thing to do. Yeah, it would have been a lot cooler. And then we could have developed the shuttle for the Saturn V. That's what Von Braun wanted to do. Von Braun wanted to make the Saturn V reusable eventually. Von Braun's original idea for the Saturn V was reusable. That was the whole point. It was a space shuttle on top of a Saturn V. Kind of almost like Starship, but this thing would have been a horizontal landing vehicle. Yeah, I mean, he talked all about it. He had segments on the Disney Channel, on the Disney Hour, about his rocket, about what we could do if we funded our rocket program. And then Kennedy funded the rocket program, and he made the Saturn V instead. And I guarantee you, dude, that guy, I get it. He's a jerk. I get it. You know, people don't like him. He's one hell of a rocket engineer, man. His project management skills are insane. He oversaw the development of every rocket that you see on that screen, some of them at the same time. Well, except for that one right there. That's Mercury Atlas. He had nothing to do with that. He developed the Saturn 1B and the Saturn V at the same time. He was the chief engineer. Like Elon is the chief engineer of Starship. What Von Braun did would be like Elon making Falcon 9 and Starship at the same time. I've talked to guys that worked with him at Space Fest. I've talked to people that worked with him. They called him the leader in German. Yeah, they called him leader in German. That translates to, yeah. Mm-hmm. So is the SLS a one stage to orbit? No, it drops the SRBs, and the core stage makes it into space. Anything that's above the core stage on the SLS is payload. Yeah, that's how that's how much of a project manager that guy was. And don't get me wrong, you know, the guy isn't without his flaws, but I will say he's one hell of an engineer. Yeah, no, serious. That's what they called him. I have that right from people that worked with him on Mercury Redstone. I've interviewed some of them at Space Fest. I'm not going to say anything because I know you would not like it. I appreciate that. Okay. Alright, so I aligned the fuel tanks, we aligned the side pieces. We aligned that one. I don't think that's in a positive light to call someone that. Guys, times were different back then. You have to understand that. Times were different back then. They're just kidding around. It's just a joke. I understand that's not how we do things nowadays. I get that. That's cool. That's fine. But there was a time where you could call somebody that and they wouldn't freak out because they knew you were kidding. But in this day and age, you can't be sure if someone's kidding. I understand. I get it. But different times, dudes. Different times. Different times. All right, how am I gonna solve that problem? Hey, I'm good, Ismic. How are you? Use 2 small I-beams? Yeah. So, Zubaski, these are the posts that hold up the launch box. So the launch box is what's touching the ground here, and it has to be coplanar with the root part. But if I go moving around this stuff, we're gonna knock a bunch of struts out of alignment here. I mean, we could just leave it, but this being off, even if it's off by a couple mil right there, I mean, that's the difference that we're talking about. But that being off can cause the pad to jump, which is... But then again, it might be good to have that preload there because of how much weight this thing is going to hold up. So you know what? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave that like that, and we'll see what it does. I'm going to leave it, and I'm just, Zubaski, I'm going to try to account for the fact that because the launch box is going to be holding up so much weight that it will compress a little bit and will align. I hope. It should. That should be what happens. So, all right, let's do this, dudes. I thought you called it the lunch box. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I know. That's why it's funny. Hang on, here, ready? Flags are physicsless parts, so they're not... It's not gonna be... It's not gonna be that much of a hit on performance here. Yeah, launch. Yeah, exactly, man. Flag got stuck in there. Come on, come forward. We're sticker bombing my launch box. Okay, so remove from symmetry, remove from symmetry, remove from symmetry. And then set flag L A C O U C H? Correct! I am the smartest man alive! Perfect. Brand. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, you know what? We'll keep it with the... We'll keep it with the, Oh, nice. Yeah, to put it... Now it looks like safe... Now it looks like parking... It's parking cone orange. Launch box. Oh my god. Something launch box. Something complete. Alright, let's do this, guys. See, beep, beep. Oh my god. I love that channel shatter. That's my favorite. Still funny, dude. Even after all these years, it's still funny. My brand, gotta have the branding, gotta tell you what kind of logo we have. Who owns this pad? I don't know. Did you put a cookie in my lunchbox? Sure. Best in class, best in show. I blackened out my taillights so they work worse. I'm blacking out my taillights. Okay, so we have our aligners. I aligned all the plates to be more or less exact. And before Elon puts a sign on the orbital launch table. Branding. This is my lunchbox. You can't get near it. Brand. The spacing, the fact that the spacing is different is annoying, but I can't put this flag up here because it's going to collide with the SSTO, so I'm just going to get rid of it. It's just the launch box. Alright. Let's do this. How many refueling trucks will it take to refuel this pad? Don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. I seriously have no idea. Yes? It's gonna take a lot. I'm gonna need a bigger fueling truck, Ryan, that's for sure. How many parts did this end up being? Oh, just under 1,000. Good. Good. Oh, that's cool. Shadow was at Oshkosh? Ah, yeah. I had a sweet $6 million man lunchbox. Showing your age. Nice. Shatter, Mr. Regular ruined. Here's my toy car, here's my real car. Like, I used to think it was cool that people would have models. And I still kind of do. But I was like, oh, that's cool. They have a model of their car right there. That's cool that they made a model of this exact car. Now, every time I see, here's my toy car, here's my real car, here's my toy car. Look at it, it's just like the same thing. I'm like, oh, damn it. Why did Brian have to ruin that, dude? I thought that was cool. All right, so this thing should not jump. Yeah, the only thing that jumped was the launch box, just a little bit. But the front of the pad shouldn't jump like it did before. Nope. Doesn't jump. Cool. Excellent. Good. Great. Grand. Wonderful. The hell? What's causing that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, T-Man, we should. Alright, so the TE main, LT main, play it. These should be locked out. Okay, cool. It's only jumping around because this thing is being pushed into the ground by the rest of the launch pad. Yes, we can see it, drummer. Oh, it looks like that doesn't really make that much of a difference. I might need to just move the hinges. So it looks like the TE is down a little bit. Oh, frick. I do have to move the hinges a little bit. So the good news is that I can get around that offset by moving the hinges around. But the bad news is if I move the hinges around, they're not going to be aligned anymore. Damn it. I might just move the strong back independently. Nice, or not. Yeah, that's funny. Sorry, you don't want to move something this heavy that quickly. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Clink. Let me bring up my alignment indicator just to see. Okay, we're less than 1/10 of a degree off, or well, less. Yeah, that's fine. That'll be okay for alignment. You submitted it to RCR to see if it ever happens. The small SSTO can carry Kerbals, Ryan. Yeah, it can do it. We tested that. I didn't put Kerbals on it, but I put the crew tank on it, and it made the I got the crew tank up into space and back. The SSTO that I flew up into space and back is sitting over there. I put it over there. It's just in storage. I want to try and make an adapter for this pad so I could launch the small one off of this as well, which I thought would be really neat. Okay. The alignment systems are... Okay, alignment systems are working correctly. Alright, let's get the big boy out. It's not going to be in a museum, Green. Yeah, it belongs in a museum. No, I ain't putting it there. I'm gonna bring it back, and I want to fly it. Can you use the roboticins to just be a passive piece, or does it need to power and actively turn? Those hinges on Mine Senshai are not powered. It's all the hydraulics. The hydraulics are moving it. They're all passive. Every single hinge on that thing is passive. None of them are powered. So if this integration works, do we start flight testing or straight orbital? Orbital. I know how it flies. It should fly exactly the same as the other one. I should know exactly what to expect. Finally got your first... Yeah, Aeronaut, hey. Yeah, just... You gotta have vitamins and stuff, dude. Seriously, drink vitamin C. Like, you know, same thing. Just in case this gets taken out of context, it is like it, but it's not the same. It's like a flu shot, but not. It's different. I understand that it's different. Yes, I've read about this. I read way too much. I know it's different, but yeah, just get some vitamin C and get some vitamins, dude. Just drink orange juice. Drink OJ, man. Yeah. It's gonna knock you for a couple of days, but yeah, if you drink some OJ, you'll bounce back pretty good. What joystick are you using? A Logitech 3D Extreme 3D Pro. Where is my prototype? Where's the Pathfinder craft file? OJ_SA. OJ? Wait, I like Broncos. That's not good. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not. Chat, shh. Just shut up. Just shut up. Alright, dudes. Let's get her done. I mean Florida water, yes. Mm-hmm. Do you experience joystick drift or extreme dead zone issues? No. Don't. If you are really tough with the dang joystick, Senshai, and you pull it and push it and you beat the trash out of it, yeah. But I'm very, very smooth in my adjustments with the joystick, dude. Watch when I fly. You'll see the pitch indicators and stuff. I don't ever yank the joystick in one direction. Because the more you do that, the more you're putting the springs through load cycles to center it, and you'll wear the springs out over time. Yeah, there you go, Banana Time. Mm-hmm. There's ways to make it not make you feel like trash. That's what I've been reading about that stuff. It's super interesting, man. But Banana Time, you know what I've realized? Like, I've been reading so much about this stuff and like how like I've been reading about vascular systems, right? Because COVID, right? Dude, holy crap. I thought aerospace engineering was a rabbit hole. Medical engineering and medical biology is nuts. Absolutely, like, that's on another level of complicated. And maybe it's just because I don't have any experience with it, but oh my gosh, that's on another level of complicated, man. I just straight up slept for 24 hours, yeah. Anyway. Dude, yeah, no, Access, it gets complicated, man. It gets really complicated. Like, and all it's doing is just making me respect how, like, human hearts work even more. It's truly, like, how your immune system works, oh my goodness, that is, wow. We would be really screwed without that. Like, really, really screwed. Like, it made me, you know, reading about, you know, all that stuff made me really, really respect the medical industry a lot more. There's a reason why they go to school for 7 years, you know? Yeah, it's much more complicated than a spaceship. Yeah, right? Exactly. It's way more complicated. I'm like, wow. I have no idea what they're saying. I don't know what any of this means. Okay. Yeah, yeah. T-Cells the MVP. T-Cells are insane.com. Literally eat. They literally eat the virus and die. It's like, what? T-Cells are the most metal thing ever. Okay, now I see and understand the scale of this craft. There's a reason why I'm taking my time with it, Melon. It's a biggin'. I just noticed the size of it by seeing it on the pad. How many more years do you think Hubble has? I don't know. Hard to say. I mean, guys, this SSTO, I was thinking about it when I was going to sleep last night. This SSTO is... It's something that I didn't know that I wanted to do until we actually went and did it. Because how I was thinking about this was, you know, with a two-stage rocket like Condor, you know, partially reusable would be something that, you know, we knew from Condor that it's something that it's pretty easy to implement, or more or less. I mean, it was the only reason it was easy is because we worked on it a lot, but... But SSTOs, I mean, guys, you saw what I was able to build with Collins in the old mission mode saves. This can do exactly that, and it's 100% reusable. I didn't really realize that I wanted something fully reusable until we went and actually did it. And I'm like, yep, guys, this is Collins. I could build Crippen Station again with this thing. I could build space stations. This thing can make space stations, no problem. It can do everything that... This thing will have the capability to do everything that my shuttle could do. And more. In fact, its aeroshell is based off of my shuttle systems. Why is it naked like that? Woodbite, because it's better to test with a hollowed out prototype with all the expensive bits taken off. That's right, Apollo. Yep. No... Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I've worked on stuff in the past, Dish, but that was just like kind of a fun side project. I never ended up using anything like that in mission mode before. This thing is like, it's real end game architecture, man. That's why I'm putting so much time and effort into it, because we could literally go back to playing mission mode like we used to play mission mode in like 2015, 2016, right? Where I would just, you know, like do one launch a night and build missions and have entire series on building space stations and transfer vehicles and stuff. I always wanted to show what the shuttle could do. That's why I played that way. Because the shuttle still, everybody's out of the death trap because I read a thing on Twitter once. Yeah, this thing will be able to do all that and then some if we get this right. It just wasn't ready at the time. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, just going back to it, I didn't really realize that I wanted to do this until now, until we built one. And, like, I'm not trying to say that other things that we've done in the past didn't make me smile, but every time I see, even the prototype SSTO, every time I see this thing out, and I see you guys flying it around and stuff, I'm like, wow, I'm pretty damn proud of it. Yeah, I put the science missions kind of on hold. This is Super Jet Truck. I stopped doing any other missions except keeping the missions and space stations that we have up there working. I stopped doing those to basically concentrate everything into this. This is so dumb. You got a better solution, Strains? I'd like to hear it. Better solution for literally 20 parts. Like, don't get me wrong, I really would have liked to have made a rover that could just not, you know, do this. Like, I would have liked to have made not a tracked vehicle, but some type of vehicle where we wouldn't have to use jet engines to push it up. And maybe we will down the road as an upgrade or something. But, yeah, that would have been nice. go. Guys, this could result in an explosion. This could blow up the pad.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. In the pipe. Wish me luck. Yeah, it is core. Oh, not on the jet truck, I don't think. I think the wheels are set to SVI, but I don't think these are set to SVI. Actually, honestly, that shouldn't really make that much of a difference. We might have to turn it on before we undock the jet truck, or else it's going to crumple the wheels, but it really shouldn't be a problem. Okay, these ones need to go further. Don't get me wrong, it's okay that it's pushing up against it, that's fine. Alright, let's go in here. Let's check for alignment. I mean, obviously, the alignment on the prototype should be facing, it should be 270. 269.9. Okay. All right. .270. So the forward aligner brakes need to be set to 270. So, all right, that's just something to note. I actually need to switch vehicles and go into the cal controller, and I need to adjust that just so I know. I don't know which one of these is the forward air brakes, but I'll set, what do we have them set to? 79. Okay, so all right, copy that curve, paste that curve there. .269.8. Yeah, I took it out of alignment for a second. These ones are the back brakes. Should these go any further than 50? No, 50 is okay. Oops, one of the air brakes got stuck. Not good, not good. Come on, stuck. Thank you. Reset the cal controller. I'm set to the wrong vehicle. We gotta switch back over. 269. The pad is set to 2698, so we are coplanar. Pad is set to pitch 1, and we're set to pitch -1. Okay. Alright, we should have the two docking ports in the back aligned. This is a big moment. We have to really be careful here. Alright. Okay, let's start raising it. Start raising the SSTO. It could explode. It might. It's possible. If it explodes, we're going to be out about 500 grand. But if we align everything correctly, it should be fine. I mean, how much do I have right now? Yeah, it cost about 500 to get this thing out here. The pad and the SSTO. Nope. It's no good. These ones are getting stuck. The back air brakes need to be rotated. They need to be rotated 180 degrees. Yeah, see, and we can't have that happen either. See, that's what I mean about pushing on parts that aren't structural. We're pushing on the thermal protection system, which is not ideal. Basically what we got to do is do this slowly. Yep. No good. We broke the jet truck. Those need to be rotated, because what they did was they pushed this thing up and then they got wedged in between those wings. No good. That's a fail. But hey, whatever. We're figuring it out. Gotta do it again. Does it make more sense for super heavy good fins to be extended during ascent than rotated 90 degrees? Yeah, if you rotate them 90 degrees, they're gonna create crazy drag. At least when they're rotated like that, air can just go through them. They're gonna create drag, Jazzos, either way, but SpaceX can't really afford to do either. Like, maybe Elon said maybe they should take the grid fins off completely in a Twitter post a second ago. Oh, more than 500. More like 800. Yeah, stop doing that. I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Yeah, I know. I forgot I have something to ask you. Don't let me forget again when you take a break. Okay. Alright, so we gotta go into the pad first. And these air brakes need to be turned around. But I'll tell you, they really did not like pushing up on the wings. This is horrible. Hopefully not too many cars got messed up. Oh, that sucks. Pushing up on landing gear is not a good idea. You don't try to raise something by pushing on a spring. That's not what. Yeah, that's a bad idea, Lewis. Yeah, not a good idea. I mean, it could work. You can do that in real life. KSP, yeah, pushing up on landing gear causes Kraken strikes, dude. I know, because that's how we made the Kraken drive work, by pushing on landing gear. Maybe robotic parts with grip pads on them? Yeah, maybe. Okay, so there was some things with the Cal controller that we needed to change. These should be set to not minus 100, they should be set to 0. Okay. So the alignment brakes worked. We got the thing to align, and we got it to align really well. It's just the risers didn't really do what we wanted them to do. And then I think we made it so these ones have to go to 79 or something. We'll try 6, I don't know, let's just do what we saw during testing, 79. Copy that curve, that's the other brake that's placed in symmetry, there we go. Alright, save that. How's the pad testing going? It's going good. We're not necessarily failing in our tests here, but it's like, I put the thing out and I put the SSTO out, and every time we do that, I get a step closer towards putting the whole thing together. And right now, I'm like literally one or two steps away from getting this thing completely figured out. Yeah, that's about where we're at, give or take. Another thing that I needed to fix here is this. This needs to be... crap. Hold on. There. The whole TE needs to move up just a slight bit. Because we had some alignment problems with the pad. But the same vessel collision is bending the transporter erector because the hinge is trying to, yeah. Okay, so we gotta just... We gotta do that. No. Yeah. That should hold... That should hold this whole thing up. Okay, and that still leaves our launch box a little preloaded, but that's all right. That's fine. You know what? I was thinking maybe push these back a little bit, but all right. I think we're okay. Would hydraulics with the small panels on them work? I mean, maybe, Panta, because those apply an upward force, but you know good and well that those would drift over time. That's why I wanted to use the air brakes. It reduces complexity. I already figured that one out, Wend. Yeah. Alright, let's go. I want to get this integration. I want to get this figured out. I want to get the prototype vertical on the pad. And then we can do Space News. because we need to test fly this. And the deadline is tonight, guys, so I might just keep going. If you're going through hell, just keep going. Switch editors. Honestly, the pad is my one like outstanding thing. That's the one thing that I'm like about. I'm worried about docking a big SSTO to the even bigger pad. Denver Pig. What's up, dude? How are you? Nothing much. Just rescued Jeb from the moon, only get him stuck in orbit around the sun. Oof. Oof. You very rusty? Yeah. Kerbal's a tough game, man. Tough game. Really tough game. You'll have to rescue him later. Hopefully he has enough snacks. Sorry for the noob question. You can ask questions anytime, man. I don't care. What is the origin of the whole Kraken thing? Basically, they, the Kraken Kerbal, when they first released it, had a lot of glitches in it. It had a lot of glitches that could get your spacecraft to just explode. And on the forums, they basically came up with the idea of saying like, oh, you know, my ship got eaten by the space Kraken. And then the developers thought it was funny, and they put an Easter egg in the game that's like an octopus. I'm not saying where it is. You have to go find it. Or you could just Google it if, you know, you want to ruin the fun of it. So they, yeah, it just kind of became a slang term for KSP. He scooped up some ice cream from the Midlands of Bidmas, so yes, plenty of snacks. Alright, cool. But yeah, the Kraken can eat things. See, I think the Kraken is a false deity. Do not worship the Kraken. There was a time where we would sacrifice things to the Kraken. This is a joke. There was a time where we would sacrifice things to the Kraken to make sure that our Kerbals would be safe. I do not believe in that anymore. The Kraken is a false deity. Glory to the hierarchy. I hear a bit about mining off-planet. What resource is most likely to be mined off-planet that is cost-effective? There's a ton of rare earth metals in the asteroid belt, Rob.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, nice, Red. Such as, rare earth metal, titanium. There's a bunch of stuff out there. I mean, titanium is almost the reason enough. Are you a Pastafarian? What? There's everything. There's everything out in those asteroids. The one thing that we really haven't found out there in the solar system is like hydrocarbons. And even then, there's probably hydrocarbons on Titan. Yeah. Yeah. There probably is. I mean, that's just speculation, right? Don't take that as gospel. But yeah, I'm willing to bet that there probably is. Oh, flying spaghetti monster. Oh, yeah. Have we found unobtainium? It does, nice. There's all kinds of stuff. Like, dude, long story short, the idea behind it, Rob, is that there's enough stuff out here. There's enough stuff out in the solar system that if we just figure out a way to go and get it, Starship, transfer vehicles, etc., we could bring them back into low Earth orbit, right, on freighters, and use it for manufacturing on orbit. And we could use that to manufacture cities in space. That's not that complicated in the scheme of things, you know? If we can make, for instance, if we could make steel up there, if we could find a way to manufacture steel in space, which, I mean, we could go grab all the other things that you need. There's plenty of iron ore on the moon. There's plenty of nickel on the moon. There's, I think there's even lithium up there, if I'm remembering right. The moon has a bunch of basaltic regions that have plenty of metal in it. If we could just find a way to get the carbon up there, and then we could you can manufacture it you can manufacture steel up there, and if you can manufacture steel up there, yeah, basically a steel mill in space. You could probably even make better like stronger steel in space because you're synthesizing it in microgravity. Yeah, I get you, Fanta. And if we could figure out a way to do that, mining down here on Earth would be as dumb as you trying to create a pit mine in your backyard, instead of just going down to the store and buying resources. Like, I never heard of what the plan is. Just space mining with no goal and a huge cost. I mean, Rob, at one point it was thought to be really stupid to mine oil in the Middle East and ship it to the US. Or mine oil in northern Canada and Alaska and ship it to the US. At one point that was a waste of time and too expensive. At one point. Until someone decided that it wasn't. And here we are. At one point manufacturing something overseas was stupid. That's a waste of money. Until it wasn't. You know? Stuff can change. It seems expensive right now. Now, the manufacturing one was probably not a good idea, but you see where I'm going with this. If I want to make a pit mine in your backyard, I will. Nice try, Colin Furs. Yeah, I mean, Rob, we could use it to make goods in space and then just ship the goods back down to Earth. I tell people all the time, dude, that I want to live in a world where mining and manufacturing on Earth is so ridiculously stupid that it would be like you trying to start a factory in your backyard and mine the resources in your backyard. It's not going to happen that way. Even if you Beverly Hillbillies had a damn oil well in your backyard, it's still not going to happen that way. You know what I mean? If we go out into space, I mean, I see that as a really easy way. If people are serious, we should be serious about screwing this planet up, right? If we were serious about that, we would be looking at asteroid mining just as another way to curb climate change. It would be a really easy way to do it. Can't have carbon emissions if you don't make anything here. Basically, in the future, I want Earth to be one gigantic national park. Hey, Ja, watch your language, please. Keep it classy during the day, okay? Yeah, that's where I actually lifted it from. I lifted it from Jeff Bezos. That's a really smart way of looking at things. And yeah, I get it, people. Yeah, I understand before everybody has to weigh in. I get it. But that's a really smart thing to say. It's midnight. Yeah, it's always... My rule for after hours has been always been midnight Eastern time, not your local time. Yeah. If there was any confusion, it's midnight my time, man, not yours. It's my stream. You can't say his name. So, he's right. I think he's absolutely right in that regard. That would be a really good way to do that. Yeah, Draco. Be a nice national park. That's a really good way of looking at it. And yeah, Korai lifted it right from him. I don't mind parroting that because I agree with it. And I've been saying that for years. It's just he said it in a much more apt way, and that's why he's the richest man in the world and I'm me. You know? It is, Harp, yep. National Park or just a zoo for aliens? How do you know it's not already that? How do you know that's not already a thing? Maybe we're the aliens. What a twist! It'd be nice if Earth was at least a balanced formula. I don't think balancing it is achievable gameplay because there's natural change over time. If we're talking about us achieving symbiosis with it, yeah, sure, but it's going to change anyway. We're just making it faster. we're not adding, we're not making it better. That's for sure. I mean, you know, the asteroid belt, there is so much resources out there. I'm pretty sure that, you know, if you took all those resources and crumpled it up into a big ball, it would be way bigger than Earth. It would be bigger than our entire planet. All the asteroids have tons of materials out there, and NASA agrees. They're working on two huge missions called Psyche and Lucy. Lucy is going out and visiting a bunch of different asteroids, and Psyche is going to an asteroid that they think has like trillions of dollars worth of raw materials on it. Yeah, if you crumpled up all, like, that's what I mean about it being stupid to mine stuff here. That's really dumb. There is so much resources out there. Like I said, if you took all those resources in the belt and tried to make them into like one big planet, it would be as big as Jupiter. Freaking huge. And heck, if one of those has carbon on it, man, game changer. Actually, no, it'd be about Mars in volume. Oh, okay, yeah, then screw it, Ren, we shouldn't do it, right? Like, bro. Nah, it's only Mars. It's only Mars size. Never mind. Not worth it. Like, bro, you're killing me here. I thought you liked to spit truth, not hyperbole. But you understand that in the context of the conversation, you saying that, oh, it's not as much as it's not as much as that, it's not as much as that, is actually counterpointing to the fact that the original statement was going and mining asteroids and why we should do it. You saying, oh, it's not as much resources as we think it is a counter argument to that. You're not helping, you're hindering the argument by doing that, right? Like, just want to make sure everybody's on the same page there. Like, we get this, right? This is why sometimes it's better to just kind of speak normally and not be super technical about stuff, just enough to drive the point across. I mean, yeah, okay, it's only Mars sized. Sure, great, good. Should we not do it? You know, like, that's... Sometimes, dudes. I mean, either way, point still stands. Like, it's not contributing anything to the overall argument. Like, even if there was a moon-sized amount of resources, that's still more resources than anything here on Earth. Anything by a long shot. So, all right, hold on a second. Play that. How long in hours will Space News be today? Not very long. We have a deadline. It's a deadline day, Quinn? It's a deadline day to get the SSDO working. I might just power through. If you guys want to talk about space and space stuff while I'm doing this, I'm totally cool with that. I mean, in fact, that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. But yeah, if there's any particular topic of conversation with space that you guys want to talk about, just let me know. Right now, I mean, we're talking about asteroid mining. Asteroid mining is a great idea. It's great. We should really do that. If we care about this planet, we should do that. See last. Why the heck did that happen? Lost some of the fuel tanks. Did I curse it? Well, I looked over and the body flaps are there for shimming out aerodynamic instability at hypersonic speeds, or 95. So yes, you do. We lost some of our mass simulation, and those tanks are not connected anymore. God damn it! Urgh. Why did it do that time? It never did that previously. Why did it happen? Maybe we hit something and I didn't see it. You said that you could either done a ramp for an elevator. How would you have done an elevator? With hydraulics? I don't know. We didn't flesh out the concept enough before we decided the ramp would be a better solution. This is junk. I gotta recover it. Yeah, Luiso, I know the landing gear freaked out. Why? Why did it freak out? I've driven it up the ramp 4 or 5 times already and never had a problem. Alright, hold on a second, guys. I gotta... Oh, the pad was halfway being deployed. Oh, I gotta recover that too. Mother trucker. Need a restart? No, I don't think we need a restart, Jason. What's our mem usage at? It's fine. Yeah, Fire, we reset the ramp, and that was 2 tests ago now. I rolled one up the ramp after I had changed the height of it. At least I think I did. Did I? I don't know. But why would lowering it like like less than a half of inch cause a Kraken strike? That doesn't make any sense. I think it may have had something to do with me deploying the launch plate. I deployed the launch plate. I was moving it up and trying to back the SSTO up. So let's just do this right. Have you considered using one of those big airlines as a jet truck? Why, Pigsig? What's the benefit of that over what I have right now, dude? Who cares? Dude, when you have a deadline like this, right? I don't want to sit there nitty gritty with things like that. Yeah, maybe a Goliath engine is a better application, but better is the enemy of good when you're under the gun, when you have a time frame to deal with. That's the other reason why I just did a ramp. I didn't bother making an elevator because we would have spent all that time engineering the elevator and then not hit the deadline. Sometimes you just kind of gotta go with it, and it was just easier to put another jet engine on the jet truck than it was to freaking try and, mess around with the Goliath. Heck, I don't even know if I have that Goliath engine unlocked to begin with. So, who knows? Alright, so let's go in here like this. Set our cal controllers. Like that. Go to the master control panel. And we'll pick up the frame, we'll pick up the launch box here. Hey, Minmus. We'll be back up there soon. Got an interesting question, but is the cargo bay being above the tanks due to a real-life design change? I saw an all-black version and one that was in space shuttle colors. Yeah, Ryan, that's called a pooched payload bay. That was the last iteration of the design with the raised payload bay that Venture Star had before they canned the program. The reason why they needed to put it up there is because on Venture Star they were having trouble figuring out the geometry that they would have needed for the tanks. They were having trouble with the tank configurations for Venture Star. Once again, having trouble just means that they were trying to figure out the best way to do it, not necessarily that, oh, they had trouble with it, so it's not a good project, right? All right, Red. Thanks for the stream and good luck with the rest. Sure. The launch box. Yeah, they pooched the payload bay, Ryan. They couldn't figure it out. The problem, I guess, that they were running into is with the pooched payload bay. If you nose the thing down, it would become notoriously unstable. Just like ours with a pooched payload bay. You pooch it down, the center of pressure moves too far forward, and the thing gets very unstable, very susceptible to side slip. But there's really no other good way to do that. That's the thing. There's no other good way to do it. VA should be a different color. Nice. My pad is best pad because launch box. Alright, so this thing is in position now. Now let's get this thing. Let's get the prototype out again. Do we know how this will fare against all the shuttle engines on launch with heat? It could damage it, Apollo, but I don't know how it's going to damage it, so I can't make a thermal protection system if I don't know how it's going to damage it. The pad's most likely going to get broken a little bit on the way up, on the first launch. Yeah, it's probably going to happen, man. When is the next Hunt the Streamer? I don't know off the top of my head, Flackens. Soon? I think it's next week, guys. I don't think we scheduled one for... I think we scheduled 2 for August. And I want to say August 11th. Which does make sense. Or 10th to the 11th. I think it... Or no, hold on. That's the wrong month. No, it can't be August 11th. That doesn't make any sense. I think that one right there is the next Hunt the Streamer. But I could be wrong. It's the 7th per Discord. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, Victory. You live in San Diego, Victory? That's cool, man. One of my uncles lives in Ramona, so just outside of the city. What plane did the prototype shuttle go up on? A 747? It was a 747-100. Or, wait, was it a 100 or a 200? It may have been a 200. I think it was a 100, though. It was a, NASA bought it used from American Airlines, Senchai. And then they modified it to be able to carry a shuttle on the back, which is not something that most planes can do. You can't just be like, oh, I want my plane to carry a shuttle. It's not really how that works. It's a testament to the over-engineered design, over-engineered for reliability design of the 747. Joe Sutter is the name of the guy that engineered that plane. And the 747, when they had like a Block 1 747, like a prototype, and the wing box was no good. The 747, the original version, not the Spirit of Everett, that was the revised version. The original versions, Boeing figured out that the wing box is basically the structural component that holds the wings to the fuselage, and like where the landing gear are and stuff, right? The wing box on the original designs were junk. Boeing Boeing basically said, screw it, start over. So they re-engineered the wing box, and they over-engineered the hell out of it. And that's, part of the reason why the 747 has like four sets of landing gear out back, because they reinforced it and over-engineered it. Boeing spent a couple $1 billion in the 60s, so $1 billion in the 60s, on the 747 project. That's why they built Everett. Built their Everett, Washington manufacturing complex, which is one of the biggest factories in the world, because of the 747 and the anticipated demand. And the crazy thing is that the 747 was supposed to be an interim design. Everybody thought that we were going supersonic with everything, because why wouldn't you? Yeah, there you go, Flyboy. Yeah, so the 747 was only engineered to be an interim design before we came up with more supersonic transports like the Concorde, because that's where we thought air travel was going in the late 60s. The city is beautiful with shaders. Cool. I hate that I have to tow this thing over here like this every friggin' time. It's a little bit annoying, but it's alright. Supersonics are the future. Yeah, that panned out. They could be. They could still be. Why aren't there any supersonic passenger planes? Expensive. They're expensive to make, Ryan. They're expensive to make, and they make a sonic boom. So if you're building a supersonic transporter, SSTs are really only useful for overseas routes, so only international travel. That's what Concorde ended up only being relegated to. The Concorde was only allowed to fly across the Atlantic, and it was not allowed to break the sound barrier when it was over land. And that basically restricted Concorde to 2 routes. London, New York, Paris, Paris to New York. Like, yeah, that's it. The Concorde had 3 destinations. Hey, I just got here. Do you love the Hummer EV as much as you do? I haven't looked into it enough to know. NASA is working on researching that, Kiranov. Yeah, that's called the X-58. The X-58 is a low boom supersonic, or no, that's a different project. It's the Quiet SST. The Quiet SST is basically an airplane that's shaped aerodynamically to not leave as much of what's called a boundary layer. It's not supposed to leave boundary layers at high speed. Basically, they shape the plane in a way that so it doesn't disturb as much air, and that way you can lower the sonic boom. All right, hang on, fellas. I gotta pay attention here. It can, yeah, it does that too, Kiranov. Yeah, it can deflect the wake up. I'm pretty sure it's designed to do both of those things, but I could be wrong. I'd have to go look. I'm not really giving the best explanations about things right now, guys, because I'm testing and talking. But yeah, that's the idea. How much playtime do I have? Somewhere above 10,000 hours, dudes. It's a mass simulator, Buck. I took all the expensive bits off, so if it blows up, I only lose 100,000 instead of 500,000. More like 20K. I honestly don't know. Yeah, the two big things why we don't have supersonic transporters is cost, they're complex to make, and the sonic boom problem. Boom Supersonic is a company out of Colorado that's looking to fix the cost problem. And then NASA is looking to fix the sound problem. Jet truck! Jet truck! Yeah, it looks like trying to move that and drive the SSTO up at the same time is what's caused that problem. Twitch Tracker says 5.9K. Yeah, I predate Twitch Tracker streaming Kerbal by about 5 years. Yes, Master. I don't know if it's 5 years off the top of my head. I have no idea what it is, but yeah, I've been around a lot longer than that. On Justin TV. I never streamed on Justin TV, but I watched it. I didn't make an account though until after it was Twitch, but if you look at how old my account is, it's from 2011. Slow it down. Alright, hit the brakes. No, it was always EJ Penta. It's been EJ since 2007. Scorpion X52 was my name from like, it was my name from like 2001 to like 2008. Are you starting today? What do you mean? Hang on a second, Nevio. Bear with me here, okay, bud? No Q&A mode just yet, fellas, alright? Not right now. Dude, I really have to pay attention, man. This is super important. The brakes on. Okay, it's slowly aligning us. What are the flaps for? Alignment? Does it fly? Yeah. Yeah, yes, I know it flies. Viewers have tested it for me. That's how I like doing engineering mode nowadays. We came up with a pretty cool idea to be able to do engineering like that. Like, the viewers are the ones that do it. So I put the SSTO on Kerbal X. Instead of saying, no, I'll release it on Kerbal X when it's done, right? I put the prototypes on there, and viewers help me refine it, and you guys are the ones that do the engineering mode testing, which is... I think it's more fun that way. Do you pay them for outsourcing the testing? No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Let's see what she does here. We're pitching the vehicle up. These ones need to go up more. Get the back of the SSTO up in the air. Yeah, see, that stuff's not designed to be pushed up on, but it's okay. It'll bend back into place if it docks. Come on, baby. This is it. What's that front brake? All right, ready? Come on, baby. Why are we docking? We're stuck. Something's stuck. Where are we stuck? It looks like my holder bars are getting in the way. Yep. Yeah, the holder bars that hold the thing up. Frick. I don't understand how I missed that We integrated this thing plenty of times and I didn't notice. Doesn't work. I got an idea. We have a cow controller still left on this thing, so if it's the FADEC controller for the engine overclock. I call it FADEC because pilot jokes. So we know that the air brakes can twist over a couple of times, so what's stopping me from taking the authority limiter on these things? Or actually, no, it wouldn't be authority limiter, it'd be deploy angle. Actually, it's just the outer ones. What is that value set to? Minus 2250. So how about I do that? No, cow controller stuff didn't work, dudes. Alright, I have another solution. Let's go up here like this. And if we raise this thing up just a little bit more, I might be able to get the control surfaces up and over. Oh, it popped it. Didn't like that. Too much pressure. just the center ones. Nope. So it's just the control surfaces at this point, dudes. Okay. It's just these pieces. Those things are just getting stuck. That's all. Yeah, that's the final step. The aligning system is working correctly. It aligned it perfectly. That docking port is exactly lined up. It's real close. We're aligned. It's just I got to get the height right, and the reason why the height... Yeah, see, that's perfect. All I just got to do is be able to move it back, but I can't move it back because the control surfaces are in the way. I'm not sure forcing it is a good idea either. Can't you fix it? Yeah, yes I can. Alright. Lower the whole thing. Get the prototype off the pad. We'll just replace the pad, guys. I gotta find another place to put my holders on the launch box. Yeah, it's not jittering around. The air brakes were working. I mean, it looks like they may have bent some things, but, okay. This is the part where we go forward. Acquisition of signal is what AOS stands for. Okay, it seemed to have popped the wheel. That's good. The upper shell, this is just a Pathfinder. It's a mass simulator. So I took, basically Lego, it's a completed SSTO that I took all the expensive parts off of. So if it blows up, it doesn't bankrupt me. I'm sorry, what? What just exploded? A strut collided with the landing gear. Interesting. We broke some tires on the jet truck. Broke a lot of tires on the jet truck. It shouldn't matter too much, but Alright, let's recover the pad. So, the holder bars are in, I can't have them there, which is annoying because they really need to be there. What the hell's going on here? Okay. 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 I'm gonna give Kerbal a restart, dudes. Because the wheels are broken, guys, I don't want to test with broken wheels, so... Yeah, I could get an engineer out there, but I don't want Kerbals anywhere near any of this if it has the potential to blow up, so... We will wash our hands and give KSP a quick restart. I'm stressed. Dude, I'm stressed out. Wow, that actually stressed me out for a second. Because there's so much money on the line here. Did another flight test, botched the landing. This time I recorded the whole thing, waiting for the video to upload. Okay. Hey, Hillern, 47-month resub. Yeah. I might need to take a quick break. Hey, there it is. Here's the video link, okay? Oh, yeah. I'm probably gonna need this when when I go to flight test a little bit later, dude. I'm scrubbing through it right now, 95. Yeah, you descended too fast. Oh, man, that thing creamed the ground, dude. That was a good descent profile, though. That looked real good. That looked exactly like the... You know what, 95? It looked exactly like the small one, man. That's exactly what the small one does. Does the same thing, so... I gotta check something, guys. Hold on. I had a ton of side slip and it caused me to lose a ton of speed. Okay. I did know that. Lemprod, yeah. That's a big ship, goalie. Cool. Dude, it's such a pain in the butt when we get that close to actually getting this thing to work, and it doesn't work. Like, we were this far away from getting the docking port docked, and I'm pretty sure that the vehicle was level enough where it would have been alright. But man, I hate getting that close. But, you know, these small problems take a little bit of time to figure out, but once they're figured out, man, we're good. Finally able to do it myself, subbed on my own cash. Oh, cool. Now, see, what I want to see is if that problem actually showed up here. Would I have been able to see it? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So that's the part that it's colliding with, guys. I can't just move it back onto this plate because that plate isn't as structural as the I-beam. I'm debating just... I'm debating just doing that. Hey, Lego, 10-month resub. There you go. Congratulations, man. That's a big deal. But it feels good. It feels good providing for yourself, doesn't it? It's a good feeling, man. There's also a slight thing there. It might not...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think that's enough to account for margin of error. I think that's okay. Is there anything else that's visibly messing this up anywhere? Oh, nice, Grapes. Hey, Bizok the Gamer, 4-month resub. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go and move these in slightly. Just slightly. Was there anything else? These are pushing on that piece right there, which is not very structural. I'm wondering if yeah, we should run on the actual prototype, guys. We should run a strut that goes from here to the wing, and that'll help keep this thing in position. Yeah, that subassembly right there that I have highlighted is, yeah. One strut should help with that. If I have to run another one over here, I will. Because, yeah, that's what these things kind of go up to and hit, huh? Yeah, they end up... Yeah, okay. Good to see. Okay, let's go over to the prototype. Come on, delete it. Why, Kerbal? Stop. Kerbal has this thing where it just likes to place sub-assemblies for me. After I sub-assemble something 4 or 5 times in a row, it just likes to place a bunch of them. There's like 4 or 5 prototypes just sitting right there because it decided that it wanted to do that. You gotta clean it up or else it'll corrupt the craft file. See, if you open up the debug, see, it's all screwed up. Okay. Yeah, stressful. Stressful, 95. Stressful. Do you require signal for control? Yep. I was ready to buy this just now, till I saw that they wanted 10K for it. Did you offer him anything, goalie? If you, you know, the price says 10K, but if you show up with 5,000 in cash, dude, not a lot of people. I mean, the 10K is there. The 10K is there about intent to buy, dude. That's why that's why it's like that. Yeah, it's about intent to buy. If you show up with 5 Gs in cash and show that and flap that guy in the guy's face, the guy's not going to say no. If he does, then he's an idiot. Because you know, you and him both know. But you don't say this, but you and him both know he ain't going to get 10K for that truck. You and I both know he ain't gonna get 10K for that. That's not the right year for that kind of car. If it was a square body from the 70s, yeah, absolutely. That is an old Chevy Apache from the early 60s, I think. It's a cool truck. Absolutely a cool truck. But he ain't. It's not 10K worth of cool truck. Go to the bank, cash out 5 Gs. And go back and be like, yo, I'll give you $5,000 cash right now. Right here. I have it. I want this truck. I think it's really cool. The guy will probably say yes. You won't like what I'm going to do to it, though. I don't care. Probably ruin it or something, but that's fine. It's a Chevy. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. I didn't make any changes to the pad, so we should just be able to load the pad up and send it right now. Rat inbound. Are you an Elon Musk fan? Yeah, to say the least. Isn't the 747 a tad too short? 747s don't have 6 engines. Sunshine. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, let's get the launch plate up. There should be nothing else standing in our way. Riveting content here. But seriously though, that was hard to make. That thing was tough to do. But Senshai, you're talking about short 747s. You know that the 747 SP exists, right? That's not photoshopped. Look at it. Look at this. It's a little mini 747. It's a little baby 747. Yeah, see, NASA owns one. I want to see it's a little mini. Look at the little baby. It's a little baby 747. Little babby. Okay. All right, guys. Let's go again. Grapes, I have a very bad feeling that the pad is going to explode when we dock the prototype to it. I have a very bad feeling. The reason why is, and when I say the prototype, I mean the Pathfinder. I think those orange tanks are gonna break. They're gonna break off. And yeah, I think they're gonna pop. Because driving up the side of the pad made them pop off a second ago, so I don't know what a snap dock is going to do. You think just using the normal one without the engines would be better? I know that the big one is not going to snap dock, or at least I have a better idea that it's not going to, because I tested the tanks, Owens. If anything's gonna snap, it's the tanks. And if the tanks, I tested the tanks, they won't snap. I'm pretty sure they don't. But yeah, we'll have a go and see where it takes us. I just don't really want to test with the real one until I for sure know that this way works. The reason why I don't is because if it Kraken strikes with this, I lose what, 600-700 grand. If I Kraken strike with the big one attached to it, we lose like 1.5 mil. Literally half my operating budget right now. Yeah, so I really don't want to do that. I mean, for the test flight, we're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel. Don't get me wrong, for the test flight, we should have about that much left up there, maybe about 1 million. But remember, if I don't get that prototype back on the runway, or if I crash it or something, I really can only afford to do maybe one more test flight after that. We cannot, I have to do it. We have to nail it on the first try. I really don't have a choice. A wheel of cheese will be the payload on the orbital attempt. Nice. Feeling like SpaceX on their last try. Something like that. I just wish I could know for sure and like place this thing out here, right? Like inside of the VAB. I wish I could just place it out there and see it. And so we could put it here so we wouldn't have to waste 15 minutes getting this thing aligned. But it's okay. I wonder what kind of cheese? Yeah, I don't know. Speaking of wheels of cheese, I'd like to see a forward docking port on this baby, so there could be 6 or 8 docked around a center point on the station. Yeah. There's been some issues, not any glaring things, to be honest. I've tried to put this thing up on there and dock it like 3 or 4 times, and every time I do it, there's always, like, I move a little bit closer, I get the docking ports a little bit closer together, and I'm like, oh, that part is blocking me. And then I get a little bit closer again, and I'm like, okay, I move that part out of the way, recover the pad, recover the SSTO, fix both of them, move this pad out of the way, move that part out of the way, and each time I've done it, there's always been something else in the way. So I made sure this time that nothing is in the freaking way, dude. Oh, man. I was like, no, nothing gets in our way. Jet truck! Max power, max power. No, that comes later. We don't have reverse truck beeping noises, Kiranov. We have reverse truck howl. Here, I got you. Ready? I got you. That made you jump a little bit? Oh.
Bruh.
Bruh. Bleh. Bleh. Dude, I was looking, I double-taked for a second. I saw that pipe right there, and that's a pipe from the fuel farm behind the pad, and I thought something broke on the pad. I'm like, why is one of my I-beams bent? Why is that happening? Seriously though, if you're unsure that this thing is backing up after it spools up 3 jet engines, then I mean I don't know what to tell you. Oh, it's backing up? I don't know. Oh man, I got the space news yawns and we haven't even done space news. Initiating retrieval suction number 1. Something like that, drummer. EJ always says he doesn't want to use a rocket engine to lift this thing vertical because realism, but then goes ahead with a 3-engine jet truck. And Goalie always says he's going to be less of a jerk in chat, but then, I mean, here we are. Fight me? Fight you, Goalie? Alright. Yeah, you'll probably lose. It's alright. My dad works at Nintendo.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright. Alright, no, hold on a second, guys. Actually, you know what? We did it. We got closest last time without doing that, so. So these are the alignment pieces. All right. 271. It's 271.2. And what is, let's just check. Aim your camera here. What's the heading on that docking port right there? 270.4. And we're at 271.1. Okay, so we're just a teeny weeny smidgen off. Alright, so move that. Okay. .5, 270.6. Hey, stop. Ah, frick. I lost it. We were getting there. It didn't like it though. Magic number that we're looking here for heading is 270.4. We're a degree off right now. 270.8. It's going down. Let's just take our time here. .5. Okay. Should be able to shut the jet engines down. And we shouldn't move. Why this heading? I need to make sure that when this thing docks that the SSTO and the pad are completely straight. Okay. Whoa, yeah, look at that. Alright, no snap docking here. Alright, guys. Moment of truth. This is either going to be totally good to go, or it is going to be a big mistake. Or basically a million Kerbuck mistake. Starting the lift cycle. I'm gonna do it slowly. These ones can't lift as fast as the other ones. They gotta go down. We need to make sure the pitch is correct as well. There it goes. Snap. Okay. Erector latch is connected. It didn't blow up. I didn't see any Kraken strike or anything. No pad jumping, no nothing. Did you guys see anything? Looked all right to me. Okay, let's try undoing the jet truck. Ready? It looks like the jet truck popped its back wheels, but that's okay. Let's pull the jet truck away. That was money. That was it, dude. That thing, dude, it didn't move. I didn't see anything. I love how the jet engines had ambient noise. Yeah, nice. Gear got a little bit wonky. Yeah, it's just because it doesn't understand what it should be connected to, like if it should collide with this or not. But yeah, it did the bogies did this. Yeah, it's because it doesn't know what's going on. Okay, we have 300 tons of SSTO prototype attached here. Yeah, as long as we just take our time with lining everything up, which is something we'd have to do with a vertical stacked rocket anyway, this should be fine. Just we got to make sure that on the real prototype I move those control surfaces in. Might want some landing gear on the tug. Yeah, but I can't push the landing gear. That's the problem. Like, they're not powered. But then again, it's a jet truck, so... Okay. Make sure my debug controllers are off. Make sure the launch box controller is reverse. T main is set to forward. Oh, okay, Tars. Yeah. What happened to the large gear up front? I didn't need it that time, Core, but that's still, that front gear, the double bogey gear up at the front is still needed for when we recover the vessels, which actually I still haven't even tested whether the jet truck can dock and undock to the SSTO without blowing up. I haven't even tested that yet, and I don't think I'm going to test it when it's sitting on the pad, man, that's for sure. How will you load the payload? The payload will be loaded at another facility, Frosh. I'll probably build a hangar out there and just put a crane inside of the hangar to be able to put stuff in the vehicle. Yeah, this is just... There's too many parts here to have an integration hangar right next to the pad, so... When the SSDO comes back, I'll have the jet truck basically tow it out to a storage and processing facility. We could pull the old payload out, put a new payload in, drag it over here, and fly the dang thing. Alright. I'm gonna quick save, not that it really matters, but I'm gonna do it. So here we go. Okay. Initiating vehicle vertication. TE is moving up. Give it a second. The hydraulics need detention. It'll go in a second here. They're binding just a little bit under load, but that's all right. We're seeing a positive pitch, which means the vehicle is being pushed up. It's just very slow. Oh, stop. Yeah, I screwed that up. That needs to be over here, all the way over there, and this one needs to stop completely. Decompress all the hydraulics, yep. Yeah. There we go. Alright, so make sure this is set. LT main is set to reverse. TE main is set to forward. I had the launch box was locked, so nothing was going to move because it was auto strutted. Which means we bound up these things pretty good, and they're still okay. Nothing broke. So, all right, play. Now let's do this. It should start off slow on purpose so it can load up the hydraulics. All right, we're seeing positive pitch movement. Okay. I can't write a checklist for a vehicle that I haven't... Like, how am I supposed to write a checklist, guys? I'm testing right here. You don't write the checklist before you're done testing. That's a finalization. So, I'll write a checklist soon, but not right now. Vehicle is pitched 30 degrees. Up, right. No, we've passed 30 degrees. How'd you fix the alignment issue? I used a bunch of air brakes to align the thing and then lift it. It works. It's a little bit crude, but it does work. It works. It actually, if that test was any indicator of future integrations, it should work just fine. Those struts, the struts that I added here on the prototype from the wings that the air brakes push up on to the main wing right there, yeah, that really helped. But also, and keep in mind, I have 36 tons of payload mass here. The vehicle's dry mass with no payload in it is 273. It's 300 with that payload in here. I'm over testing it on purpose, and honestly, this thing is moving it with ease. Did you have to move the control surfaces? Yeah. I also did move the control surfaces in one tick so the holders could have space. Yeah, so there's a little gap right there, but that's okay. It's not going to affect performance on the vehicle at all. It's true, Jason. Old school, man. And they don't drift either. Right? Lessons we learned all the way back with Condor. Yep. Hey, summer down now. Summer down now. 89.8. $89.9. I saw it for a split second. 89.9. Perfect. It's pretty cool, no. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's freaking gnarly, dude. Look at how big that thing is, man. Damn, it looks wrong. It looks like it's too big. Like if you compare it to the rest of, like look at the tanks. It looks like, because it looks like we took the small one and just made it bigger because we did. It like look at it next to the flagpole. It's taller than the damn flagpole. Oh, that's so cool. I'm so happy. Oh, that dude. Oh man. Oh, it's so goddamn cool. We still planning on making this mobile? I could. Yeah. Oh, dude, it's taller than the water tower. I know, drummer. Yeah. We're not out of the woods yet. All right. So this thing is sitting at 89.9. Couple of things that I need to do here. So let's take this. We got to undock this, and we got to make sure we can retract this independently of the pad. So undock. Back it out. Now, put the TE into reverse. So you made the small one. This is the medium-sized one. When are we going large scale? This is the large scale, goalie. This is the big one. I just need to make sure that this thing doesn't move and it stays still while we keep this in place. How much crew in it? It's a configurable payload-based seg. I suppose theoretically I could move like 20 or 30 Kerbals up in this thing. You really, yeah. I'm not gonna really design it for more than like a crew of 4 though. I'm not moving mass Kerbals. This could have existed, guys. Could have been a thing. Yeah, let's enlarge it. There's really no way to do that, fellas. That's instant, yeah, instant save delete in that scenario, Lewis. Unless I had more than, like, 2 or 3 million in the bank, yeah. With this, we could also expand Liberty. Actually, IQ2, what I was planning on doing is building a new station. That's what I think we should do to establish flight capability for this thing. We could go back to the moon. We could do that as well. But I would want to build a new station, and here's IQ, I want to do something. I would like to, and it's really up to you guys. I'd like to do something that I've never tried to do before. Deconstruct the space station and bring it back down. And then assemble it down here. What's that, Senshai? Hey, you're getting there. Take song to do that. What? Assembly on the ground may be tricky. I have cranes. What are you talking about, Tars? It's gonna be easy. Does Chungus have the downmass capability? Yeah, of course it does. It's gonna take so long to do that. I could have it done in a week. What are you talking about? Liberty Station is 1, 2, 3, 4 modules, guys. It has a bunch of stuff docked to it. But yeah, it's just 4 modules. Do the hydraulics have a weight limit? It's force. They have a force limit, Glitchhound. I used 4 on the Rector because I knew that 4 hydraulics would be enough to lift the thing. Yeah. Each of them has 800 kilonewtons of thrust. The thing's 270 or 300 tons. Each one of them has 800 kilonewtons of force, not thrust. 800 kilonewtons of force. So if you do the TWR out, 4 of those could just lift the SSTO up completely. So I knew that 4 would be good enough for a TE because we're not lifting it up, we're rotating it. So test flights today. We're not out of the woods with testing yet, fellas, but yeah, this is looking promising. What I need to do here, I mean, I obviously can't fuel the thing, right? What we need to do here is test de-integration. I need to test taking it apart, just in case I need to scrub a launch. It's good to test that stuff now. But we are test flying it today, guys. Yeah. So this will be considered a mission success if I can put this TE back up. All right. Redock it. Rotate the whole thing back down. Undo the SSTO. And then roll it down to the jet truck. And then the added bonus for the rest of this test is if I can take the jet truck and redock it to the SSTO without anything going wonky. No, I'm shooting right for orbit, Arcsign. There's no need to do hops with this thing. I know how it flies. It flies exactly like my other one. Exactly like the other one. Chat confirmed those results. It flies exactly the same. So, what we're going to do now is I'm going to lock that out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This should lock out. It's not locking. Why are you not locking? Notice that a hydraulic is doing something weird over there. Hey, Jolly Bunny, 48-month resub. Ciao, how's it going, man? I haven't been able to make the stream in a while. Yeah, no problem. How far have we made it today, chat? Loopy. What do you think, dude? Look at that. It's not the real one, but that face when you realize that these are 5-meter tanks. Those are some of the biggest fuel tanks in KSP. And look at it next to the water tower and stuff, man. It's taller than the water tower and the flagpole. I really wish this would lock, but it doesn't want to. So here's what I'm going to try. Ready? We'll just do a quick warp. See if that knocks some things back into position. It looks like there was some strange issues here with strut symmetry as well. On these hinges right there, that strut is run backwards and up, which is weird. I'm not sure why it's doing that, but that's okay. Yeah, that's my launch box. Everybody got confused when I kept calling it the launch box. They're like, wait, is it lunchtime? I'm like, no. It's the launch box, because it's a box that's used to launch the vehicle. Obviously. It won't go to 89.9. It's not locking it out. If I could lock this out, we'd be golden, but it doesn't want to do it. That's not good, because then the auto struts won't be able to work correctly. Yeah, it doesn't want to go to 89. It's just kind of stuck at 89.8. Maybe if I just put this back over here and just demotorize. I'll try 89. So, I know, goalie, it's those struts. See, there's a strut coming out of the hinge. Something went wrong with strut symmetry here on these things. Yeah, something went a little wonky with that, but that's okay. Wiggle the cow back and forth. Alright, in the meantime, we'll get the TE back up into position while we're messing with that. Doesn't want to do it. On the actual SSTO. Yeah, okay. I think this thing may have moved around just a little bit. I played that cow controller, didn't I? The hinges are twitching because of a strut symmetry problem that I'm noticing, guys. See how there's 3 struts attached there? This one should have 3 struts attached, but if you look, for whatever reason, and this is why I always try to take the time to place the struts, look what it did. That's... See? These struts moving around are what's causing the problem. And it just seemed to want to run a strut up there for some reason. And now it's over there. Yeah, see, that Kerbal doesn't understand what I'm trying to do, that's all. What? I don't understand. Why did those just suddenly stop working? Yeah, public. Yeah. Oh, idiot. It's not enabled.
Discovery, go at throttle.
You know what, man? I've never been happier to make a stupid mistake like that. Yeah, okay. I've never been happier to make a dumb mistake. That's fine. I'll take it. Alright, fellas, I'll spare you some time, okay? So here, let's just stop that and then just... That's why you move this slow, huh? What was the mistake? I forgot to turn the cow controller on. Okay, well, I couldn't lock it in position, which is a little bit annoying, but here, maybe, let's try locking it with the TE attached. Maybe if I push the TE just a little bit, hang on, maybe if I push it with the 3P6 hydraulic right here, that's the docking, the fastening strut. If we can get that to read, it read 89.9 for a second, but it didn't really work. Okay, let's bring her down. LT main forward. TE reverse. All right, let's see if she comes back down. We're gonna have to figure out something to do to fix that. Is the pad working well? Yeah, it's working okay. Okay, it's gonna take a second for the hydraulics to stretch, and then it should start moving. 89.7 on the pitch indicator. It's stretching the hydraulic just a little bit. That's okay. It's just because this thing moves slightly faster for a second, but it helps keep everything... Yeah, there you go. Oh, stay still. Relax. Stop it, you idiot. Doing all right, drummer. Let's just see if we can bring her down. Just let it settle. It'll be fine. That's okay. That's not the worst. Fizz warp, I dare you. No. Actually, you know what? Screw that. I'm gonna do this in reverse of how we did it previously. Is it supposed to be like that? Half the upper hull is missing. Well, Arctic Hobo, this is the SSTO. It's the big one. It's the big version of Jebstar, but I took off all the expensive bits for testing. But I put in a bunch of fuel, fully loaded fuel tanks in here to simulate the mass exactly of to simulate basically the exact mass of what we're of what the real one weighs. Same center of mass, and this is taking into account 36 tons of whatever inside of the payload bay. That's what that top tank is for. This right here, all these fuel tanks that are fully fueled are the mass of all the actual fuel tanks empty. And the shuttle motors too. I have spacing indicators back here that are made out of these things, the structural tubes and cubic octags, to make sure that none of the motors hit anything. So what happened to the space station that DART used to dock to? It's still up there, and a DART is still docked to it. I have to, yeah, I've been working on these launch vehicles here, and there's a crew up there, and they can come back down whenever, but it would be on a DART, and I don't want them to come back down on a DART. Okay, undo that so we don't get any snap docking. Okay, that's out of the way. Now, what I did was I moved the air brakes into a riser position. Where it would just set the thing down. Okay, these shouldn't be going that far back. All right, perfect. So hopefully the air brakes catch the thing when I undo it. Another thing, this is another test. I think letting it down like this is the right move. I do not want to undo this thing with all the landing gear deployed because it could crack and strike. I mean, heck, that one might crack and strike too, but that's what's also holding the freaking front of this up right now. So the other thing that we have to test is we have to make sure that it defaults control to the SSTO. If it doesn't default control to the SSTO, we're going to have to figure out another way to do it. But hopefully... Oh, it did. Nice. Make primary. Okay, ready? Put the brakes on and undock. It defaulted control to the SSTO. Well, would you look at that? Oh, thank God. Okay, undo that stuff. And that's the pad. And we just need to take the jet truck and kind of put it over here. That thing should be rolling towards us now. I just want to make sure that the jet truck isn't in the way so we don't freaking steamroll it, because we would. Okay, it's out of the way. Is this moving? Huh. It's just kind of sitting there. Huh. The bottom part is undocked, yeah. I don't know if we should go... I mean, how am I going to dock the jet truck to this? It needs to be on a flat surface. So what happens... Alright, hang on. Let's safe the pad first. Go to the pad. This thing, you should be able to just lock that out right there. It locked just fine. Those struts are still running to something stupid, so I don't know why they ran all funky like that, but it's something we need to fix. The air brakes. Thanks. Yeah, perfect. That's sick. Would you look at that or not? Would you just look at it? Would you look at it? Oh, it's drifting. Yeah, we might crack and strike that. Uh-oh. You have no control over this right now, because I can't steer. Okay, so that, the funny thing is that is exactly what happened last time. That gear is stuck in the channel right there. It's stuck in the channel between these two pieces. Once we get onto the tiles, that should fix it. It wasn't a tire popping, it was a strut. See the strut right there? I'll just put the struts forward and back instead of left and right, and that should fix that problem. See, that gear should touch now. There we go. All right. I can't steer it. Well, this could end poorly. Just like that. Alright kids, today we're going to learn about friction control. If you want your craft to act like it's sliding on ice, just activate friction control. What did we lose there? Okay, we lost a couple of wings. Okay. So, one of the last tests that I want to conduct here, and we did scrape this up, but this won't affect that last test. Everything here was working just fine, except for those weird struts that messed up in symmetry. I'm not sure why they did that. It's probably just because the plate was in a different spot. Okay, so now we need to test whether the jet truck can, dock correctly. That's cool. It defaulted control to the freaking SSTO, man. That's a plus. That's exactly what I want. Everything is going good. We had a couple of explodey bits here and there, but is this the last test we need with Pathfire before we commissioned it and scale up to the big boy proper? I actually was going to take this Pathfinder loopy and recover it into a flight prototype. That's why I gave it a serial number. This is basically just a shell. It's like Enterprise or Challenger. But yeah, I won't retire this. We'll recover it and I'll make it we'll give it the flags and the markings for a real one of these. But serial number 3 is the one that we're going to, serial number 3 is the one that's going to fly first. No, probably not. No, I don't have a feeling umbilical for the pad loopy. So we need to add that, I guess. I mean, yeah. Yeah. It's literally just a docking port right there, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Or we could just, I mean, I could just, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to recover it. We could just put it in front of the tanks. Yeah, that would work. Is pad moving around at all? Nope. Completely strong. Oh, I fizz warped by accident. Should we try to integrate it again? Should I try to do it again? I'm genuinely... I think we should, but we did damage this one. KSC, I'm back. Okay. Have you gotten into dock yet? Scrub back in the VOD, dude. You'll see. It's pretty awesome.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Thorin, 41-month resub. Thank you. Pritchell was sent to Baikonur for launch preparations. Awesome. Awesome, Kim. I hope you and Brimo are doing amazing. Always, dude. Okay. Let's go. I'm going to try it again. I'm going to try it again, and I'm going to see that it integrates correctly. This is testing scene reloads with the SSTO, scene reload with the pad. Maybe those struts, I mean, maybe the struts fix themselves. Who knows? Where do you find the VOD? Just hit the videos tab, Brian. EJ, the videos tab. That'll do it. Do you think you'll make it to getting the rear one flown tonight? Loopy, if I do the exact same thing that I just did and we have no problems, that's the last thing to do. Recover the pad, recover this. I know they both work. I got to make some modifications to the prototype. Give me 1 second, guys. Thorn, okay. Yeah, I got you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I know what that is. Okay, cool. Sweet. Cool Fish, 36-month resub. The list of modifications, Jason, is basically moving that in, adding that gear, adding the docking port there, adding the docking port there, and then strutting these wing panels to my main lift wings. That's it. Alright, I'm gonna do this again, and if we can do this again and duplicate what we just did, we're good to go. Just some slight modifications to the big one, that's all. If you already have the big one downloaded, that's the stuff that you're going to need to do. Node attach a docking port right there. Use absolute snap, move it 2 ticks up so it looks like that. You need to node attach a docking port to that triangle and then gizmo it forward and then make it coplanar with that triangle and then absolute snap that one. Those surfaces need to move inwards by 2 ticks and then strut the wings, and then that's it. All right, it's time for the jet truck. Jet trucks tonight at Epping. I wanted to go but forgot about it until you just said that. Oh, really, Murder Friends? Damn, dude. Guys, one of these... Okay, this is going to sound like a stupid thing to ask because I know the answer is most likely going to be yes. And Murder Friends, you actually reminded me to ask chat that. How would you like it if on one of these Fridays I go up to Epping, New Hampshire and stream some drag racing? I don't know if I'll be doing any drag racing. I don't have a drag racing car, but Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It wouldn't be the first time somebody did that on Twitch. There are other streamers that stream drag racing. Murda streams drag racing every night. That's all he streams. But yeah. Yeah, so maybe some Friday night in August, you know, we'll go stream some drag racing instead. Yeah, Murda's awesome, dude. Bill, I love that stream. That's what gave me the idea. I'm like, oh, I gotta do this. Recreational boating. I mean, it is a yacht, Loopy, huh? It's a freaking land yacht, so... Yeah, Murder, yeah, stream from the Navy ship, yep. Onto the TE. Okay. Do you want to space the main gear out so they ride in the seams? We could do that, Loop. Yeah, I actually kind of do want to do that. That would make alignment just that much easier. But even, it doesn't really matter too much because we're over the transporter erector. The transporter erector looks a bit tilted. Alright. Let me get my, let me get the display up. So we need to go to the pad first. And we need to select the docking port on the pad right here. Control from here. 270.6. Pitch 0.0. Alright, we're pitched 0.4 and we're at 270.9. Okay, so let's get these things back up and running. Get the aligners in position. We're at 270.8. Okay. So I need to join the GTA 5 group to race. No, not really. Now we just got to figure out that pitch. The pitch stuff. So let's go over here. Okay. Raise the front. Okay, raise the back independently. There it goes. We have a dock. It looks like we bumped just a teeny weeny bit. Alright, retract the gear. Looks like the jet truck broke another set of tires. So that's something we're gonna have to figure out. Heat shield progress. Oh, yeah. Let me just get that hyperlink working. There we go. Oh, man. It's really coming together, isn't it? Oh, no. My rear tires are gone, mate. They're gone. Alright, we can decouple the jet truck. Alright. Docking ports down, or air brakes down. The alignment brakes are down, and then we should be able to undock the jet truck, and it should bounce a little bit. That's okay. Fine. It's okay. The rear wheels are taking a beating, though. Maybe give it dualies in the back. Loopy, I was actually thinking about moving that docking port downward just a little bit because I think it's just a little bit too high. If I gave it a little more breathing room between the docking port on the SSTO and the ground, when we dock the SSTO to the pad, it won't force the wheels into the ground here. That's what's causing that problem. I think that'll fix it. Well, that thing is just sitting there. Yeah. I don't want to leave this like this. Jet truck can really, for whatever reason, only turn to the right now. Maybe if I give these more spring. I just hate that broken wheels in this game just literally turn, like, the second they break, it turns into a grip pad. which is just annoying. You know, like I'm stuck basically turning to the right because these wheels like weld themselves to whatever they brake on. All right. Come on, man. Come on, jet truck. You can do it. Live, jet truck, live. No. Oh my goodness. Is jet truck okay? No, the wheels are made out of frigging paper mache, so they break after 2 seconds. Frickin', what does it have? Glass rims or something? Alright. Well, we are aligned again, so let's do it. Let's put this thing up, put it back down, get it separated from the pad again, and then I'll recover everything. And unless there's anything outstanding, any weird outstanding problems here, we'll go. We'll put the big one out on it. The deadline to finish is tonight, Grapes. I only have one hinge locked out, Loopy. It's bouncing. That's fine. It did that last time, Klein. Don't worry about it. It'll work. There we go. The TE seated itself correctly. Come on. Yes. I don't think that putting 18 tons of payload in there, Loopy, is going to mess it up. But if you want to baseline it with nothing in it, that's fine. Oh, that's, I mean, fair, Loopy. We can do that. We could do that as well, Loopy. Elon tweeted that the payload for the first orbital temp will be a wheel of cheese. Yep. The first Falcon 9 Dragon mission to space, Swishio, carried a wheel of cheese also. So, yeah, it's kind of his MO. Yeah, Elon's been doing that, launching dumb things on his test flights for a long time, dude. That's been a thing forever. The wheel of cheese is a Monty Python joke, which is great. It's freaking awesome, dude. Alright, let's see how that time lapse came out. Perfect. Ha! Yes! That's awesome! Yeah. Sweet. Okay. I know that reattaching the TE is fine. That works. Check the hinge. Yeah, I suppose we should see if we can lock it out. It's still not locking out. I don't know why it won't let us lock out. That was close. That's a close enough threshold. Cool, Stackless. There you go. No, it's just... Sometimes it's just too stubborn. Sometimes the hinges are just stubborn. Sometimes you just kind of got to play with the settings here. Nah, rewinding the cal won't do it, Loopy. At least I don't think. Rewinding the cal will make it go to 89.8, not 9. Check your car's tire pressure. Please drive safely. I'm trying to be helpful. Check your car's tire pressure. What? What? Is that... Does that, like, Ponzis, is that... Okay. Are you making a joke, like, pertinent to this right now? Or are you just saying check your tire pressure? Yeah, of course I do that. I check it every time I go into the damn car. I mean, I look at them, but... Are you okay? He's from the future, listen to him. Like, I always look at... You guys don't... Well, maybe it's just me. I always look at the car, like, to make sure that it's not, like, leaning on one side. I always look at the tires every time I get into it. Alright, we'll bring it down. Pre-flight checks, man. Alright, we'll bring her down. Shouldn't lock it when the hydraulics are moving like that. Shouldn't we figure out how to get it to lock? Not sure what we should do, Luke. I'm kind of banking on the fully fueled SSTO. I'm kind of banking on the fully fueled SSTO pushing that hinge down enough to get it to 90 so we can lock it out. That's, I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing to bank on. Yeah, I've done it, Loop. Basically, I fire the engines and hit the docking port on dock right at the same time. It's doable. I don't think we should really do that with this one, but freaking jet truck. I mean, we really need to figure out a way to get that thing to not do that. So strange. How's the hinge load looking? Yeah. It's definitely tugging. Oh, okay, or not. I need more coffee. Yeah. Everything looks good here. Nice, Draco. Yeah, Papa Bear, I put it together 2 times. The only damage came from when I was trying to roll this down and then the jet truck's tires deciding that they didn't want to be tires anymore. If I can undock the SSTO and get it to roll, just away, like obviously I'm not gonna, the jet truck's there, so. Yeah, if I can get it to do that, I think we're good. Gonna push it off? Nah. If the landing gear Kraken strikes the jet truck while it's on the pad, it could be an issue. I don't want to do that. Okay. Undo the fastening port. Okay, now you can back those out just a little bit. Okay, let's see. If we undock, does it default control to the SSTO again? The reason why I've been doing this, the reason why this test is important is because this will mimic basically what happens when I go to launch this thing. Because we are separating from it. We're just separating on it when the thing's pointing that way versus when it's pointing that way. That shouldn't make a difference. Let's see. Make primary docking node. That's a good sign. And... Yep. I think we're good. I think we're good, guys. Let me just make sure this thing can roll. Alright. I've seen what I wanted to see. So, jet truck docking port. I gotta move it down a little bit. Move down the jet truck docking port. Then with the prototype, gotta run some struts, gotta move some control surfaces around, gotta add a couple of docking ports. Alright. Is there anything that I'm missing? Fix the pad struts too, yeah, okay. Anything else? Anybody? We'll do a little pre-test meeting. This is gonna be the OFT, guys. I'm gonna get the real one out here. We're gonna move the real one. Does anybody have any outstanding things, like line items that we need to address? Where's jet truck? Oh, it thought it was flying, so it deleted it. Lovely. The drain ports. Okay. Snacks. We lost that jet truck. You're missing some lights on Chungus, but that's just you. Okay. Cut up and close and Percival with a 125. Very nice. Alright, so the first thing we'll do is make changes to the actual prototype. The big one. Alright, so this is serial number 3. Pathfinder is serial number 4. Endurance. Endurance is serial number 3. That's what I've decided the name of this thing is. Nice or not? Yeah. Cool car. Alright, so a couple of things that you guys told me is wrong is that these engines need to move backwards just a little bit because they're thrust transform. It cooks the flag, so I'll push him back 1 tick. That should be enough. That's the first change. The second change is this right here. There we go. Carrier, I'm not going to mess with the landing gear just yet. We need an LY60 landing gear. That LY60 on Pathfinder was... right there, and it was just behind the main gear, right there. Okay? I don't think you're on mirror symmetry. I didn't place anything. Mirror sim is when you're placing things wiser, not when you're moving things around. Okay, we need to take the LY60 out of the landing gear action group. I need to enable deploy shielded on it. No, but seriously, what about some lights in the payload bay? I'm not really interested in that right now, Swishio. Yeah, I'll put some in there eventually. But, yeah, not right now. Some other time. Deploy shielded needs to be set to enabled. It is. Okay. Moving the brakes up to 75, as was suggested. The drain ports. I'll attach them directly to the fuel tanks. Okay. This is a beautiful ship. Thanks. Okay, drain ports are figured out. Docking port right there for integration. It needs to be set to grandparent part. No, I mean, it doesn't really matter if it has docking port acquisition. It's not a snap port, so it's not a big deal. And then that needs to be like that. And then we need another one. And the other one needs to line up with the panel next to it. So we got to rotate it. And then we got to go up in here. One more. There. Okay, that's for the jet truck. That's in position. I have the docking port, front and rear. Aft docking port, thruster fixed there. Landing gear is all good to go. Transporter erector, that. Okay, now we need struts on the wings. Here's to the greatest KSP Twitcher. Thanks, man. Alright, so now I need to put a strut. This needs to be in symmetry from there to there. And then we need another one from there to there. Payload bay check. What about it? Just to see if you left something in there. Got it. Let's make sure the air brakes, these work. They do work. I'm going to set them minimum. Or the maximum downward deflection should be 105. Alright, I'm not worried about configuring the RCS just yet. Not really, Loopy. I didn't really put anything in there for payload bay integration. It has all that, Swishio, yep. Excellent. Is there a docking port in the payload bay for future robotic arm installation? No, guys, there is not. The payload bay is totally empty. Oh yeah, I have something in there, but that's not, this is not finalized. I always had planned on doing that later. Yeah, doing it later. Control surfaces should be locked out from the beginning. Gap surfaces out back are there. Yeah, that should be locked out completely. There we go. Something like that, Kuro, yeah. We also had flexing on the front panels. Yeah, one of these rows doesn't have a strut. I think it's that one. That one has a strut. That one doesn't. Let's go in here and take a look at you. Yep, no strut. Okay. Check the center of mass, center of lift. I know that that's all fine, but there is something that I do need to check here. I need to take this. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. This whole thing needs to go up and forward, so it's on the right control point. There. That's lined up with my center of mass and my center of thrust at liftoff. Perfect. Yeah, Zany, of course. It's a configurable payload bay. So the payload bay, the actual payload bay for cargo, I didn't click on that. No, Loopy, we don't. God damn it. The actual payload bay for cargo, I right-clicked on it and it left-clicked on it. That's good. I don't know what struts I just ran. I don't know where I don't know what was the last thing I saved. That one's good. What was I doing after that? Action groups. Okay, cool, yeah. So these are for cargo right here. These 5 segments, the payload bay. Up there in the front, this is for whatever. I don't know what I'm going to put there, but we don't need to fly anything in there. And it doesn't, I'll be honest with you, it doesn't matter what I put up there. I could put tanks of ore up there if I really wanted to. It wouldn't affect the vehicle's performance too much. If anything, it'll stabilize it, because right now our center of mass is about as far back as it can be, or as it should be. If I put it up there, it'll move it forward and kind of knock it into a little bit of a better relationship with the center of lift. Is the probe core aligned with the center of mass? Yeah, that was the last thing I want. Yeah, okay. I needed to redo that. That's what I didn't. So, 1, 2. It's aligned with the center of thrust, Loop. Now it is. Make sure the FADEC is still working. Okay. Did you adjust the gimbal amount? I was actually going to not have any of the outer engines gimbal, if you really want to know. It was just going to be those. Just the center engines. That's why I spaced them out. Check gear for shielded. I already did. Are we still going to build Starship? I hadn't planned on it. Yeah, I don't want these to gimbal. Loopy, dude, I honestly don't even think we need those. 10 degrees should be enough to move this in any direction. Yeah, I honestly don't think we need that much. We do not need that much gimbal authority. You know what? I'll leave it enabled on the 6. I'll leave it enabled on the 6 just to see. I'll be able to tell you right off the bat if it's going to be not enough or enough. So toggle engine, toggle gimbal, toggle engine, toggle gimbal. Toggle engine, toggle engine, toggle engine, toggle engine. And then AG2, toggle engine, toggle gimbal. There we go. Because it has so much Delta V, can we make the crew only version take off horizontal and land horizontal? No. It's a rocket, guys. It's a rocket. It's not a plane. It's a rocket that has wings on it. Nah, man, I don't want to do that. I never designed it to do that. Do we want an action group that just toggles the top and bottom? Loopy, I'll just deep throttle this on the first try. I'll just throttle the engines, and that should get us what we want. I smell freedom. P-38, P-51, F-16. Not bad. Not bad, Snackless. I still think the gap at the back is too small for the control beams. Is there anything else? That's right, Taylor. Smash a bottle of champagne against it. Holy crap, it just kind of hit home what we're about to do. Oh. Throw some repair kits on the jet truck. Okay. Oh my goodness. This could Oh my goodness. It just kind of hit home what we're Alright, so this is the baseline one, so we'll just go with block 0, or just block 1. Baseline configuration. Updated 7/31/21. Here we go. Do the nose RCS fire. Yeah, Loopy, they're intentionally sticking out. See how I made them stick out? Just so I don't have that problem. Holy crap. Holy crap, the thing is 520 Gs. Oh my goodness. Is the second main front gear there? Yes. We'll just baseline this thing, guys, with no payload and see what happens. Okay, so that thing, let's move it over here. Come on, Endurance. Alright, I'm going to put it in the exact same spot as before. Just put it right over there. Save that. Now we gotta back out. Is there anything weird with the pad? The struts, right? That's what we need to change. I ran the struts on the wings, yes. What's the plan for anticipated abort scenarios? RTLS and boost back. Android, I mean, honestly, right when we're out of the hole, there's not much we can do to abort. It's go up or don't. Is this thing going to the station? No, just 100 by 100. And then we're going to leave it up there or turn on the fuel cells or something and just bring it back down. Banana. Banana, na, na. Yeah, I did add the wing struts. Alright, cool. I'm getting nervous, man. Did the small SSTO ever go to the station? Twice. Are you going to use the poodles to circularize? That's the idea. Nope. I don't know where that thing needs to be. It's just like the small one, Papa Bear. You know what? I'm just going to move these struts in a little bit. That's all. Just moving them in will solve the same problem. These struts, I'm going to remove them from symmetry. They all really just, for whatever reason, decided to get borked up. You're nervous about the landing? You've been successful 3 out of 20 times? Don't say that. Don't say that to me. Don't say that to me, dude. Oh my god. I don't know why.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
And guys, just for this test, load it down. Yes, it can, goalie. Chops, 3-month resub. Last one, you put another one in Discord. Nice DC-3. Cool plane. I love the PVC pedo sensor covers. That's cool. Yeah, it's expensive, but the SSTO is a one-time fee. One time. We literally never have to pay for a rocket ever again. Hopefully. I'm aiming for GTA at 11, predominant. How much are the fuel costs? About 100K. Of course, I never learned how to flare, so that's your problem. Your name's Carrier Aviator. What do you mean you never learned how to flare? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Haven't you ever landed on an aircraft carrier? Yeah, that's right, Loopy. He's an aviator, not a pilot. He knows how to slam it down. Oh my god. Just slam it down on the boat. Bet you don't even have a launch box. I have a launch box. It's right there. You know, I can tell it's a launch box. It says launch box on it. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. You left the testing to the Navy. No wonder 3 out of 20 landings go right. Oh! 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 What's inside my lunchbox? Nothing right now. Your lunchbox is more complicated than my lunchbox. Yeah, but mine moves, Grid. Can your lunchbox do that? No. No. Which box is best, lunchbox? It falls over? Ah! Wait, mine or yours? You told me to put a cookie in there for you. Oh, yeah, that's right. They're right there. See them? They're just metallic. See? Are you going to launch it? No. We're going to put this thing on the pad, Ryan, and then we're going to sit here and stare at it and then never launch it. And what we're going to do is, like right here, we're going to all sit down and we're going to sing Kumbaya. All of us? Well, I mean, anybody that wants to. Hi, Ian. Sarcasm mode engaged. Yeah, Ryan, we're going to launch it, dude. That's the plan. Rocket Man. I'm a rocket man. Rocket Man. Burning out his fuse out here alone. At least my lunchbox has a sandwich in it. My lunchbox has a rocket in it. Rockets, sandwich. I'm just saying. You can't eat a rocket though? Not with that attitude. All right. Here we go. Do you have Tang in the thermos? Nah. You brought your own peanuts for the flight? But, alright, fine, jeez. Make sure to stick them out the window when we're re-entering. Make sure to stick them out the window when we're re-entering so you can get some nice roasted peanuts. Yeah. Yep. Astronaut hacks. Want to make s'mores during re-entry? Just open the window. Toast a marshmallow. Roasted fingers, though? What are you going to do? Just put some in your hand and then put it out the window? Put it on a stick. Alright, let's just do exactly what we did a second ago. Oh my goodness. I don't want to risk this thing. This is going to suck if it blows up. Name checks on the pad and SSTO and vessel type. Recover. Yeah, NASA man, we did integration testing and it seemed to have worked. We'll know in a second. Been spending a day with your dad, so a perfect ending to a perfect day here with the stream. Okay. Well, Loopy, I just want to go double check. I want to go double check because, yeah, it's probably better to do that. We should have 40% Chet insurance. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, whatever you do, just wash your hands, okay? A 100 consecutive push-ups on stream? I can't do that. Yeah. No. Yeah, I can't do that. I could do... Best I can do is like 10. And I don't know how the heck I would do that on stream, but... I'd do that for insurance, yeah. If you want to pay out, sure. If my insurance payment is 10 push-ups, I'd do that, sure. For a payout, sure, why not? Yeah, see, Predominant, there's not really that big of a market for push-ups. There's not that big of a market. I mean, I don't know how long it's going to stay on the shelf. I don't, you know what? I got a push-up guy down the street. You know, let me give him a call. I'll have him come here and see if we can agree on a price, you know? Yeah, I got a push-up guy. Just get him over here so we can figure out, you know. Yeah, today I'm bringing to the pawn shop the original Mona Lisa painting. Yeah, it's the original Mona Lisa. Yeah, I don't know. There's not really that big of a market for Mona Lisas. It's, you know, there's one of one, so there's not that much demand. So I'm not, you know, I know it's the original Mona Lisa, but best I can do is about $10. You know, let me just go get my Mona Lisa expert. You know, he's a really nice guy. We'll come up here. We'll figure this out. That show. Slap stream. This baby could fit so many push-ups in it. Give me one moment. Okay. Vessel naming config was good. Good thinking, Loopy. Let's do this. Nice. Yeah, right. That show was infuriating how people wouldn't walk away when they got lowballed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... people will take the cash when they're selling, dude. Even if you lowball them. You know, I can't tell you how many times me and my buddies have gone and bought cars and, like, the car was listed at, I mean, like, it's what I was talking about with Goalie a little earlier today. You know, there's a guy that has an old pickup truck that he wants and it says $10K on the windshield, $10,000. If you show up with 5 G's in cash right there and say, look, here, I got $5,000 right now. I will buy this and I will hand this to you if you give me the title. Oftentimes, they won't say no. Because when you see 5 G's, like, in someone's hand right there, all you got to do is, whoop, they usually say yes. If you want money, you don't go to a pawn shop. Yeah, I love how everybody ended up confusing that place with Antiques Roadshow. It's pretty funny, actually. All right. Okay. The prototype known as Endurance, the first flight prototype here. We might have Endurance A and Endurance B down the road if this thing doesn't make it back, but I'm not a car person, but I feel like old cars being sold that are in poor condition are usually inherited or something like that, and the seller just wants to get rid of them. It's a case-by-case scenario, Papa Bear.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dude, people treat cars like equity now. Like, if you have money, you invest in cars that are going to appreciate in value, because it's almost guaranteed cash down the road. 0. Best I can do for you is $3 Yeah. 90s Japanese sports cars, 60s American cars, any German stuff that's pre-1945. Yeah, that stuff usually goes for a lot of money. Yeah, seriously, pre-war stuff and wartime stuff, super rare. Because they didn't make cars during World War II. So any cars that were made in World War II were very, very low production. So they're very rare. I don't know, Loopy, maybe. I forget. I don't know. I stopped watching Pawn Stars a long time ago. Sucks, but it's getting difficult to find old stuff. That's right, Goalie. That's why I'm holding on to the Coronet for a low. I'm gonna hold on to the Coronet. That thing has a lot of parts on it. A lot of parts that are worth a lot of money. Loopy, hey, whatever. Gotta keep the ratings high. I get it. That's fine. Wouldn't it be better for the truck to have rocket engines? No. Why would it be better for the truck to have rocket engines? I saw a 2005 Camry with 200,000 miles on it go for like $9K a few days ago. The price of used cars, Papa Bear, is notoriously inflated right now because you can't buy new cars due to supply chain shortages. So the price of used vehicles has spiked badly because the demand for cars is still there. Jets take a long time to respond to thrust changes. But Chief, you've literally watched me use this thing 3 or 4 times in a row, and literally, with the exception of the tires, name one time the jet truck failed to move this thing up that hill. It's all good, man. I'm gonna keep the jet motors. Never, you're just trying to improve it. But, yeah, I get you. Why are we improving something that works? Honest question. And these have the burners on them, dude. They're fine. That's why I used Panthers, because they have afterburners on them, so I can compensate if I need to. I think I might be getting rid of my Subaru. It keeps throwing engine codes and I'm tired of dealing with it. That sucks, man. Like, jokes aside, Explosive, that sucks. I mean, because it might work better? It might work better? We good? Alright, I got you. I mean, Explosive, I was gonna buy a Mustang or something. I know that's not really your style, though. I mean, yeah, if you don't need your car right now because of COVID and you can afford not having a car for a little while, go sell it. I'm telling you guys, prices are that you're never gonna get another price for a used car right now. You're never gonna get the prices that you could sell your car for ever again. This is the only time where there was a blanket across the board appreciation in value on every single car. Alright, anyway, no more car talk. As much as I want to. No more. We need to get this working.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Auto. Ares 4 is still better. It's still the better launch vehicle, and you can't change my mind. I mean, you can be wrong about things, that's fine. I was wrong about quarter-mile tracks, or not quarter-mile tracks, mile and a halfs at NASCAR. I thought they were stupid, and then I raced one and I thought it was great. Vulcan, it's alright, you can be wrong. Launch attempt tonight. Actually, no, I wanted to just put it up on the pad, get everything working, and then just have a kumbaya circle. That's really what I wanted to do, lols. Yeah, man, it's a deadline. How's the testing going? Okay. That's right, Sawyer. I gotta get endurance up and down. I don't have much time to do it. Tick-tock, look at the deadline clock. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know that the clock... I'm literally telling you about it right now. Shut up, Klein. I mean, I got most of the testing done. I should probably do an abort test, or an RTLS, or a fuel dump test, or something. But honestly, you guys have been doing the flight testing, and I know how it's going to fly. It's going to fly just like the small one. The only thing I'm particularly worried about is landing, because people have had problems with it. That's really the only thing that's like, yeah, exactly. I'm not worried about ascent. I'm not... Maybe right at separation, I'm a little like, about it, but it's alright. I mean, I should not have butterflies about that, and the reason why I shouldn't have butterflies about it is because I literally just tested it a second ago, 2 times in a row, with the same pad and the same SSTO. It should work. Kerbal Physics is very consistent, despite what people may think. It's very consistent. The reason why it blew up is because of something you did. Alright. If your vehicle blows up, by the way. Okay. Alignment on this actually went very well. So let's get this figured out. Move the air brakes up into position. Let's check for pad orientation. Pad orientation on this is 270.1. 270.1. Switch back to this. We're at 270.4. We need to align. Two 270.2 is good enough. Don't have time, Chief. We gotta shoot for the big one, man. docking port acquisition force, just like we did. Stand by. We are aligned. Heading is reading 27.1. 270.1. We went back to 2, but that should be enough. We have a dock. It jumped a little bit. Just a little bit, though. The fastener port. Okay. Let's go in here. I see the wheels are in the ground, yeah. It's no problem. I don't know if these were set. They are set to same vessel, but I don't think that this is. But if I set that to same vessel right now, it's gonna, the jet truck will pop. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off SVI on that, and then we are going to just flip same vessel on that one. Come on. All right, bring the air brakes down. All right, I know what's going on. There's auto struts that are messing this up. So retract all the SSTO's gear, including that one, and it's gonna dip a little bit. We'll keep the jet truck attached. I know what's going on here. I don't know why this happened with this one and not the other one, but it's okay. So if I unlock this, it's gonna rest on the TE. Ready? There it goes. It's resting on the transporter erector. Now we take this. I know, Loopy, I know. It was auto-strutted. The thing wasn't going to move either way. At least I don't think it was. There we go. And that knocked that into position. Move that up into place. The port isn't fastening, but here. Alright, we'll undo the jet truck. What happens if I take this and shut off the friction control, though? Yep, that's what I thought. Yes, we got an undock. We're good. We have an undock indicator. The strongback is fastened. Okay. Yeah, it was just the friction of that landing gear. That's all. Okay. So set the spring force low on these two wheels, or we could set them to SVI. All right, undo the jet truck. Please do not tell me that damaged the SSTO and only the jet truck. We lost the forward docking port. It Kraken struck. That's just for the jet truck, though. I was going to recover this SSTO after the fact anyway. I'm not going to try to refly it. It doesn't have anything in the payload bay. There's no payload bay configuration. So let me make sure that we only lost docking port. Okay. All right. So we got to be careful about that next time. Okay. Reset the friction controller. Thank you. Friction controller is reset. Okay. Heading and pitch indicators are good. We'll now go in here. Make sure that our main indicator is on. Debug controllers are off. Main indicator, we need to reverse that cal controller, and then that one needs to be going forward. Did a fueling umbilical get added yet? That's the fueling umbilical. We're good. For loading up trucks? No, I haven't done that yet, though, if that's what you're asking. Okay, let's do this. I don't know why that one bent down like that. It shouldn't have done that. I'm not exactly sure why it did it. It may have been same vessel collision on that, but the pad didn't have that previously, did it? I don't know. Weight distribution. The center of mass on the proto on this and the Pathfinder goalie are the same. Might have something to do with the tanks underneath, because that's the only difference. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I mean, it was a mitigatable problem anyway. I'm sure we could figure out better ways to do it with this anyway down the road. But just want to let everybody know that that's happening right there. Yeah, Loopy, it was a good idea. The pad is not operationally ready, but it's ready enough for a demo flight. Same with the SSTO. We haven't transitioned from development to operations yet. This is the first step in that transition. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's proving out all the critical functions of the system. Just like STS-1 wasn't an operational shuttle mission. It was to prove that the shuttle could work. And then they ramped it up from there. They did a bunch of QOL stuff, but this proves the baseline design. I think that's good enough for the deadline, dudes. Just like it was with the small SSTO. We're good. One demonstration flight, John, is all I need to see with this thing. And that's not me like being like, oh, I only need to do one. No, it should be fine. Because all of the flights of the smaller one were demo flights for this. Predominant, I think you were right about the spacing there too, by the way. Oh, I thought that was attached to an engine for a second. I'm like, why are you doing that? How much has to go right here for it to be considered a success? I mean, honestly, I would say back on the runway is pretty damn good. Considering I busted this out in a week. Hey, Pixel, what's going on? That's so damn cool. Well, the hinges aren't stressing at all. They seem to be okay. I don't know. Pixel baby. Almost done. Something about these inner hydraulics is making the game crazy. See that strut right there? Something about those things is not... It doesn't like them. And I'm not sure why. Oh. The friggin' motor is engaged. Wait, that shouldn't be... They shouldn't have the motor engaged. None of these should. Is hinge drift a problem? I haven't seen anything weird other than that. Strange. We're only at 89.2 on alignment. That's not good. The other one was at 89.9, you know? Where are we at here? Are we controlling from that point? We are. Strange. Yeah, it did, Nazman. I mean, and this one should do that. It should do the same thing. Nice, Pixel. That's cool. It should do that. It should do the same thing. Should be okay. I should be able to lock this thing out, but it's only at 89.7 this time. Why would this one be doing anything different? I don't understand. Does the pad service both the big and small crafts? No. No, it's just the big one right now. I can make it for the I can make the other one work. Umbilical retract. Confirmed. Okay. Let's lock out the cow controller. Let's see if locking out the cow controller does that. We'll fix it. Sometimes that works. Ready? That's weird. Okay, let's retract it. We'll do a time warp after this thing is retracted. Hey, you seem a little bit tired. Joe, everything on your screen I've engineered it this week, man. I put in a lot of work, dude. A lot of brain power. I'm tired, man. It looks like it's straight up, though, but it's still reading 89.2. I mean, it's close. It's very close. If you make a bigger version of this, can you put a small hangar for a lander or a small shuttlecraft like the tiny shuttle you made? Bigger? How much frigging bigger do you guys want this? Is this not big enough? Like, it's taller than the damn water tower. What do you want from me? I cranked this sucker out in a week, man. I cranked this sucker out in a week. What do you want? Stop. I don't know what you want. I don't know. What do you want from me? It needs to be bigger. It's already scaled up. We can't pull over anymore. I can't pull over anymore. Oh my goodness. It's not taller than the VAB, but look, you can see it. It's clear as day from over here. Make it pointier. Nice try, Elon. What's the reading on the pad's upright facing port? Yeah, good call, Loopy. Let's check. Oh, See, that whatever that was when we docked it and it sank a little bit, that's 89.7. So the SSTO is bent, which is weird. If we give it a time warp after the transporter erector goes down, it probably will snap back into place. Could you build Johnny 5? Yes. Could you assemble a bigger one but in orbit? Oh, I hate you. Yeah, make it bigger. You guys are killing me, man. What's the reading on the downward facing port? Please hold. 89.3. Yeah. Loopy, that is left over from whatever weird thing this did during the docking sequence. Yeah. Yeah, 89.3 and 89.2 up there. Yeah, it's the SSTO is straight. But the other thing is I don't want to undo its auto struts. That's a bad idea. But EJ, it can't do everything ever devised in Kerbal. It's not good enough. We didn't do a static fire. I know the engines work. How do you get rid of cramps in the arches of your feet? I just rub it, dude. No, Aaron. No, not right now. No weird questions. Stop that. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. No more weird questions. Shut up. Gotta be at least 3 times as big. So how are the chips? What? Jonas, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's time warp it. Ready? Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. I think I just made a diamond. My butt. Yeah, we knocked it back into position. We're good. I just made a diamond, man. Size comparison of the Donager. Size comparison of you shutting up. Ugh. Alright, we should be able to lock the pad out.
Discovery, go and
Why?
throttle up.
Why? Maverick, 24-month resub. Loopy, I don't get it. That should work. That should be spot on. It's not working. It's just wasting electricity. Do you want to fiddle with the pistons? Not really. Loopy, something telling me that whatever that thing is doing is the source of our problems here. How many parts are on the pad right now? 1653. Whatever. Alright. Let's do this. Give me 1 second. Just talking to Brimo real quick. Alright. This is OFT Prime. LV5B1. No payload. Orbital parameters are 80 by 80 to 100 by 100. Year 4, day 226. Y4, day 226. I don't know how long this is going to take to fuel at all, so 32, 42, plus 5. Let's just go 47. Uh, 00:47. Zero. Payload mass not applicable. This is complex 1A technically this pad. So I'll go with first flight, 109th total. The vehicle serial number is S. Just to distinguish this from the other ones, we'll go JS for Jebstar. Jebstar 03. This is its first flight. First flight total. Jebstar orbital flight test. To orbit and back with the big SSTO known as Jebstar. Okay. All right. Give it a second. Do you ever launch Collins anymore for the fun of it? Yeah. Honestly, I'm going to manually select the tanks. It's easier that way. So, 1, 2, 3. Wait, the nose port's back, huh? You know what, Loopy? Dude, I don't know. Maybe the jet truck... I mean, the jet truck only said it destroyed one docking port, so... Yeah, it only said we blew up one docking port, so... I guess that answers that question. We must have just bonked it. So, well, that's good. I mean... Maybe that had something to do with why it came in so damn crooked. Okay, all forward tanks have been selected. Let's go down here. We have to be very careful about... We have to be very... I mean, we don't have to be the most careful, but we can't really launch with an empty fuel tank. So I have to be pretty damn careful about... I have to be pretty careful about what... about selecting the fuel tanks, you know? Come on, you. There we go. One more tank. Okay, so we should have 4 S4128s and then 4 256s. All right. Load test. We've begun fueling. I'm not time warping through this. Sorry, guys. Not at least for the first test. Gotta watch these alignment numbers and make sure. What kind of fuel are you using? The good kind. And now without the hydraulic lock. Yeah, Luffy, I don't know how we're gonna... I mean... I'm gonna have to, like, let it go and then throttle the engines, or literally ramp up the throttle and then hit it right out of the gates. I don't know if I can't... That hinge should lock, and it's not, but I should still be able to get this thing to go off the pad. Yeah, this is the Kumbaya circle. Jax, I told you it was going to happen. You didn't listen to me. What do you think, I was kidding? It's like to fuel Starship and Super Heavy. Yeah. I mean, this is like Starship and Super Heavy and the Space Shuttle kind of all combined into one. It was all a clever ruse. Just did some math. Is there more fuel than those 4 S4 256 on the side of the pad? If not, you will be short filling all the tanks. We have 8 S4 256s. It's enough. What are you going to use for this once it's what are you going to use? What are you going to use this for once it's in service? Anything I freaking want to. Seriously, that's the answer. I don't know what it's going to be used for. First thing we should probably do is do some checkout tests with, I have a space station up there. I want to see if we can, you know, bring the station down. Yeah, there's 8 of them, Cass. Thanks for looking over my shoulder. And I actually mean that for a change. You guys have been good in helping me button up all the loose ends on this. Can you empty more than 1 tank at once? If I could empty more than 1 tank at once, do you think I would be doing that? Honest question. We should keep expanding it into a big monstrosity. Yeah. I see the control point, Lewis. Thank you. Yeah, we don't want to proton it. Fair, John. Yeah, no, I can't drain from multiple fuel tanks. I wish. It's one at a time, which is why I gave myself 15 minutes, because I didn't know how long this was going to take. Hi, Senchai. Yeah, everything is good. Floating disk control reports JSO3 fueling in progress at 1/8 of the way there. This is the cargo 1 pixel. Did you watch F1 qualifying this morning? No, Zanny, I didn't, but I know the results. But honestly, I'm not, Zanny, save it for when we pop the champagne for when this lands on the runway, okay? I'll hit the brakes, you know, just like Lewis, and screw up somebody else's landing. Hamilton fans will never recover. Is it good to have 2 different shuttle types that I can use? Redundant, dissimilar architecture works for NASA nuggets. Don't get me wrong, in the future, guys, I should be able to time warp this. It shouldn't be that big of a deal in the future. However, this is the first time. I'm loading 1,300 tons, 1,371. We could just basically say 1,400 tons. 1,400 tons of fuel into this thing. tons. 1.4 million kilograms. And then the vehicle already is 270 tons on top of that. So I'm loading up my lunchbox, right, with over 1,500 tons of mass. We gotta be, that's why I built that thing to be a strut jungle gym. Because it's really, I really, really, really have to be careful. Oops. It looks to be okay. It looks like it's holding up thus far. I don't see anything bending. Word. Hang on. Of course I get this text right now. I've been waiting for this text for a little while. Sick. Sick! Sick! We're no texting and flying? We're not flying! I'm fueling a rocket right now. We'd like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. Well, it's funny you should mention that. Forfa, it should. I designed it to be able to work with time warp, but I do not want to do that while we're... I don't want to do that on the first try. That's why I'm purposely just taking my time. Is there good fueling music? Let me see what I can find. No. I can't find anything right now. I believe in you. We've swapped to integration with fueling time. Yeah, but at least I can talk to you during this, you know? And if we can time warp this, no, we really didn't. This would have taken 30 seconds to do. So right now I'm loading up Jebstar with fuel. I'm just doing it slowly because I really don't have a choice. But it seems to be holding up. I do not see anything moving or bending or freaking out. No Z fighting, nothing. Everything seems okay over there. That hydraulic is still messing up a little bit, but it seems to be alright. What does flow priority do? It sets which fuel tanks drain first. I want all my fuel tanks to drain evenly here, so. Pixel Night All gonna be counting fuel units in my sleep. Oh, okay. Yeah, Element. Yeah, yes. How'd you know? Countdown by Rush before launch? I frigging wish, Rem. Whenever I used to launch my space shuttle 5 years ago, Jeez, was it really 5 years ago? Yeah, 2015. I used to listen to Countdown every time we would launch it, and I would sync the countdown clock with Countdown. So when Geddy Lee goes, scorching blast, a bolt of fire as it slowly leaves the ground, roll program complete, it tears away with the mighty force, the air is shattered by that awesome sound. We'd launch the shuttle. Yeah. What do fuel lines do? They make it so a fuel tank can move fuel to another tank. Like if you have two tanks that are next to each other, you can cross feed it. Yeah, something like that, Blue. Fueling is at 50%. Good times. Yeah, absolution calling. Spinning past the ceiling, absolution calling. Are you there or not? Countdown is great. That's my favorite Rush song, dude. Red Barchetta is right after that, or Barchetta, you should say. Yeah. Well, that's why I don't listen to music during countdowns anymore, Bluin, so people can sync it. That's why I set the liftoff time. I'm still Red Barchetta over Countdown, but barely. What? What? Really? No, Countdown's the best. This is about a space shuttle. Yeah, From the Earth to the Moon soundtrack. Can't listen to any of that anymore, guys. People get pissed when you do. You can't do it. Nice, Rem. Nice. You ever play Major Tom? I hate Space Odyssey. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind David Bowie. I hate that song. It implies failure. I don't like that. Recite both books of Cygnus X1 right now or you're a fake fan. Oh god. Here. Fuel Puzz. What type of guitar you got? It's a Fender Squier Stratocaster. Do you know the number of times people sing that to me? Yeah, okay, that's fair. I'm still waiting for you to play Burning It Up. Yeah, right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Below average! Thank you. Thank you for the 5 subs. I hope you appreciated my below average playing. I'm playing through a Vox 8015 VT, and that's piped in through a Behringer X1204 mixer right into the stream. Hey, it takes time, Kem, okay? Jeez. I think all those tanks are empty. Oh no, we've got one left over here. Bill Average, hey, thanks for those 5 subs, man. I do appreciate it. Want to play one more? We still got some fueling to do. Here. It's fueling, Jim, for the first flight.
Go at throttle.
Ah, I screwed up. Damn. Whew. Don't you guys love it when you forget to save and fail the mission? Well, you could play like me, dude. I have no save button. Do it right the first time or you lose. I like to play on tough rules, man. But hey, this game's difficult, man. It happens. Jensen, what's up, dude? Tier 2, 55-month resub. Finally, Streak is the same age as you. What? What the hell, man? +1 for Tom Sawyer? I just played it. No, Pante, it's not bad at all. Alright, do we have enough fuel tanks? That one's empty. 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 Okay. We're down to our last fuel tank. Alright. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Go through 2112. Ah. Okay, I got one more for you, okay? I got one more. Couldn't resist. How you been? I'm good, man. Holy crap, we're actually a little bit short. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Dude, I could have sworn that 4 of these was enough. We did the math out. How are we short fuel? I see it, Reagan. I see it. We're short 8 units of fuel there. So 1, 2, 3. Huh. There's not like a little bit of residual in here or something, is there? Nope. No. See John's last. Why is it upside down? Don't worry about it. It's the control point. I'll fix it. It's enough famous last words. Yeah, shut up. PJ, I found a Monster Truck 77 Blazer for 20K in Ireland, and I'm sad because I can't afford it, nor can I drive. Shame. The Jet Truck took it? Don't blame Jet Truck. Let me see, Ian. Hey, that's awesome. Very cool. Time to get another fuel truck. You know what, fellas? We have no payload. We have no payload. And people were taking this off of... They were taking this off down the runway and then getting it into space still. I'm going to send it. If your flight testing that Chad has told me is right, this should make it all the way into space. Normalization of deviance. Yeah, Panja, you can sit there and say that, but I have a deadline to adhere to, so yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that one. Fuel tanks are closed out. Okay, RJ. Don't get Go Fever. This isn't Go Fever, guys. Okay, alright. So, we have it set for 47 at liftoff, but let me take a look at the pad. I don't see any bending at all, do you? No struts are bending. There's still that weird one coming from that hydraulic right there. Fill it? With what? You're gonna dock something to the pad? You guys know if I fill it, right, I have to drain the whole thing. Gotta drain it, put it all back together, and then I have to make a fuel truck that doesn't exist and attach it to a docking port that doesn't exist on this pad and go from there. I think we're good. We over-engineered the Delta V numbers for this one. We're good. We'll make it. You have my word on that, unless I screw it up by flying it wrong. Trust me. We got this. Listen to your old boy, EJ. Look, Jensen might be right. I might be old, but I got it. And there's everyone here that's older than me goes, what are you talking about? All right. See last. Okay. I think you should go over the video again. I'm not worried about the ascent profile 95. I'm worried about coming back down. So the ascent should be just fine. This thing actually is holding up really well. The pad did really good. Alright, we're going to move up on the count here. T-minus was set for 47, but we can release the hold here, and we go T-minus 43. So we are just inside of 2 minutes here. Actually, you know what? The simulation rate is very low. It's low and slow, so we'll go with 42. I'm not worried. Alright, so what we got to do now is cycle the engines and activate begin engine chill. Flip this over here like that. Yikes. Engine chill is good. TVC checkout. We gotta be very careful. We gotta be so careful when we take off. TVC checkout is confirmed. Okay. Beginning groundside gas closeout. Disabling cross feed. Vehicle is pressed for flight. We're go for auto sequencer start. Rock, report range status. Status check. Go Jebstar. Go or OFTF or OFTP. This is prime. Groundside pyrotechnic system is armed. Middle engine is not at 120. What? Hold. Hold. Hold the count. Thank you. That was close. I mean, once again, I don't think it would have made that much of a difference, but we'll check all the engines just to be sure. 121, 121. 121, 121, 121. Center engine is set for that. It's not configured. Well, that's strange. That must have been how people tested it, Core. That must have been how everybody tested it, because that wouldn't have changed. Yeah. RJ, check the craft file, please. Okay, we will pick up the count resume here at T-minus 44 seconds. We are going to recycle. Wait, one side is 21, the other is 28. What? What are you talking about? Oh. Wait a minute. Hold. Yeah, that's not good. Wait, 117. No, they're all in sync. Why are they reading 128, though? 128 should fix that problem. We gotta set these back to 120. There we go. 121. 128. The center engines, yeah. Center engines are weird, but just like the other SSTO, I'm going to yeah, Loopy, as long as if it's the one that everybody tested, it's fine. Oh, you can tell that this is under a lot of load. My center engines were at 100 with 18 tons. All right, let's go. Let's do this, guys. Range is green. You have permission to launch. Thank you. What is flying overhead? Just a piece of debris. You know it won't fly unless someone pushes the button. Great reference, Destiny. Great reference. Great reference, dude. Hell yeah. That sky do be looking nice today, though. Well, we're either going to have a really nice mission or explosions. Either way, we're all going to have a lot of fun, right? Okay, the auto sequencer is reestablished. Control from here is good. Alright. Well, strange. At least we know that if we get it away from the pad, it immediately goes from a $1 million potential loss to just a $500,000 potential loss. So it's good. The fuel cells. Fuel cells, okay, fuel cells are active. We got 2 good fuel cells. Orbiter is good for internal power. T-minus 30 seconds and counting. Chungus is in startup. T-minus 20 seconds in game. Commuter station standing by for the handoff. T-minus 15 in game. I updated it, Katoomba. We're good. Okay. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have a liftoff. Oh, it slid off the pad. It's blowing everything up. We have liftoff. The first flight of Jebstar, known as Endurance, spreading its wings into space for the first time. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. Pressure across the board is looking nominal. Struts, loopy. Lost a lot of struts. We'll check it on the way up. 25 seconds into the flight, all systems are looking good. 80 meters a second speed. 1.2 kilometers off the pad. throttle down. Power through it. Pitching over. Vehicle's now transonic. We have max Q. 1 minute 16 into the flight for maximum dynamic pressure at 14K. Holy crap, we're actually flying it. Lofting a little bit, maybe slightly high on the ramp down. Throttling back. Little on, all he calls me a little early. Okay, that looks good here. Negative seat. Nice left. We actually are lofting. I just made it sound like SDS1. I did loft it just a little bit, but it's okay. I mean, it powered its way right through it. You can close that out. Trajectory is nominal. 2 minute 30 seconds into the flight. 1.2 kilometers a second. 44 kilometers in altitude. All systems looking good. Back seems to want to slide out on you. It's just the camera angle, really. It's fine. 1.4 kilometers a second. Still looking good. Well, we kind of are, huh? Keep in mind, guys, I launched this with no payload inside. Did that on purpose. Crossing 1,700 meters a second, 54 kilometers in altitude. We're about 120 kilometers downrange. Actually, no, a little less than that. Probably 90, something like that. I should have range markers. We should go and do that one of these days. Friggin' rumble, dude. My gosh, the building was shaking. Look at that rocket go! I see it, Just Space. It's not a problem. It's just something that we probably should have buttoned down a little bit, but it's okay. Stand by for main engine cutoff. Stand by, press for MECO. Mark, press for MECO. We have MECO confirmed. MECO confirmed. Right on the money. Nominal. Okay, stand by for ohms 1 at AP. Ohms 1 at the at apogee will complete the circularization of the orbit here. bringing the orbiter maneuvering engines online here. So we got 5 minutes 22 seconds on the burn here. Split that in half. That's 2 minutes. 2 minute 30 plus 11, so 2 minute 33. So we are T minus 30 seconds until ohms 1. RCS is nominal. OMS active. Your go for orbital insertion. Burn time just halved to 126. Why did it halve? What's in the payload bay? It's empty this time around. 15.4 kPa, 289 meters a second, 8520. So it brute forces it a little bit harder tape than the small one, but it gets, I mean, it punches right through it. $241. Burn time dropped because you entered vacuum. Oh, okay. So half 1 minute 27. So 45 for 112 delta V. Okay. Yep. Okay, stand by for the ohms 1 burn. T minus 1 minute and a couple seconds. So, but as the low TWR, by the time we get there, it'll be close enough, and I'll power right through. Time check. Got it. Look at this freaking thing, man. Dude, yeah, I had no doubt about the ascent. It should fly exactly like the other one. I'm a little bit worried during re-entry and landing, but if we do it right, should be able to get it down. .13 TWR. That's about right. Doing a TVC checkout. Okay, TVC checkout is confirmed. Don't stall it. Yep. Man, look at this thing. Look at this freaking thing, dude. I'm glad we went with the small one first. If I would, no. Yeah, I would not even be to the deadline now if I decided to build that one first. Engines performed great. These upgraded KS25s really working good. 15 seconds until the burn. We could freaking almost make it. That would be insane. Yeah, that's right, Core. It was better to cut our teeth on that thing with that thing, dude. Just as we thought, man. The wings won't survive free return, Pop Bear. All right, stand by for positive periapsis. It's all good, Pantinator. Yeah, ticking those things one click out really worked. At T+1, we're exactly halfway through the burn. All systems still looking good here. Okay. Pretty awesome, Panta. Yeah. This thing handles real well, man. We have Ohms 1 shutdown. Nominal orbital insertion 82 by 80. Wow, that would have been a hell of a station rendezvous. Yeah, keep in mind, guys, we have no payload in there. There's no payload inside. But, yeah. That clap emote is the best, man. That was Primo's idea, but look at this. Look at what we did here. Man. Alright. Needs lights. Yeah, we'll upgrade it down the road. She's a beast, Zero. She's a freaking beast. It's fuel cells, twin fuel cells. Nasman, no solar panels, even though I could X37 this thing and have a fold-out solar panel. It really wouldn't be an issue. Good luck with the descent. Yeah. Thanks, man. Yes. You're looking at merchandise with the new mascot? Maybe, I'll think about it. Dr. Peter Parameter. Sure, Pixel. Or long wing from Imahara. This thing, yeah, this thing could launch Imahara and its payload inside of it and bring it back down. Holy crap! I didn't even think of that. Just face. Damn, dude. Given the fact that we need to get to 100 kilometers anyway, and the sheer screenshot value of seeing this thing at Liberty, we should go to Liberty. We should also do proxop tests and balance the RCS. All right. If we go to the station, though, guys, dude, I don't have enough time. The deadline's in 36 minutes, dude. We got to bring it back down. Yeah, we got to boost it. We have to. No, Loopy, I want to, but we got to bring it back down. I have to. And then I got to test the fuel and drain valves. We have to. We have to do that. So I'm just gonna boost my AP up to 100 right now. I want to go to the station, but we're out of time. All right, Ohms 2. Oh my goodness. No. 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 We got it. Dude, we can't do that. No. We'll just fly by. We'll fly by. Okay? We fly by. We fly by now. If I go to the station, no. I won't have time to get it down, guys. The deadline will expire. Okay? We have 36 minutes. It's gonna take a second to get this thing through re-entry, okay? I can't do it. I tried. No, we have to. We have to bring it back down. We have to bring it back down. There will be plenty of other times when we meet the deadline and this works, okay? No, another time. It's right there. Oh, stop this! Why did you even mention this? Stop it! Stop doing that. This is your fault. Stand by for Ohms 3. No, not a poll. I want to freaking complete a deadline for a change, okay? It's so tempting, Dish, but yeah, you're right. Let's go. Bring us up to 180 or 100 circular, and we dump the fuel after home. Center of mass deviation is not too bad. We might just be able to land with this fuel, but then again, I haven't tested landing with a fuel load. Okay. I feel like the fact that liftoff occurred before the deadline should mean that we've met the deadline timing and can land with whenever without it being after the deadline. Oh, yeah, that's convenient for us now, but I didn't say that before I launched it. If I said that before I launched it, then that would be okay, but we didn't. Yeah, Euchreman, we want to dump it actually after re-entry. Guys, I'm bringing it back down. Let's dial in our re-entry trajectory. I need... Oh, Jesus. We keep going in and out of the station range. Oh, boy. Well. Frick you, station. That's bullcrap, dude. That is bullcrap. Okay. 63 meters a second. I'm gonna float it just a, yeah, 26.5. There you go, 63 meters a second. Deorbit burn is in the guidance computer. Review the descent video. Did you do the same type of deorbit burn as me, 95? So, okay. Let me take a look. You have Infiniprop on, okay. Let me just make sure I paused it. All right, cool. Kept it right around 20. The body flap shimmed down. Guys, I'm not going to the station. Trust me. We'll get endurance back to the station another day. I want to get this thing on the ground. I have to prove... Dude, the whole purpose of this was to build the small one so I can make the big one fly like the small one and not have to test the big one. This should work in one shot, and I'm super scared that I'm going to mess something up. I'm super scared. Communication sats are in the right place. Yeah, you pitched up too much, but I see it. I want to see what it does up here. Yep. That's exactly what the small one does. It does the exact same thing. See, this is where you pull the body flap down and keep the nose. You're still transonic. Okay. Gonna be fun landing it with a pad there. Oh yeah, this is how your video ends. Oh God, if that happens, I'm gonna be so upset. Oh my gosh. All right. Close out this payload bay. Yeah, Lavi, the real one does that. It's the body lift that happens from this thing. Because it's out center of lift, out in front of center of mass. It happens. The real one had that problem too. So that was the intention. Like, I can't say that enough. That's what I wanted to do. You have to float it. It has to stay up high. You have to go over KSC. You have to time it so it stalls at KSC 30 kilometers up. You have to go basically go transonic 30 kilometers above KSC and then turn around and land. I hope so, Kaz. I'm just going to enable the control surfaces, and we're going to keep the body flap up. There we go. Would it be okay to do a night landing? It doesn't bother me. Pretty much, Yargles. That was the intention here. T-minus 20 seconds until the burn. I know, Loopy. I know. That's what we did. That's what I did with the other one. We kept him deployed. That's what we did with the small one. And then we set these to yaw control a little bit later. That one can just stay on yaw, but it is my speed brake control. And then we have body flap there. Let's go. I can correct, it's no problem. Okay. Deorbit burn was done on time, shutting down the vernier engines. Okay. Here we go. Okay, Yarg. RJ, I'm not worried about that. A lot of viewers are reporting that the thing creates a lot of drag, so we just got to make sure that we keep it. We just got to make sure that we keep the thing high up. If we keep the thing high up, we need to maintain a reentry altitude of about 20 degrees. I just need to keep it pitch up 20 degree attitude. That should get me right where I need to go. And once I'm out over the mountains, I'll be able to see exactly. I'll be able to see exactly where we end up. Demo had these set to pitch and roll. There. Okay. What altitude do you plan to dump fuel? Eukerman, honestly, I'm not going to. I'm not going to dump it. I have a feeling we're going to need a lot of RCS through entry here. Everybody's footage that I've seen of all you guys' flight footage flying this thing, everyone is using RCS all the way down. So I'll just keep that. We're not going to use up 10,000 units of oxidizer and liquid fuel. But if I have to, I'll burn it off with the OHMS engines. And go from there. All right, here we go. Stand by for EI. Op 304. Landing with the pad will suck. Yeah, it's alright. Okay. Jebstar. Endurance has hit entry interface after a 2-orbit mission for the orbital flight test prime. Noted, Yarg. .65 kilometers in altitude, 2299 orbital velocity. But your rear flaps are much more limited. Okay. Making our way over the desert, over Jebwards. Jebwards should be right over there somewhere. Yours at 125 through re-entry. Okay. Da, Zobraz. You'll be fine, dude. The runway has lights on it. Trajectory is actually looking pretty good, guys. We're all right. This looks good. At 60, 2300. We should start. We're gonna be accelerating here until we start getting some real nasty drag off of this. Nothing's happening just yet because the pressure is really low. Static pressure is 2.8 pascals. That's nothing. Hey, Bandit, you see it's flying? Yep. He's dropping at a nominal rate. Nav ball to surface. Yep. check the landing gear friction. I didn't change any landing gear friction. I don't think I did, at least. No, that's good. All landing gear friction is good. The only friction control that I messed with was the leveling gear, and that one is offline, so we're good. Trajectory is still good. 2132. We are still accelerating barely. Front gear set to deploy shielded. No, I shut all that off, Yarg. They're enabled. They'll work. They will deploy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I had, right before I put this thing out on the map, I had anybody that flew it, I had everyone tell me what fixes they needed, and we basically incorporated all of those fixes. Okay. Oh, man. Hey, the tiles are working. Look. Ha ha! They're dispersing the heat. Yes! Yes! That's awesome. They're dispersing the heat. That's so cool. Oh, man. It's supposed to do that, T-Man. Yep, yep. That's right, Nighthound. That's right, man. Holy crap, I'm so nervous. Oh, dude, this is the most nervous I've been in a while. There's a lot of money on the line here. How's the heating doing? Heating is doing good. See how these tiles at the front are really, really warm, and then these ones aren't as warm, and in the back they're nice and cool. Except for the wings. The wings are getting a little warm, but it's dispersing the heat. That's what it's doing. This tile's getting heated up, and it's flexing the heat to the other panels, which is cool. Panels in high capacity like that can be used as tiles. They work like the tiles on the space shuttle. That's really friggin' cool. You had the back panels the hottest, actually? Well, in real life, you'd be getting a lot of heat here, 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 and then right there. You wouldn't be getting much right in this area, just like the space shuttle, dude. It's... yeah. This is okay. We're good. 2100 over Kerbindia. Yeah, right, Wib? How's the parts doing inside? Yeah, it's getting a little toasty in here. Little toasty! Broca, the wings are doing the same thing. They're flexing the heat to the fairing because that's what they're attached to. That wing is attached to the fairing and then moved out. If you attach it to something that can take a lot of temperature, it'll move the heat to that part. Fairings are very good heat shields. See how the fairing, see it? Why would that fairing be hot? Because the wings are transferring the heat to it. Everything seems exactly like it should, Loopy, at this point in time. Yeah, everything seems fine. Even the thermal. The thermal is doing exactly the same thing that it does on the other one. And that's why my payload bay is getting hot, because guess what's attached to the payload bay? Or guess what the payload bay is attached to? It's attached to the fairing. That's why it's getting toasty. Alright. Coming in a little hot. Let's bring that nose up. Do we need to S-turn? I'll tell you in a second. Oh, that's so cool. Alright, yeah, Pilch, we got S-turn. Just a little bit, though.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Thanks for the subs, guys. Perfect. That's what it's supposed to do, guys. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. We have acquisition of signal through KSC.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Plunge. She got a lot of momentum, dude. I'm gonna lose it. Nope. She's still with me. I gotta really slow down. I'm gonna try to use the whole thing as a brake. We're transonic. Guys, if I have to use the rocket engines to boost it back to the runway, I'll do it. Not ashamed. I don't care, Green. I don't care to think about the repercussions of it. I just want my space plane back. Okay. Priming the engines. We have shutdown.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I'm not worried. Just space. Nah, Broca, this thing flies about as good as a steam engine. So we're actually, I'm worried that we might be a little short, which is why I primed the engines. That's why I shut the RCS off, Zubasky. What's our glide slope? Yeah, I think we're all right. I think we're doing okay. I'm just gonna let it fly for a second, and then I'll enter the flare. We'll do the flare maneuver. Speed is dropping, and that's what a lifting body does. It's okay. I'm holding it until we can't hold it no more. $100 meters a second. I just wanted to let you know. Good luck. We're all counting on you. Dude, don't screw with me right now, man. Don't screw with me right now. I'm freaking out, dude. My heart is beating out of my chest. Don't screw with me right now. I just wanted to tell you, good luck. We're all counting on you. Like, dude, I'm freaking sweating over here. All right. Ready? I mean, that's not a bad glide considering we're flying a Mack truck with some wings glued to the side. All right. Let's do this. Flare. Starting the flare maneuver. Nice and easy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Stand by for pad render. Getting lined up on the center line. We're on the center line. Call the ball. Pad's gonna render, so it's just gonna take a second. Gear's coming. Gear's down. Got a light. Cycling the brakes. Oh man, we're sinking. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Don't
Discovery,
stall.
go and throttle up.
Don't stall. Let her down nice and easy. No. Rip. Headphone users. That hurts to watch, man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dude, I thought the glide slope was good. I thought the glide slope was good, man. That should have been
Discovery,
fine.
go at throttle up.
Did we hit a seam or something? I'm wondering if those gear hit a seam in the runway, because that was fine. 5 meters a second should have been fine.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's bull. That's bull. I hit a runway seam. I had that landing dialed. There's no freaking way. There's no way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's no way. I had that that was money. That was it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Screw the clip. I know what I saw. God damn it, man.
Listen,
Thanks, guys.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
The gear bottomed out, but I don't know. Did I see one move? I don't know. It survived 3 Gs of impact force, Nighthound, straight down. Our tests confirmed it. I tested all this, and the tank still failed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look, see, S3 3600. The rear, we lost the rear tanks. There are seams in the runway, and I don't use these gear very much. They could have hit it. I don't know. Thanks for all the subs and tips, guys. I do appreciate it. Sorry. Any shuttle engines survived at all? Forward shell survived pretty well. That's pretty cool. Payload base survived. Well, that's nice. Couple ohms engines. I think we lost all the shuttle motors. They folded in on itself. We just smacked the deck. I don't think so. I think we hit a seam. I'll be able to tell you. Here, let me take a look. You guys know that EJ's live? This clip doesn't even have landing. Who did this? Why you clip? Why you no clip right? It looked good, guys. That should have been fine. I nailed the other SSTO down a lot harder than that one, but once again, different landing gear. I touched down at 3.6. 3.6. There's no freaking way. There's no way that should have happened. I'm sorry. That's not how that works. It's bullcrap, dude. This is like the first time that my Kerbal, the testing that we did, had a different result than this. That should have stayed together. Remember we were jiggling the stupid tanks on the freaking with doing the vibration testing and the Kraken gear strike testing to prevent that from happening? Something went wrong there. That's the gear should not have done that. The gear fully compressed like it had no spring. Damn it, Druid. Yeah, 3.2 on the vertical speed, man. There's no frigging way. What if you didn't crush them? What if you ripped it off? No. The gear crack and strike the tank, Scully. That's what happened. Sorry, it looked good to me. Stupid. That shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened. I thought I came down too hard, but I didn't. We were at 3.6 vertical. That was fine. Yeah, Loopy, I tested this though. I'm telling you guys, I tested the tanks to prevent Kraken striking, and the tanks still Kraken struck, man. We tested this. They survived 3.3 Gs of force, both of them. The left, right tank, and the front tank. That's the first time my Kerbal testing was not equal to the actual testing. It's the first time that's ever happened. This happened to someone testing Jebstar too. Great, good, awesome, lovely. I don't care about that. I freaking care about what I just saw, and what I just saw is not what was that's not what was happening during testing. I think your horizontal speed would have been fine if you were going faster, but you were going 58 meters a second, which means you have more momentum downwards to glide self receiver. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. It's fucking stupid. Replicated to see it was a physics glitch. It doesn't matter. I gotta take a stupid rep hit because the fucking landing gear screwed me. God damn it. We run it to see if it happens again. Guys are out of time. Deadline expired 10 minutes ago. We lost. Hey, Kerbal, can you do me a favor and actually work for a change? Thank you. Good. Great. Here, how about that? Stupid piece of shit. Yeah, Doom. Soft gear spring. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Those gear springs are set to maximum spring. They're set to maximum spring rate. So I'm trying to tell you guys. They're set to maximum spring rate. They compressed like they compressed like they were made. The spring was made out of Jello. Dude, I went through so much testing. It shouldn't have done. I'm telling you, it shouldn't have done that. No, Loopy, we didn't have. I had the dampers at 1. The gear shouldn't. It shouldn't have done that. It shouldn't have compressed like it did. Doom, add a little more space, dude. What does add a little more space mean? Like, what? Dude, there's fuel tanks everywhere, man. Come on. This sucks. I mean, I guess we gotta add more freaking gear or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. There you go. We'll vote on Tuesday. Figure out what you guys want to do. You want to cancel it? You want to try something else? I don't know. You know what's pissing me off the most? I can't figure out why it did that. It shouldn't have done, like, it should not have done that. It's really annoying. The thing does carry a lot of momentum. It carries a lot of momentum, so we're going to have to start pitching up a little bit early. I crossed the coastline at 1900. Like, I'm not just saying this just to freaking be like, well, no, that's stupid. I'll take the rep hit. I don't care. I'll take the rep hit and I'm out like $1 million, but whatever. Dude, I did all the testing. I literally tested against this problem. And we were rated up to 3.3 Gs. There's no way we pulled 3.3 Gs on touchdown. There's not a chance in hell. 3.6 meters a second descent rate? No way. It's annoying, dude. No, it's repeatable. It's happening with everybody. I should have just put more gear on it and called it a day. I don't know why I trusted those gear. Sorry, guys. We didn't make it. I did everything that I could to freaking try to get that stupid thing back to the runway. And I lost all the shuttle engines too. Sucks. Oh my god. Oh, I'm such an idiot, dude. Oh my god, I'm such a freaking idiot. I changed the prototype and not this one. Well, there you go. That explains why it did what it shouldn't have done. I'm gonna play GTA now. Oh my god, I missed it. I missed it. Oh, that's such a stupid mistake. I feel I'm embarrassed. My pride is destroyed. Oh no. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Dude, we set everything. We made sure we set everything. Everything else worked great except for the freaking landing. Ah! Ah! God, that sucks so much, dude. That's embarrassing. It's kind of funny, but it's also very embarrassing. Oh, no. At least you know it won't happen again. You know what? I'm probably going to double up on the gear anyway, dude. Oh, my goodness. I don't. That sucks. That sucks so hard, man. I'm not mad. I'm over it. I'm through the anger stage. I'm just disappointed, dude. I can't believe that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh my god. I'm just keeping the name. Honestly, I don't care. I'm keeping the name. Screw that. That was a dumb mistake. We'll just rebuild it. Did you mess with any dampers? I don't know, Loopy. I forget. Let's go over to the prototype and see what I had that set for. That's not the right one. It's not the right one. There we go, Pathfinder. Dude, I swear I set these to 3. I swear. Okay. Alright. We know the problem. We'll double up on the gear. If you guys don't cancel it, we'll launch it on Monday. Or Tuesday or whatever. Jesus Christ. So that sucks. We failed the deadline. Sorry, guys. That blows. Crafts are getting so complicated, it's pushing the limits of one mind. Yeah, I know. It's fine. It's alright. God, I'm bumming, dude. Everything else with that was fine. Everything else with that flight was perfect. I overshot it because I misjudged how far it would fly. That thing carries a lot of momentum. It does not slow down as easy as the big one. Or as easy as the small one, but it does fly about the same. Alright, let's play GTA. Sorry, guys. Well, so, here's what's gonna happen. That's a fail, hard fail on the deadline. Yeah, my prototype is in pieces on the runway. So, you guys will set a poll for Tuesday, and you vote to cancel the program. Do we want to continue with the SSTO program or not? If so, do we want to, if you want to keep going with it, you can vote on it. We'll vote on it on Tuesday. And if you don't want to, you know, I don't know, whatever. If we cancel the program, we'll figure out other architecture that works. If we keep going with it, we'll vote on a new deadline for whatever goal we need to solve. Man, that mission was good, though. Everything on the pad looked good. Everything kept going. Not kept going. Everything looked good. We did cook the pad a little bit because it drifted like I thought it would, so... You know chat won't cancel it. Yeah, but Element, these goddamn rep hits are killing me, dude. They're killing me. We're never gonna get ourselves out of this hole. That's the thing, and that's what you guys got to take into account. All these rep hits are screwing me commercially. Nobody wants to fly. Nobody wants to fly because I keep taking rep hits. Nobody wants to fly on it because it keeps crashing because we keep missing deadlines. That's 2 deadlines for the SSTO miss now. How to increase rep? Doing missions. We're never gonna get the missions that we need to go further into space, so... I mean, eventually your funds will dry out. You'll take the rep. That's what I intended with mission mode. If you can fail. Mission mode, you can fail badly. If you go into the negative funds, chat can bail you out. But if you go minus 1 million, chat can't bail you out. If you hit negative 1 million funds in the game, you fail. Delete the save. And here's the thing, chat. If I keep failing and I keep missing deadlines, chat will eventually get sick of it. But hey, whatever. It's okay. I'm pretty damn proud of what we cranked out this week. I'm not gonna lie to you. Despite that, it really would have been nice to get that thing down on the ground in one piece. But it's always something small like that, guys. It never fails. Every time. So, sorry. I tried. I gave it my best, man. I've streamed Kerbal more in this week than I've streamed in a long time. Would you put the dart at the station in a museum? Yeah, sure. I screwed it up, Phil. It flies exactly like the small one, but it has a lot more momentum, so it's a little bit tougher to slow down. I just got to start braking a little bit earlier than what I did. That's all. That's it. I mean, guys, the thing speed braked perfectly. I did an S-turn, I rolled back, I did another S-turn, I rolled back, I did another S-turn, and then turned around. I never lost control of it. Ever. Which is really cool. I'm really proud of it. The tile system worked great. On-orbit operations worked just fine. The thing has a ton of Delta V. It's super forgiving to fly, except for landing. Landing was the only thing I was worried about. And, yeah, I should have listened to chat. If everybody's telling me, I've only landed it 3 out of 10 times out of all my attempts, I should probably listen, huh? Yeah, it's alright, Panta. You don't want to take rep hits? Hit deadlines then.